Track 1.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry. Copyright 1991 by Anne Perry. All rights reserved. Annotation. In the Victorian London suburb of Highgate Rise, Inspector Pitt and his wife Charlotte investigate the murder by arson of Clemency Shaw. Was she killed because of her work against slumlords? Or had the murderer really intended to kill Clemency's husband, the outspoken doctor? Is the doctor himself an innocent widower? As the Pitts ponder the frustrating lack of clues, a similar murder forces the truth into the open. Some violence. 1991. From the book jacket. A Victorian mystery featuring Thomas and Charlotte Pitt. With each new novel, Anne Perry lures us more deeply into her own fictional universe, Victorian London. Through the teeming gas-lit streets Perry brings so vividly to life walk rogues and heroes, hypocrites and saints, the great and the lowly. And, of course, Police Inspector Thomas Pitt and his well-born wife and partner in detection, Charlotte. In a London stunned by the sensational crimes of a madman named Jack the Ripper, a tragic fire in the peaceful suburb of Highgate goes unremarked. But the blaze was set by an arsonist, and an innocent woman has died in it. Clemency Shaw, the wife of a prominent doctor. And it is unclear whether she or Dr. Shaw was the intended victim, or whether the doctor himself may have set the blaze in order to inherit his wife's large fortune. Baffled by the scarcity of clues in this terrible crime, Inspector Pitt turns to the people who were closest to the couple, Clemency's stuffy but distinguished relatives, Dr. Shaw's brilliant friends who share his advanced political views, and neighbors, especially the self-made millionaire who lives next door with his charming daughter. Meanwhile, Charlotte gathers the gossip that is being whispered about the Shaws in the city's most proper drawing rooms. Slowly, a tantalizing picture of the dead woman comes into focus, and as she retraces the dangerous path that Clemency walked in the last months of her life, Charlotte finds herself enmeshed in a sinister web that stretches from the lowest slums to the loftiest centers of power. Never has Anne Perry written more compellingly than in this chilling story of a secret corruption so profound that anyone who draws near it risks death. About the author. Anne Perry is the author of The Face of a Stranger, as well as the acclaimed Victorian mystery series featuring Thomas and Charlotte Pitt, which includes Silence in Hanover Close, Cardington Crescent, and Death in the Devil's Acre, among others. Anne Perry lives in Portmahomack in the Scottish Highlands. Other books by Anne Perry. Bluegate Fields, Callender Square, The Cater Street Hangman, Paragon Walk, Resurrection Row, Rutland Place. Dedication. To Meg MacDonald for her friendship and her unfailing faith in me, and to Meg Davis for her friendship and her guidance and work. Chapter 1. Inspector Thomas Pitt stared at the smoking ruins of the house, oblivious of the steady rain drenching him, plastering his hair over his forehead, and running between his turned-up coat collar and his knitted muffler, and a cold dribble down his back. He could still feel the heat coming from the mounds of blackened bricks. The water dripped from broken arches and sizzled where it hit the embers, rising in thin curls of steam. Even from what was left of it, he could see that it had been a gracious building, somebody's home, well-constructed and elegant. Now there was little left but the servants' quarters. Beside him, Constable James Murdo shifted from one foot to the other. He was from the local Highgate station, and he resented his superiors having called in a man from the city, even one with as high a reputation as Pitt's. They had hardly had a chance to deal with it themselves. There was no call to go sending for help this early, whatever the case proved to be. But his opinion had been ignored, and here was Pitt, scruffy, ill-clad, apart from his boots, which were beautiful. His pockets bulged with nameless rubbish, his gloves were odd, and his face was smudged with soot and creased with sadness. "Reckon it started almost midnight, sir," Murdo said, to show that his own force was efficient and had already done all that could be expected. A Miss Dalton, elderly lady down on St. Albans Road, saw it when she woke at about 1:15. It was already burning fiercely, and she raised the alarm, sent her maid to Colonel Anstruthers next door. He has one of those telephone instruments. And they were insured, so the fire brigade arrived about 20 minutes later. But there wasn't much they could do. By then, all the main house was alight. They got water from the Highgate ponds. He waved his arm. Just across the field there. Pitt nodded, picturing the scene in his mind. The fear, the blistering heat driving the men backwards, the frightened horses, the canvas buckets passed from hand to hand, and the uselessness of it all. Everything would be shrouded in smoke and red with the glare, as sheets of flame shot skywards and beams exploded with a roar, sending sparks high into the darkness. The stench of burning was still in the air, making the eyes smart and the back of the throat ache. Unconsciously, he wiped at a piece of smut on his cheek and made it worse. "And the body?" he asked. Suddenly, rivalry vanished, as Murdo remembered the men stumbling out with the stretcher, white-faced. On it had been grotesque remains, burned so badly it was no longer even whole, and yet hideously, recognizably human. Murdo found his voice shaking as he replied. "We believe it was Mrs. Shaw, sir, the wife of the local doctor who owns the house. He's also the police surgeon, so we got a general practitioner from Hampstead, but he couldn't tell us much. But I don't think anyone could. Dr. Shaw's at a neighbor's now, a Mr. Amos Lindsay." He nodded up the Highgate rise towards West Hill. "That house." "Was he hurt?" Pitt asked, still looking at the ruins. "No, sir. He was out on a medical call. Woman giving birth. Dr. Shaw was there best part of the night. Only heard about this when he was on the way home." "Servants?" Pitt turned away at last and looked at Murdo. "Seems as if that part of the house was the least affected." "Yes, sir. All the servants escaped. But the butler was very nastily burned, and he's in hospital now. The St. Pancras Infirmary, just south of the cemetery. Cook's in a state of shock and being looked after by a relative over on the Seven Sisters Road. Housemaid's weeping all the time, and says she should never have left Dorset and wants to go back. Maid of all work comes in by the day. But they are all accounted for, and none hurt except the butler?" Pitt persisted. "That's right, sir. Fire was in the main house. The servants' wing was the last to catch, and the firemen got them all out." He shivered in spite of the smoldering wood and rubble in front of them, and the mild September rain easing now, and the watery afternoon sun catching the trees across the fields and Bishop's Wood. The wind was light and southerly, blowing up from the great city of London, where Kensington Gardens were brilliant with flowers. Nursemaids in starched aprons paraded their charges up and down the walks. Bandsmen played stirring tunes. Carriages bowled along the Mall, and fashionable ladies waved to each other and displayed the latest hats, and dashing ladies of less than perfect reputation cantered up Rotten Row in immaculate habits and made eyes at the gentlemen. The Queen, dressed in black, still mourning the death of Prince Albert 27 years ago, had secluded herself at Windsor. And in the alleys of Whitechapel, a madman disemboweled women, mutilated their faces and left their bodies grotesque and blood-drenched on the pavements. The popular press would soon call him Jack the Ripper. Murdo hunched his shoulders and pulled his helmet a little straighter. "Just Mrs. Shaw that was killed, Inspector. And the fire seems, from what we can tell, to have started in at least 4 different places at once, and got a hold immediately, like the curtains had lamp oil on them." The muscles tightened in his young face. "You might spill oil on one curtain by accident, but not in 4 different rooms, and all of them catch a light at the same time, and no one know about it. It has to be deliberate." Pitt said nothing. It was because it was murder that he was standing here in the mangled garden beside this eager and resentful young constable, with his fair skin soot-smudged and his eyes wide with shock and the pity of what he had seen. "The question is," Murdo said quietly, "was it poor Mrs. Shaw they meant to kill, or was it the doctor?" "There are a great many things we shall have to find out," Pitt answered grimly. "We'll begin with the fire chief. We've got his statement in the police station, sir. That's about half a mile back up the road." Murdo spoke a little stiffly, reminded of his own colleagues again. Pitt followed him, and in silence they walked. A few pale leaves fluttered along the pavement, and a hansom cab rattled by. The houses were substantial. Respectable people with money lived here in considerable comfort on the west side of the road leading to the center of Highgate, with its public houses, solicitors' offices, shops, the waterworks, Pond Square, and a huge, elegant cemetery spreading to the southeast. Beyond the houses were fields on both sides, green and silent. In the police station they welcomed Pitt civilly enough, but he knew from their tired faces and the way the juniors avoided his eyes that, like Murdo, they resented the necessity of having to call him in. All the forces in the London area were short-staffed, and all police leaves had been cancelled to draft as many men as possible into the Whitechapel district to deal with the fearful murders which were shocking all London and making headlines across Europe. The fire chief's report was all laid out waiting for him on the superintendent's desk, cleared for Pitt. He was gray-haired, quietly spoken, and so civil that it accentuated rather than hid his resentment. He had a clean uniform on, but his face was pinched with weariness, and there were burn blisters on his hands he had not had time to treat. Pitt thanked him, making little of it so as not to draw attention to their sudden reversal of roles, and picked up the fire report. It was written in a neat copper-plate hand. The facts were simple, and only an elaboration of what Murdo had already told him. The fire had started simultaneously in 4 places: the curtains of the study, the library, the dining room, and the withdrawing room, and had caught hold very swiftly, as if the fabric had been soaked in fuel oil. Like most others, the house was lit by gas, and as soon as the supply pipes had been reached, they had exploded. The occupants would have had little chance of escape unless they had woken in the earliest stages and left through the servants' wing. As it happened, Mrs. Clemency Shaw had probably been suffocated by smoke before she burned, and Dr. Stephen Shaw had been out on a medical emergency over a mile away. The servants had known nothing until the fire brigade bells had disturbed them, and the firemen had set ladders at their windows to help them out. It was nearly 3 o'clock, and the rain had stopped when Pitt and Murdo knocked at the door of the neighbor immediately to the right of the burned house. It was opened less than a minute afterwards by the owner himself, a small man with a fine head of silver hair brushed back from his forehead in leonine waves. His expression was very earnest. There was a furrow of anxiety between his brows, and not a vestige of humor in the lines around his gentle, precise mouth. "Good afternoon, good afternoon," he said hastily. "You are the police." "Yes, of course you are." Murdo's uniform made the observation unnecessary, although the man looked askance at Pitt. One did not recall the faces of police, as one did not of bus conductors or drain cleaners, but lack of uniform was unexplained. He stood back and aside to make way for them readily. "Come in. You want to know if I saw anything, naturally. I cannot think how it happened. A most careful woman. Quite dreadful. Gas, I suppose. I have often thought perhaps we should not have abandoned candles. So much more agreeable." He turned around and led the way through the rather gloomy hall and into a large withdrawing room, which, over a space of years, had been used more and more often as a study. Pitt glanced around it with interest. It was highly individual and spoke much of the man. There were 4 large, very untidy bookshelves, obviously stocked for convenience and not ornament. There was no visual order, only that of frequent use. Paper folios were poked in next to leather-bound volumes, large books next to small. A gilt-framed and very romantic picture of Sir Galahad kneeling in holy vigil hung above the fireplace, and another opposite it of the Lady of Shalott, drifting down the river with flowers in her hair. There was a fine model of a crusader on horseback on a round wooden table by the leather armchair, and open letters scattered on the desk. 3 newspapers were piled precariously on the arm of the couch, and clippings lay on the seats. "Quentin Pascoe," their host said, introducing himself hastily. "But of course you know that. Here." He dived for the newspaper clippings and removed them to an open desk drawer where they lay chaotically skewed. "Sit down, gentlemen. This is quite dreadful, quite dreadful. Mrs. Shaw was a very fine woman. A terrible loss, a tragedy." Pitt sat down gingerly on the couch and ignored a crackle of newspaper behind the cushion. Murdo remained on his feet. "Inspector Pitt and Constable Murdo," he said, introducing them. "What time did you retire last night, Mr. Pascoe?" Pascoe's eyebrows shot up. Then he realized the point of the question. "Oh, I see. A little before midnight. I am afraid I neither saw nor heard anything until the fire brigade bells disturbed me. Then, of course, there was the noise of the burning. Dreadful." He shook his head, regarding Pitt apologetically. "I am afraid I sleep rather heavily. I feel a fearful guilt. Oh, dear." He sniffed and blinked, turning his head towards the window and the wild, lush garden beyond, the tawny color of early autumn blooms still visible. "If I had retired a little later, even 15 minutes, I might have seen the first flicker of flames and raised the alarm." He screwed up his face as the vision became sharp in his mind. "I am so very sorry. Not much use being sorry, is there? Not now." "Did you happen to look out at the street within the last half hour or so before you retired?" Pitt pressed him. "I did not see the fire, Inspector," Pascoe said, a trifle more sharply. "And for the life of me, I cannot see the purpose in your repeatedly asking me. I mourn poor Mrs. Shaw. She was a very fine woman. But there is nothing any of us can do now, except—" He sniffed again and puckered his lips. "Except do what we can for poor Dr. Shaw, I suppose." Murdo fidgeted almost imperceptibly, and his eyes flickered to Pitt and back again. It would be common knowledge soon, and Pitt could think of no advantage secrecy would give. He leaned forward, and the newspaper behind the cushion crackled again. "The fire was not an accident, Mr. Pascoe. Of course, the gas exploding will have made it worse, but it cannot have begun it. It started independently in several places at once, apparently windows." "Windows? What on earth do you mean? Windows don't burn, man. Just who are you?" "Inspector Thomas Pitt, from the Bow Street station, sir." "Bow Street?" Pascoe's white eyebrows rose in amazement. "But Bow Street is in London, miles from here. What is wrong with our local station?" "Nothing," Pitt said, keeping his temper with difficulty. It was going to be hard enough to preserve amicable relations without comments like this in Murdo's hearing. But the superintendent regards the matter as very grave, and wants to have it cleared up as rapidly as possible. The fire chief tells us that the fire started at the windows, as if the curtains were the first to catch alight, and heavy curtains burn very well, especially if soaked in candle oil or paraffin first. "Oh, my God!" Pascoe's face lost every shred of its color. "Are you saying someone set it intentionally? To kill?" "No." He shook his head fiercely. "Rubbish. Absolute tommyrot. No one would murder Clemency Shaw. It must have been Dr. Shaw they were after. Where was he, anyway? Why wasn't he at home? I could understand it if—" He stopped speaking and sat staring at the floor miserably. "Did you see anyone, Mr. Pascoe?" Pitt repeated, watching his hunched figure. "A person walking, a coach or carriage, a light? Anything at all?" He sighed. "I went for a walk in my garden before going upstairs. I had been working on a paper which had given me some trouble." He cleared his throat sharply, hesitated a moment. Then his emotion got the better of him, and the words poured out. "In rebuttal of a quite preposterous claim of Dalgetty's about Richard Coeur de Lion," his voice caressed the romance of the name, You don't know John Dalgetty. Why should you? He is an utterly irresponsible person, quite without self-control or a proper sense of the decencies. His expression crumpled with revulsion at such a thing. Book reviewers have a duty, you know. His eyes fixed Pitt's. We mold opinion. It matters what we sell to the public, and what we praise or condemn. But Dalgetty would rather allow all the values of chivalry and honor to be mocked or ignored in the name of liberty. But in truth he means license. He jerked up and waved his hands expansively, wrists limp, to emphasize the very slackness he described. He supported that fearful monograph of Amos Lindsay's on this new political philosophy. Fabians, they call themselves. But what he is writing amounts to anarchy, sheer chaos. Taking property away from the people who rightfully own it is theft, plain and simple, and people won't stand for it. There'll be blood in the streets if it gains any number of followers. His jaw tightened with the effort of controlling his anguish. We'll see Englishmen fighting Englishmen on our own soil. But Lindsay wrote as if he thought there was some kind of natural justice in it, taking away people's private property and sharing it out with everyone, regardless of their diligence or honesty, or even of their ability to value it or preserve it. He stared at Pitt intensely. Just think of the destruction. Think of the waste. And the monstrous injustice. Everything we've worked for and cherished. His voice was high from the constriction of his throat by his emotions. Everything we've inherited down the generations, all the beauty, the treasures of the past, and, of course, that fool Shaw was all for it, too. His hands had been clenched, his body tight. Now, suddenly, he remembered that Pitt was a policeman who probably possessed nothing, and then he also remembered why Pitt was here. His shoulders slumped again. I am sorry. I should not so criticize a man bereaved. It is shameful. You went for a walk? Pitt prompted. Oh, yes. My eyes were tired, and I wished to refresh myself, restore my inner well-being, my sense of proportion in things. I walked in my garden. He smiled benignly at the memory. It was a most agreeable evening, a good moon, only shreds of cloud across it, and a light wind from the south. Do you know I heard a nightingale sing? Quite splendid. Could reduce one to tears. Lovely. Lovely. I went to bed with a great peace within me. He blinked. How dreadful. Not 20 yards away, such wickedness. And a woman struggling for her life against impossible odds, and I quite oblivious. Pitt looked at the imagination and the guilt in the man's face. It is possible, Mr. Pascoe, that even had you been awake all night, you would not have seen or heard anything until it was too late. Fire catches very quickly when it is set with intent, and Mrs. Shaw may have been killed in her sleep by the smoke without ever waking. Might she? Pascoe's eyes opened wide. Indeed, I do hope so. Poor creature. She was a fine woman, you know, far too good for Shaw. An insensitive man without ideals of a higher sort. Not that he isn't a good medical practitioner and a gentleman, he added hastily, but without the finer perceptions. He thinks it witty and progressive to make mock of people's values. Oh, dear, one should not speak so ill of the bereaved, but truth will out. I profoundly regret that I cannot help you. May we question your resident servants, Mr. Pascoe? Pitt asked only as a formality. He had every intention of questioning them, whatever Pascoe said. Of course. But please try not to alarm them. Reasonable cooks are so extremely hard to get, especially in a bachelor household like mine. If they are any good, they want to give dinner parties and such things. And I have little occasion, just a few literary colleagues now and then. Pitt rose, and Murdo stood to attention. Thank you. But neither the cook nor the manservant had seen anything at all, and the scullery maid and housemaid were 12 and 14, respectively, and too horrified to do anything but twist their aprons in their hands and deny even being awake. And considering that their duties required them to be up at 5 in the morning, Pitt had no difficulty in believing them. Next, they visited the house to the south. On this stretch of Highgate rise, the fields opposite fell away towards a path, which Murdo said was called Bromwich Walk, and led from the parsonage of St. Anne's Church to the south, parallel with the rise, and ended in Highgate itself. "Very accessible, sir," Murdo finished gloomily. "At that time of the night, 100 people with pockets full of matches could have crept down here, and no one would have seen them." He was beginning to think this whole exercise was a waste of time, and it showed in his frank face. Pitt smiled dryly. "Don't you think they'd have bumped into each other, Constable?" Murdo failed to see the point. He had been sarcastic. Could this inspector from Bow Street really be so unintelligent? He looked more carefully at the rather homely face, with its long nose, slightly chipped front tooth, and untidy hair, then saw the light in the eyes, and the humor and strength in the mouth. He changed his mind. "In the dark," Pitt elaborated, "there might have been enough moon for Mr. Pascoe to gaze at, but a cloudy night and no house lights, curtains drawn and lamps out by midnight." "Oh." Murdo saw the purpose at last. "Whoever it was would have had to carry a lantern, and at that time of night even a match struck would show if anyone happened to be looking." "Exactly." Pitt shrugged. "Not that a light helps us much, unless anyone also saw which way it came from. Let us try Mr. Alfred Lutterworth and his household." It was a magnificent establishment, no expense spared, the last one on this stretch of the road, and twice the size of the others. Pitt followed his custom of knocking at the front door. He refused to go to the tradesmen's entrance, as police and such other inferiors and undesirables were expected to. It was opened, after a few moments, by a very smart parlour-maid in a grey stuffed dress and crisp lace-edged cap and apron. Her expression betrayed immediately that she knew Pitt should have been at the scullery door, even if he did not. "Trade at the back," she said with a slight lift of her chin. "I have called to see Mr. Lutterworth, not the butler," Pitt said tartly. "I imagine he receives his callers at the front." "He don't receive police at all." She was just as quick. "He will today." Pitt stepped in, and she was obliged to move back or stand nose to chest with him. Murdo was both horrified and struck with admiration. "I am sure he will wish to help discover who murdered Mrs. Shaw last night." Pitt removed his hat. The parlour-maid went almost as white as her apron, and Pitt was lucky she did not faint. Her waist was so tiny, her stays must have been tight enough to choke a less determined spirit. "Oh, law!" She recovered herself with an effort. "I thought it were an accident." "I am afraid not." Pitt followed up his rather clumsy beginning as best he could. He should be past allowing his pride to be stung by a maid by now. "Did you happen to look out of your window around midnight and perhaps see a moving light or hear anything unusual?" "No, I didn't." She hesitated. "But Alice, the tweenie, was up, and she told me this morning she saw a ghost outside. But she's a bit daft-like. I don't know if she dreamt it." "I'll speak to Alice," Pitt replied with a smile. "It may be important. Thank you." Very slowly she smiled back. "If you'll wait in the morning room, I'll tell Mr. Lutterworth as your ear, sir." The room they were shown to was unusually gracious, not merely that the owner had money, but he also had far better taste than perhaps he knew. Pitt had time only to glance at the watercolors on the walls. They were certainly valuable. The sale of any one of them would have fed a family for a decade. But they were also genuinely beautiful, and entirely right in their setting, wooing the eye, not assaulting it. Alfred Lutterworth was in his late 50s, with a fresh complexion, at the moment considerably flushed, and a rim of smooth white hair around a shining head. He was of good height and solidly built, with the assured stance of a self-made man. His face was strong-featured. In a gentleman it might have been considered handsome, but there was something both belligerent and uncertain in it that betrayed his sense of not belonging for all his wealth. My maid tells me you're here about Mrs. Shaw being murdered in that fire, Lutterworth said with a strong Lancashire accent. That right? Them girls reads penny dreadfuls in the cupboard under the stairs, and has imaginations like the worst kind of novelists. Yes, sir, I'm afraid it is true, Pitt replied. He introduced himself and Murdo, and explained the reason for their questions. Bad business, Lutterworth said grimly. She was a good woman. Too good for most of the likes of them around here, except in Maud Delgetty. She's another. No side to her, none at all. Civil to everyone. He shook his head. But I didn't see a thing. Waited up till I heard Flora come home. That were 20 afore midnight. Then I turned the light down and went to sleep sound, until the fire bells woke me. Could have marched an army past in the street before that, and I'd not have heard 'em. Flora is Miss Lutterworth? Pitt asked, although he already knew from the Highgate police's information. That's right, me daughter. She was out with some friends at a lecture and slide show down at St. Albans Road. That's just south of here, beyond the church. Murdo stiffened to attention. Did she walk home, sir? Pitt asked. It's only a few steps. Lutterworth's deep-set, rather good eyes regarded Pitt sharply, expecting criticism. She's a healthy lass. I would like to ask her if she saw anything. Pitt kept his voice level. Women can be very observant. You mean nosy, Lutterworth agreed ruefully. Aye. My late wife, God rest her, noticed 100 things about folk I never did. And she was right 9 times out of 10. For a moment his memory was so clear it obliterated the police in his house, or the smell of water on burnt brick and wood still acrid in the air, in spite of the closed windows. From the momentary softness in his eyes and the half-smile on his lips, they bore nothing but sweetness. Then he recalled the present. Aye, if you want to. He reached over to the mantel and pulled the knob of the bell set on the wall. It was porcelain, and painted with miniature flowers. An instant later, the parlour-maid appeared at the door. Tell Miss Flora as I want her, Polly, he ordered, to speak to the police. Yes, sir. And she departed hastily, whisking her skirts around the door as she closed it again. Uppity, that lass, Lutterworth said under his breath. Got opinions. But she's handsome enough, and that's what parlour-maids has to be, and I suppose one can't blame her. Flora Lutterworth must have been impelled as much by curiosity as her servants, because she came obediently, even though her high chin and refusal to meet her father's eyes, coupled with a fire in her cheeks equal to his, suggested they had very recently had a heated difference of opinion about something, which was still unresolved. She was a fine-looking girl, tall and slender, with wide eyes and a cloud of dark hair. She avoided traditional beauty by the angularity of her cheekbones and surprisingly crooked front teeth. It was a face of strong character, and Pitt was not in the least surprised she had quarreled with her father. He could imagine 100 subjects on which she would have fierce opinions at odds with his. Everything from which pages of the newspaper she should be permitted to read to the price of a hat, or the time she came home, and with whom. Good afternoon, Miss Lutterworth, he said courteously. No doubt you are fully aware of the tragedy last night. May I ask you, did you see anyone on your way home from the lecture? Either a stranger or someone you know? Someone I know? The thought obviously startled her. If you did, we should like to speak to them in case they saw or heard anything. It was at least partly the truth. There was no point in making her feel as if she would automatically be accusing someone. Ah, her face cleared. I saw Dr. Shaw's trap go past just as we were leaving the Howards. How do you know it was his? No one else around here has one like that. She had no trace of Lancashire in her voice. Apparently her father had paid for elocution lessons, so she should sound the lady he wished her, and even in his temper, now that her attention was engaged elsewhere, his eyes rested on her with warmth. Anyway, she continued, I could see his face quite clearly in the carriage lamps. Anyone else? Pitt asked.
You mean coming this way? Well, Mr. Lindsay came a few moments after us. I was walking with Mr. Arroway and Mrs. Barking. They went on up to the grove in Highgate itself. Mr. and Mrs. Dalgetty were just ahead of us. I don't recall anyone else. I'm sorry.
He pressed her for further descriptions of the evening and the names of everyone attending, but learned nothing that he felt would be of use. The occasion had ended a little too early for the fire setter, and in all probability he or she would have waited until such a function was well over before venturing out. They must have supposed themselves to have several hours at least. He thanked her, asked permission to speak to the tweenie and the rest of the staff, and accordingly he and Murdo were shown to the housekeeper's sitting room, where he heard the 12-year-old between-maid's story of seeing a ghost with burning yellow eyes flitting between the bushes in next-door's garden. She did not know what time it was, the middle of the night. She had heard the clock in the hall strike ever so many times, and there was no one else about at all. All the gas lamps on the landing below were dimmed right down, and she daren't call anyone, terrified as she was. She had crept back to bed and put the covers over her head, and that was all she knew. She swore it. Pitt thanked her gently. She was only a few years older than his own daughter Jemima, and told her she had been a great help. She blushed and bobbed a curtsy, losing her balance a little, then retreated in some confusion. It was the first time in her life that an adult had listened to her seriously. "Do you reckon that was our murderer, Inspector?" Murdo asked as they came out onto the footpath again. "That girl's ghost?" "A moving light in Shaw's garden?" "Probably. We'll have to follow up all the people Flora Lutterworth saw as she left the lecture. One of them may have seen somebody." "Very observant young lady. Very sensible, I thought," Murdo said, then colored pink. "I mean, she recounted it all very clearly. No melodrama." "Not at all," Pitt agreed with the shadow of a smile. "A young woman of spirit, I think. She may well have had more to say if her father were not present. I imagine they do not see eye to eye on everything." Murdo opened his mouth to reply, then found himself in confusion as to what he wanted to say, and swallowed hard without saying anything. Pitt's smile widened, and he increased his rather gangling pace up the pavement towards the house of Amos Lindsay, where the widower, Dr. Shaw, was taking refuge, being not only bereaved, but now also homeless. The house was far smaller than the Lutterworths', and as soon as they were inside, they could not help being aware it was also of highly eccentric character. The owner was apparently at one time an explorer and anthropologist. Carvings of varied nature and origin decked the walls, crowded together on shelves and tables, and even stood in huddles on the floor. From Pitt's very restricted knowledge, he took them to be either African or Central Asian. He saw nothing Egyptian, Oriental, or from the Americas, nothing that had the subtle but familiar smoothness of the classicism that was the heritage of Western European culture. There was something alien in it, a barbaric rawness at odds with the very conventional Victorian middle-class interior architecture. They were conducted in by a manservant with an accent Pitt could not place, and a skin no darker than many Englishmen's, but of an unusual smoothness, and hair that might have been drawn on his head with India ink. His manners were impeccable. Amos Lindsay himself was eminently English in appearance, short, stocky, and white-haired, and yet totally unlike Pascoe. Where Pascoe was essentially an idealist harking back to an age of medieval chivalry in Europe, Lindsay was a man of insatiable and indiscriminate curiosity, and irreverence for establishment, as his furnishings showed. But his mind was voyaging outward to the mysteries of savagery and the unknown. His skin was deep-furrowed both by the dominant nature of his features and by the severity of tropical sun. His eyes were small and shrewd, those of a realist, not a dreamer. His whole aspect acknowledged humor and the absurdities of life. Now he was very grave, and met Pitt and Murdo in his study, having no use for a morning-room. "Good evening," he said civilly. "Dr. Shaw is in the withdrawing-room. I hope you will not ask him a lot of idiotic questions that anyone else could answer." "No, sir," Pitt assured him. "Perhaps towards that end you might answer a few for us before we meet, Dr. Shaw?"
Of course. Although I cannot imagine what you think there is to learn from us. But since you are here, you must suppose, in spite of the unlikelihood of it, that it was in some way criminal. He looked acutely at Pitt. I went to bed at 9. I rise early. I neither saw nor heard anything, nor did my domestic staff. I have already asked them, because quite naturally they were alarmed and distressed by the noise of the fire. I have no idea what manner of person might do such a thing with intent, nor any sane reason why. But then the mind of man is capable of almost any contortion or delusion whatever. Do you know Dr. and Mrs. Shaw well? Lindsay was unsurprised. I know him well. He is one of the few local men I find it easy to converse with. Open-minded, not pickled in tradition like most around here. A man of considerable intelligence and wit. Not common qualities, and not always appreciated. And Mrs. Shaw? Pitt continued. Not so well. One doesn't, of course. Can't discuss with a woman in the same way as with a man. But she was a fine woman, sensible, compassionate, modest without unctuousness. No humbug about her. All the best female qualities. What did she look like? What? Lindsay was obviously surprised. Then his face creased into a comic mixture of humor and indecision. Matter of opinion, I suppose. Dark, good features, bit heavy in the... He colored, and his hands waved vaguely in the air. Pitt judged they would have described the curve of hips had not his sense of propriety stopped him. Good eyes, intelligent and mild. Sounds like a horse. I apologize. Handsome woman, that's my judgment, and she walked well. No doubt you'll talk to the Worlingham sisters, her aunts. Clemency resembles Celeste a trifle, not Angeline. Thank you. Perhaps we should meet Dr. Shaw now? Of course. And without further speech, he led them back into the hall, and then, with a brief warning knock, he opened the withdrawing-room door. Pitt ignored the remarkable curios on the walls, and his eyes went immediately to the man standing by the hearth, whose face was drained of emotion, but whose body was still tense, waiting for some action or demand upon it. He turned as he heard the door latch, but there was no interest in his eyes, only acknowledgment of duty. His skin had the pallor of shock, pinched at the sides of the lips and bruised around the eye sockets. His features were strong, and even bereavement in such fearful circumstances could not remove the wit and intelligence from him, nor the caustic individualism Pitt had heard others speak of.
End of Track 1. Track 2.
Highgate Rise, by Anne Perry. Good evening, Dr. Shaw, Pitt said formally. I am Inspector Pitt from Bow Street, and this is Constable Murdo from the local station. I regret it is necessary that we ask you some distressing questions. Of course. Shaw cut off his explanations. As Murdo had said, he was a police surgeon, and he understood. Ask what you must. But first, tell me what you know. Are you sure it was arson? Yes, sir. There's no possibility that the fire started simultaneously in 4 different places, all accessible from the outside, and with no normal household reason, such as a spark from the hearth or a candle spilled in a bedroom or on the stairs. Where did they start? Shaw was curious now and unable to remain standing on the spot. He began to move about, first to one table, then another, automatically straightening things, compulsively making them tidier. Pitt stood where he was, near the sofa. The fire chief says it was in the curtains, he replied. In every case. Shaw's face showed skepticism, quick and even now, with a vestige of humor and critical perception, which must normally be characteristic in him. How does he know that? There wasn't much... He swallowed. Left of my home. Pattern of the burning, Pitt answered gravely. What was completely consumed, what was damaged but still partially standing, and where rubble and glass falls, shows to some extent where the heat was greatest first. Shaw shook himself impatiently. Yes, of course. Stupid question. I'm sorry. He passed a strong, well-shaped hand over his brow, pushing straight, fair hair out of his way. What do you want from me? What time were you called out, sir, and by whom? He was half aware of Murdo by the door, pencil and notebook in hand. I didn't look at the clock, Shaw answered. About 11:15. Mrs. Wolcott was in childbirth. Her husband went to a neighbor's with a telephone. Where do they live? Over in Kentish Town. He had an excellent voice with clear diction, and a timbre that was unique and remarkably pleasing. I took the trap and drove. I was there all night until the child was delivered. I was on the way home about 5 o'clock when the police met me and told me what had happened, and that Clemency was dead. Pitt had seen many people in the first hours of loss. It had often been his duty to bear the news. It never failed to distress him. It's ironic, Shaw continued, not looking at anyone. She had intended to go out with Maud Dalgetty and spend the night with friends in Kensington. It was cancelled at the last moment, and Mrs. Wolcott was not due for another week. I should have been at home, and Clemency away. He did not add the obvious conclusion. It hung in the silent room. Lindsay stood somber and motionless. Murdo glanced at Pitt, and his thoughts were naked for a moment in his face. Pitt knew them already. Who was aware that Mrs. Shaw had changed her mind, sir? He asked. Shaw met his eyes. No one but Maud Dalgetty and myself, he replied. And I assume John Dalgetty. I don't know who else they told. But they didn't know about Mrs. Wolcott. No one did. Lindsay was standing beside him. He put his hand on Shaw's shoulder in a steadying gesture of friendship. You have a distinctive trap, Stephen. Whoever it was may have seen you leave and supposed the house empty. Then why burn it? Shaw said grimly. Lindsay tightened his grip. God knows. Why do pyromaniacs do anything? Hatred of those who have more than they? A sense of power? To watch the flames? I don't know. Pitt would not bother to ask whether the home was insured, or for how much. It would be easier and more accurate to inquire through the insurance companies, and less offensive. There was a knock on the door, and the manservant reappeared. Yes, Lindsay said irritably. The vicar and his wife have called to convey their condolences to Dr. Shaw, sir, and to offer comfort. Shall I ask them to wait? Lindsay turned to Pitt, not for his permission, of course, but to see if he had finished any painful questioning, and might now retreat. Pitt hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether there was anything further he could learn from Shaw now, or if in common humanity he should allow whatever religious comfort there might be, and defer his own questions. Perhaps he would actually learn more of Shaw by watching him with those who knew him and had known his wife. Inspector? Lindsay pressed him. Of course, Pitt conceded, although from the expression of defiance and something close to alarm in Shaw's face, he doubted the vicar's religious comfort was what he presently desired. Lindsay nodded, and the manservant withdrew, a moment later ushering in a mild, very earnest man in clerical garb. He looked as if he had been athletic in his youth, but now in his 40s had become a little lax. There was too much diffidence in him for good looks, but there was nothing of malice or arrogance in his regular features and rather indecisive mouth. His surface attempt at calm masked a deep nervousness, and the occasion was obviously far from being his element. He was accompanied by a woman with a plain, intelligent face, a little too heavy of eyebrow and strong of nose to be appealing to most people, but a good-natured mouth. In contrast to her husband, she projected an intense energy, and it was all directed towards Shaw. She barely saw Lindsay or Pitt, and made no accommodation to them in her manner. Murdo was invisible. The vicar was plainly confused to see the police still there. He had prepared what he was going to say, and now it did not fit the circumstances, and he had nothing else in reserve. Reverend Hector Clitheridge. He introduced himself awkwardly. My wife, Eulalia. He indicated the woman beside him, waving his hand, thick-wristed and with white cuffs a size too large. Then he turned to Shaw, and his expression altered. He was apparently laboring under some difficulty. He wavered between natural distaste and alarm and hard-won resolution. "My dear Shaw, how can I say how sorry I am for this tragedy?" He took half a step forward. "Quite appalling. In the midst of life we are in death. How fragile is human existence in this vale of tears. Suddenly we are struck down. How may we comfort you?" "Not with platitudes, damn it," Shaw said tartly. "Yes, well, I'm sure." Clitheridge floundered, his face pink. "People only say some things so often because they are true, Dr. Shaw," Mrs. Clitheridge said with an eager smile, her eyes on Shaw's face. "How else can we express our feelings for you and our desire to offer consolation?" "Yes, quite, Clitheridge added unnecessarily. "I will take care of any arrangements you care to. Of course it is soon, He tailed off, looking at the floor. "Thank you." Shaw cut across. "I'll let you know." Of course. Clitheridge was patently relieved. "In the meantime, dear doctor—" Mrs. Clitheridge took a step forward, her eyes bright, her back very straight under her dark bombazine, as if she were approaching something exciting and a little dangerous. "In the meantime, we offer you our condolences, and please feel you may call upon us for anything at all, any task that you would prefer not to perform yourself. My time is yours." Shaw looked across at her, and the ghost of a smile touched his face. "Thank you, Eulalia. I am sure you mean it kindly." The blush deepened in her face, but she said no more. The use of her Christian name was a familiarity, particularly in front of such social inferiors as the police. Pitt thought from the lift of Shaw's brows that even now he had done it deliberately, an automatic instinct to sweep away pretense. For a moment, Pitt saw them all in a different light. 6 people in a room, all concerned with the violent death of a woman very close to them, trying to find comfort for themselves and each other. And they observed all the social niceties, masked all the simplicity of real emotion with talk of letters and rituals. And the old habits and reactions were there, too. Clitheridge's reliance on quoting predictable scriptures, Eulalia's stepping in for him. Something in her was wakened to a sharper life by Shaw's personality, and it both pleased and disturbed her. Duty won. Perhaps duty always won. From Shaw's tight body and restless movements, none of it reached more than a surface intellectual humor in him. The ache underneath he would bear utterly alone, unless Lindsay had some frank expression that could bridge the gulf. Pitt stepped back out of the center of the floor and stood next to the patterned curtains, watching. He glanced at Murdo to make sure he did the same. "Are you going to remain here with Mr. Lindsay?" Eulalia inquired solicitously of Shaw. "I assure you, you would be most welcome at the parsonage if you wish, and you could remain as long as suited you, until, of course you will purchase another house." "Not yet, my dear, not yet," Clitheridge said in a loud whisper. "First we must, organize, deal with the, spiritual—" "Nonsense," she hissed back at him. "The poor man has to sleep somewhere. One cannot deal with emotions until one has accommodated the creature. It is the other way round, Lally." He was getting cross. "Please allow me—" "Thank you," Shaw interrupted, swinging around from the small table where he had been fingering an ornament. "I shall remain with Amos. But I am sensible of your kindness, and you are perfectly correct, Eulalia, as always. One can grieve far more adequately in some physical comfort. There is no advantage whatsoever in having to worry about where to sleep or what to eat." Clitheridge bridled, but offered no demur. The opposition was far too much for him. He was saved from further argument by the manservant's reappearance to announce yet more callers. "Mr. and Mrs. Hatch, sir." There was no question as to whether they should be received. Pitt was curious. "Of course," Lindsay nodded. The couple who were admitted a moment later were soberly, even starkly dressed. She in total black, he in a winged collar, black tie, and high-buttoned suit, of indeterminate dark shade. His face was composed in extreme gravity, tight-lipped, pale, and his eyes brilliant with contained emotion. It was a countenance that caught Pitt's attention with its intensity, as passionate as Shaw's, and yet by every innate inclination different, guarded and inward of thought, where Shaw was rash and quickly expressive, abstemious and melancholy, where Shaw was full of vitality and a wild humor, and yet the possibilities of depth were the same, the power of emotion. But it was Mrs. Hatch who came forward first, ignoring everyone else and going straight to Shaw, which seemed to be what he expected. He put both arms around her and held her. "My dear Prudence." "Oh, Stephen, this is quite dreadful." She accepted his embrace without hesitation. "How can it have happened? I was sure Clemency was in London with the Bossonys. At least, thank God, you were not there." Shaw said nothing. For once he had no answer. There was an uncomfortable silence, as if others who felt the emotions less deeply were embarrassed by their exclusion and would rather not have witnessed them. "Mrs. Shaw's sister," Murdo whispered, leaning closer to Pitt. "Both ladies are daughters of the late Theophilus Worlingham." Pitt had never heard of Theophilus Worlingham, but apparently he was a person of some repute from the awe in Murdo's voice. Josiah Hatch cleared his throat to draw the episode to a conclusion. Proprieties must be observed, and he had become aware of the shadowy figures of Pitt and Murdo in the unlit corner of the room, not part of the event, and yet intrusively present. "We must comfort ourselves with faith," he continued. He looked sideways at Clitheridge. "I am sure the vicar has already spoken words of strength to you." It sounded almost like a charge, as if he were not sure at all. "This is a time when we call upon our inner resources and remember that God is with us, even in the valley of the shadow, and His will shall be done." It was a statement at once banal and unarguable, and yet he was painfully sincere. As if catching some honesty in the man, Shaw pushed Prudence away gently and answered him. "Thank you, Josiah. It is a relief to me to know you will be there to sustain Prudence." "Of course," Hatch agreed. "It is a man's godly duty to support women through their times of grief and affliction. They are naturally weaker and more sensitive to such things. It is their gentleness and the purity of their minds which make them so perfectly suited to motherhood and the nurturing of tender youth. So we must thank God for it. I remember dear Bishop Worlingham saying so much to that effect when I was a young man." He did not look at any of them, but to some distance of his own memory. "I shall never cease to be grateful for the time in my youth I spent with him." A spasm of pain crossed his face. "My own father's refusal to allow me to enter the church was almost offset by that great man's tutelage of me in the ways of the Spirit and the path of true Christianity." He looked at his wife. "Your grandfather, my dear, was as close to a saint as we are like to see in this poor world. He is very sadly missed. Sadly indeed. He would have known precisely how to deal with a loss like this, what to say to each of us, to explain divine wisdom, so we should all be at peace with it." "Indeed, indeed," Clitheridge said inadequately. Hatch looked at Lindsay. "Before your time, sir, which is your misfortune, Bishop Augustus Worlingham was quite remarkable, a great Christian gentleman and benefactor to uncounted men and women, both materially and spiritually. His influence was incalculable." He leaned forward a fraction, his face creased with earnestness. "No one can say how many are now following a righteous path because of his life here on this earth. I know of dozens myself." He stared at Lindsay. "The Mrs. Wickham, all three of them, went to nurse the sick entirely on his inspiration, and Mr. Bartford took the cloth and set up a mission in Africa. No one can measure the domestic happiness resulting from his counsel on the proper place and duties of women in the home. A far wider area than merely Highgate has been blessed by his life." Lindsay looked nonplussed, but did not interrupt. Perhaps he could think of nothing adequate to say. Shaw clenched his teeth and looked at the ceiling. Mrs. Hatch bit her lip and glanced nervously at Shaw. Hatch plunged on, a new eagerness in his voice, his eyes bright. "No doubt you have heard of the window we are dedicating to him in St. Anne's Church. It is planned already, and we need only a little more money. It is a representation of the bishop himself, as the prophet Jeremiah, teaching the people from the Old Testament, with angels at his shoulders." Shaw's jaw clenched, and he refrained from saying anything with apparent difficulty. Yes, I heard," Lindsay said hastily. He was patently embarrassed. He glanced at Shaw, now moving as if he could barely contain the pent-up energy inside him. "I am sure it will be a beautiful window and much admired." "That is hardly the point," Hatch said sharply, his mouth puckering with anger. "Beauty is not at issue, my dear sir. It is the upliftment of souls. It is the saving of lives from sin and ignorance. It is to remind the faithful what journey it is we make, and to what end." He shook his head a little, as if to rid himself of the immediacy of the very solid materiality around him. "Bishop Worlingham was a righteous man, with a great understanding of the order of things, our place in God's purpose. We permit his influence to be lost at our peril. This window will be a monument to him, towards which people will raise their eyes every Sunday, and through which God's holy light will pour in upon them." "For heaven's sake, man, the light would come through whatever window you put in the wall," Shaw snapped at last. "In fact, you'd get most of it if you stood outside in the graveyard in the fresh air." "I was speaking figuratively," Hatch replied, with suppressed fury in his eyes. "Must you see everything in such earth-bound terms? At least in this terrible time of bereavement, lift your soul to eternal things." He blinked fiercely, his lips white and his voice trembling. "God knows, this is dreadful enough." The momentary quarrel vanished, and grief replaced anger. Shaw stood motionless, the first time he had been totally still since Pitt had arrived. "Yes, He could not bring himself to apologize. "Yes, of course. The police are here. It was arson." "What?" Hatch was aghast. The blood fled from his face, and he swayed a little on his feet. Lindsay moved towards him in case he should fall. Prudence swung back and held out her arms. Then the meaning of what Shaw had said struck her, and she also stood appalled. "Arson? You mean someone set fire to the house intentionally?" "That is right." "So it was—" She swallowed, composing herself with difficulty. "Murder?" "Yes." Shaw put his hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry, my dear, but that is what the police are here for." For the first time, both she and Hatch turned their attention to Pitt, with a mixture of alarm and distaste. Hatch squared his shoulders and addressed Pitt with difficulty, ignoring Murdo. "Sir, there is nothing whatsoever that we can tell you. If, indeed, it was deliberate, then look to some vagabond. In the meantime, leave us to bear our grief in private, in the name of humanity." It was late, and Pitt was tired, hungry, and weary of pain, the stench of stale smoke and the itch of ash inside his clothes. He had no more questions to ask. He had seen the forensic evidence and learned what little there was to be concluded from it. It was no vagabond responsible. It was carefully laid with intent to destroy, probably to kill. But by whom? Either way, the answer would lie in the hearts of the people who knew Stephen and Clemency Shaw, perhaps someone he had already seen or heard mentioned. "Yes, sir," he agreed with a sense of relief. "Thank you for your attention." He said this last to Shaw and Lindsay. "When I learn anything, I shall inform you." "What?" Shaw screwed up his face. "Oh, yes, of course. Good night, Inspector." Pitt and Murdo withdrew, and a few minutes later were walking up the quiet street by the light of Murdo's lantern, back towards Highgate police station, and for Pitt a long, handsome ride home. "Do you reckon it was Mrs. Shaw or the doctor they were after?" Murdo asked, after they had gone a couple of 100 yards, and the night wind was blowing with a touch of frost in their faces. "Either," Pitt replied. "But if it was Mrs. Shaw, then it seems so far only Mr. and Mrs. Dalgetty and the good doctor himself knew she was at home." A lot of people might want to kill a doctor, I suppose, Murdo said thoughtfully. I imagine doctors get to know a lot of folks' secrets, one way or another. Indeed, Pitt agreed, shivering and quickening his pace a little. And if that is so, the doctor may know who it is, and they may try again. Chapter 2. Charlotte had done half the linen, and her arm was tired with the weight of the flat iron. She had stitched 3 pillowcases and mended Jemima's best dress. Now she had stuffed it in her needlework basket and pushed it all away where it could not be seen, at least not at a casual glance, which was the most Pitt would give the corner of the room when he came in. It was already nearly 9 o'clock, and she had long been straining at every creak and bump, waiting for him. Now she tried to take her mind from it, and sat on the floor in a most undignified position, reading Jane Eyre. When Pitt did come at last, she was quite unaware of it until he had taken off his overcoat and hung it up, and was standing in the doorway. "Oh, Thomas!" She put the book aside and scrambled to her feet, disentangling her skirt with considerable difficulty. "Thomas, where on earth have you been? You smell terrible." "The fire," he replied, kissing her, touching only her face with his lips, not holding her where the smut and grime would soil her dress. She heard the weariness in his voice, and something more, an experience of tragedy. "A fire?" she asked, holding his gaze. "Did someone die in it?" "A woman." She looked up at his face. "Murder?" "Yes." She hesitated, seeing the crumpled, grimy clothes still wet in places from the afternoon's rain, and then the expression in his eyes. "Do you want to eat, wash, or tell me about it?" He smiled. There was something faintly ludicrous in her candor, especially after the careful manners of the Clitheridges and the Hatches. "A cup of tea, my boots off, and then later hot water," he replied honestly. She accepted that as declining to talk, and hurried through to the kitchen, her stockinged feet making no sound on the linoleum of the passage or the scrubbed boards of the kitchen floor. The range was hot, as always, and she put the kettle back on the hob and cut a slice of bread, buttered it, and spread it with jam. She knew he would want it when he saw it. He followed her through and unintentionally stood in her way. "Where was it?" she asked. "Highgate," he said, as she walked around him to get the mugs. "Highgate? That's not your area?" "No, but they are sure this was arson, and the local station sent for us straight away." Charlotte had deduced that much from the smell of smoke and the smudges on his clothes, but she forbore from mentioning it. "It was the home of a doctor," he went on. "He was out on a call, a woman in childbirth, unexpectedly early, but his wife was at home. She had cancelled a trip to the city at the last moment. It was she who was burned." The kettle was boiling, and Charlotte heated the pot, then made the tea and set it to brew. He sat down gratefully, and she sat opposite him. "Was she young?" she said quietly. "About 40. "What was her name?" "Clemency Shaw." "Could it not have been an accident? There are lots of accidental fires. A candle dropped, a spark from an unguarded hearth, someone smoking a cigar and not putting it out properly." She poured the tea and pushed one of the mugs towards him. "On the curtains of 4 separate rooms downstairs at midnight?" He took his tea and sipped it and burned his tongue. He bit into the bread and jam quickly. "Oh." She thought of waking in the night to the roar and the heat, and knowing what it was, and that you were trapped. How much more dreadful to think someone else had lit it deliberately, knowing you were there, meaning to burn you to death. The thought was so fearful that for a moment she felt a little sick. Pitt was too tired to notice. "We don't know yet if they meant to kill Mrs. Shaw or her husband." He tried the tea again. She realized he must have felt all that she was now imagining. His mind would have conjured the same pictures, only more vividly. He had seen the charred rubble, the heat still radiating from it, the smoke still filling the air and stinging the eyes and throat. "You can't do any more tonight, Thomas. She isn't in any pain now, and you cannot touch the grief," she said gently. There is always somebody hurting somewhere, and we cannot take their pain." She rose to her feet again. "It doesn't help." She brushed his hand with hers as she passed. "I'll get a bowl of hot water and you can wash. Then come to bed. It will be morning soon enough." Pitt left as soon as he had eaten breakfast, and Charlotte began the routine of domestic chores. The children, Jemima and Daniel, were seen off to their respective lessons at the same school along the road, and Gracie the maid began the dusting and sweeping. The heavy work, scrubbing floors, beating the carpets, and carrying the coal and coke for the cooker, was done by Mrs. Hoare, who came in 3 days a week. Charlotte resumed the ironing, and when she had finished that, began on pastry baking, the daily making of bread, and was about to begin washing and preparing jars for jam when there was a clatter at the door. Gracie dropped her broom and ran to answer it, and returned a moment later breathless, her thin little face alight with excitement. "Oh, ma'am, it's Lady Ashworth back. I mean, Mrs. Radley. Back from her honeymoon, and looking so grand and happy." Indeed, Emily was only a few steps behind, laden with beautiful parcels, wrapped in paper and ribbons, and swirling huge skirts of noisy taffeta in a glorious shade of pale water green. Her fair hair showed in the fine curls Charlotte had envied since childhood, and her skin was rosy fair from sun and pleasure. She dropped everything on the kitchen table, ignoring the jars, and threw her arms around Charlotte, hugging her so fiercely she almost lost her balance. "Oh, I have missed you," she said exuberantly. "It's wonderful to be home again. I've got so much to tell you, I couldn't have borne it if you had been out. I haven't had any letters from you for ages. Of course, I haven't had any letters at all since we left Rome. It is so boring at sea, unless there is a scandal or something among the passengers. And there wasn't. Charlotte, how can anyone spend all their lives playing bezique and baccarat, and swapping silly stories with each other, and seeing who has the newest bustle or the most elegant hair? I was nearly driven mad by it." She disengaged herself and sat down on one of the kitchen chairs. Gracie was standing rooted to the spot, her eyes huge, her imagination whirling as she pictured ships full of card-playing aristocrats with marvelous clothes. Her broom was still propped against the wall in the passageway, and her duster stuffed in the waist of her apron. "Here." Emily picked up the smallest of the packages and offered it to her. "Gracie, I brought you a shawl from Naples." Gracie was overcome. She stared at Emily as if she had materialized by magic in front of her. She was too overwhelmed even to speak. Her small hands locked onto the package so tightly it was fortunate it was fabric, or it might have broken. "Open it," Emily commanded. At last Gracie found words. "For me, my lady? It's for me?" "Of course it's for you," Emily told her. "When you go to church or out walking, you must put it round your shoulders, and when someone admires you, tell them it came from the Bay of Naples and was a gift from a friend." "Oh!" Gracie undid the paper with fumbling fingers, then, as the ripple of blue, gold, and magenta silk fell out, let her breath go in a sigh of ecstasy. Suddenly she recalled her duty and shot off back to the hallway and her broom, clutching her treasure. Charlotte smiled with a lift of happiness that would probably not be exceeded by any other gift Emily might bring, even for Jemima or Daniel. "That was very thoughtful," she said quietly. "Nonsense." Emily dismissed it, a trifle embarrassed herself. She had inherited a respectable fortune from her first husband. The shawl had cost a trifle. It was so small a thing to give so much pleasure. She spread out the other parcels and found the one with Charlotte's name on it. "Here, please open it. The rest are for Thomas and the children. Then tell me everything. What have you done since your last letter? Have you had any adventures? Have you met anyone interesting or scandalous? Are you working on a case?" Charlotte smiled sweetly and benignly, and, ignoring the questions, opened the parcel, laying aside the wrapping paper neatly, both to tantalize Emily and because it was far too pretty to tear. She would keep it and use it at Christmas. Inside were 3 trailing bouquets of handmade silk flowers that were so lush and magnificent she gasped with amazement when she saw them. They would make the most ordinary hat look fit for a duchess, or in the folds of a skirt make a simple taffeta dress into a ball gown. One was in pastel pinks, one blazing reds, and the third all the shades between flamingo and flame. "Oh, Emily, you're a genius." Her mind raced through all the things she could do with them, apart from the sheer pleasure of turning them over and over in her hand and dreaming, which was a joy in itself if she never got any further. "Oh, thank you. They are exquisite." Emily was glowing with satisfaction. "I shall bring the paintings of Florence next time. But now I brought Thomas a dozen silk handkerchiefs with his initials on. He'll adore them," Charlotte said with absolute certainty. "Now tell me about your trip. Everything you can that isn't terribly private." She did not mean to ask Emily if she were happy, nor would she have. Marrying Jack Radley had been a wild and very personal decision. He had no money and no prospects. After George Ashworth, who had had both and a title as well, it was a radical social change, and she had certainly loved George and felt his death profoundly. Yet Jack, whose reputation was dubious, had proved that his charm was not nearly as shallow as it appeared at first. He was a loyal friend with courage as well as humor and imagination, and was prepared to take risks in a cause he believed right. "Put on the kettle," Emily ordered. "And have you got pastry baking?" She sniffed. "It smells delicious." Charlotte obeyed and then settled to listen. Emily had written regularly, except for the last few weeks, which had been spent at sea on the long, late summer voyage home from Naples to London. They had sailed slowly by intent, calling at many ports, but she had not mailed letters, believing they would not reach Charlotte before she did herself. Now the words poured out in descriptions of Sardinia, the Balearic Islands, North Africa, Gibraltar, Portugal, northern Spain, and the Atlantic coast of France. To Charlotte they were magical places, immeasurably distant from Bloomsbury and the busy streets of London, housework and domestic duties, children, and Pitt's recounting of his day. She would never see them, and half of her regretted it, and would love to have watched the brilliant light on colored walls, smelled the spice and fruit and dust in the air, felt the heat and heard the different rhythm of foreign tongues. They would have filled her imagination and enriched her memory for years. But she could have the best of them through Emily's recounting, and do it without the seasickness, the weariness of long, cramped coach rides, highly irregular sanitation, and a wide variety of insects, which Emily described in repulsive detail. Through it all there emerged a sharper, kinder, and less romantic picture of Jack, and Charlotte found many of her anxieties slipping away. "Now that you're home, are you going to stay in the city?" she asked, looking at Emily's face, flushed with color from sun and wind, but tired around the eyes. "Or are you going to the country?" She had inherited a large house and its own parklands in trust for her son from her marriage to Lord Ashworth. "Oh, no," Emily said quickly. "At least—" She made a small, rueful face. "I don't know. It's very different now. We're not on a planned journey with something new to see or to do each day, and somewhere we have to be by nightfall. This is the beginning of real life." She looked down at her hands, small and strong and unlined on the table. "I'm a little frightened in case suddenly we're not sure what to say to each other, or even what to do to fill the day. It's going to be so different. There isn't any crisis anymore." She sniffed rather elegantly and smiled directly at Charlotte. "Before we were married, there was always some terrible event pressing us to act. First, George's death, and then the murders in Hanover Close." She raised her fair eyebrows hopefully, and her blue eyes were wide, but they knew each other far too well for even Emily to feign innocence. "I don't suppose Thomas has a case we could help with?" Charlotte burst into laughter, even though she knew Emily was serious, and that all the past cases in which they had played a part were fraught with tragedy, and some danger, as well as any sense of adventure there may have been. "No. There was a very terrible case while you were away." "You didn't tell me." Emily's expression was full of accusation and incredulity. "What? What sort of case? Why didn't you write to me about it?" "Because you would have been too worried to enjoy your honeymoon. and I wanted you to have a perfect time seeing all the glories of Paris and Italy, not thinking about people having their throats cut in a London fog." Charlotte answered honestly. "But I will certainly tell you now, if you wish." "Of course I wish. But first get me some more tea." "We could have luncheon," Charlotte suggested. "I have cold meat and fresh pickle. Will that do?" "Very well. But talk while you're getting it," Emily instructed. She did not offer to help. They had both been raised to expect marriage to gentlemen of their own social status, who would provide them with homes and suitable domestic servants for all house and kitchen labor. Charlotte had married dreadfully beneath herself, to a policeman, and learned to do her own work. Emily had married equally far above herself, to an aristocrat with a fortune, and she had not even been in a kitchen in years, except Charlotte's. And although she knew how to approve or disapprove a menu for anyone from a country squire to the Queen herself, she had no idea, and no wish for one, as to how it should be made. "Have you been to see Great-Aunt Vespasia yet?" Charlotte asked as she carved the meat. Great-Aunt Vespasia was actually George's aunt, and no immediate relative to either of them, but they had both learned to love and admire her more deeply than any of their own family. She had been one of the great beauties of her generation. Now she was close to 80, and with wealth and social position assured, she had both the power and the indifference to opinion to conduct herself as she pleased, to espouse every cause her conscience dictated or her sympathies called for. She dressed in the height of fashion, and could charm the Prime Minister or the dustman, or freeze them both at 20 paces with a look of ice. "No," Emily replied. "I thought of going this afternoon. Does Aunt Vespasia know about this case?" Charlotte smiled smugly. "Oh, yes. She was involved. In fact, she lent me her carriage and footman for the final confrontation." She let it hang in the air deliberately. Emily glared at her. Blithely, Charlotte refilled the kettle and turned to the cupboard to find the pickle. She even thought of humming a little tune, but decided against it on the ground that she could not sing very well, and Emily could. Emily began to drum her fingers on the scrubbed-clean wooden tabletop. "A member of Parliament was found lashed to a lamp-post on Westminster Bridge." Charlotte began to recount the whole story, at first with relish, then with awe, and finally with horror and pity. When she had finished, the meal was done, and it was early afternoon. Emily said very little, reaching her hands across the table to clasp Charlotte's arm with her fingers. "You could have been killed," she said angrily, but there were tears in her eyes. "You must never do such a mad thing again. I suppose whatever I think of to say to you, Thomas will already have said it. I trust he scolded you to within an inch of your life." "It was not necessary," Charlotte said honestly. "I was quite aware of it all myself. Are you ready to go and see Aunt Vespasia?" "Certainly. But you are not. You must change out of that very plain stuff dress and put on something more appealing." "To do the ironing?" "Nonsense. You are coming with me. It will do you good. It is a lovely day, and the drive will be excellent." Charlotte gave duty a brief thought, then submitted to temptation. "Yes, if you wish. It will only take me a few moments to change. Gracie!" And she hurried out to find the maid and request her to prepare the children's tea for their return and peel the vegetables for the main evening meal. Lady Vespasia Cumming-Gould lived in a spacious, fashionable house, and her door was opened by a maid in a crisp uniform with lace-trimmed cap and apron. She recognized Charlotte and Emily immediately, and showed them in without the usual formalities of prevarication. There was no question as to whether they would be received. Her ladyship was not only very fond of them both, she was also acutely bored with the chatter of society and the endless minutiae of etiquette.
End of Track 2. Track 3.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry. Vespasia was sitting in her private withdrawing-room, very sparsely furnished by current standards of taste. No heavy oak tables, no overstuffed sofas, and no fringes on the curtains. Instead, it was reminiscent of a far earlier age, when Vespasia herself was born, the high empire of Napoleon Bonaparte, before the Battle of Waterloo. the clean lines of the Georgian era, and the austerity of a long, desperate war for survival. One of her uncles had died in Nelson's navy at Trafalgar. Now even the Iron Duke was dead, and Wellington a name in history books. And those who fought in the Crimea 40 years later were old men now. Vespasia was sitting upright on a hard-backed Chippendale chair, her dove-gray gown high at the neck, touched with French lace, and 4 ropes of pearls hanging almost to her waist. She did not bother with the pretense of indifference. Her smile was full of delight. "Emily, my dear, how very well you look. I'm so pleased you have come. You shall tell me everything you enjoyed. The tedious parts you may omit. No doubt they were just the same when I was there, and it is quite unnecessary that any of us should endure them again. Charlotte, you will live through it all a second time, and ask all the pertinent questions. Come, sit down." They both went to her, kissed her in turn, then took the places she indicated. "Agatha," she commanded the maid, "you will bring tea. Cucumber sandwiches, if you please, and then have cook make some fresh scones with, I think, raspberry jam, and, of course, cream." "Yes, milady." Agatha nodded obediently. "In an hour and a half," Vespasia added, "we have much to hear." Whether they would stay so long was not open to argument, nor if any other chance caller should be admitted. Lady Vespasia was not at home to anyone else. "You may begin," Vespasia said, her eyes bright with a mixture of anticipation and laughter. Nearly 2 hours later, the tea-table was empty, and Emily finally could think of nothing else whatever to add. "And now what are you going to do?" Vespasia inquired with interest. Emily looked down at the carpet. "I don't know. I suppose I could become involved in good works of some sort. I could be patron of the local committee for the care of fallen women." "I doubt it," Charlotte said dryly. "You are not Lady Ashworth any more. You'd have to be an ordinary member." Emily made a face at her. "I have no intention of becoming either. I don't mind the fallen women. It's the committee members I cannot abide. I want a proper cause, something to do better than pontificate on the state of others. You never did answer me properly when I asked you what Thomas was doing at the moment." "Indeed?" Vespasia looked at Charlotte hopefully also. "What is he doing? I trust he is not in Whitechapel. The newspapers are being very critical of the police at the moment. Last year they were loud in their praises, and all blame went to the mobs in Trafalgar Square and the riots. Now the boot is on the other foot, and they are calling for Sir Charles Warren's resignation." Emily shivered. "I imagine they are frightened. I think I should be if I lived in that sort of area. They criticize everyone, even the Queen. People are saying she does not appear enough, and the Prince of Wales is far too light-minded and spends too much money. And, of course, the Duke of Clarence behaves like an ass. But if his father lives as long as the Queen, poor Clarence will be in a bath chair before he sees the throne." "That is not a satisfactory excuse." Vespasia's lips moved in the tiniest smile. Then she turned to Charlotte again. "You have not told us if Thomas is working on this Whitechapel affair." "No, he is in Highgate, but I know very little about the case," Charlotte confessed. "In fact, it has only just begun. The very best place for us to become acquainted with it," Emily said, her enthusiasm returning. "What is it?" Charlotte looked at their expectant faces and wished she had more to tell. "It was a fire," she said bleakly. "A house was burned, and a woman died in it. Her husband was out on a medical call. He is a doctor. And the servants' wing was the last to be damaged, and they were all rescued." "Is that all?" Emily was obviously disappointed. "I told you it was only the very beginning," Charlotte apologized. "Thomas came home reeking of smoke and with fine ash in his clothes. He looked drained of all energy and terribly sad. She was supposed to have gone out, but it was cancelled at the last moment." "So it should have been the husband who was at home," Vespasia concluded. "I assume it was arson, or Thomas would not have been called. Was the intended victim the husband, or was it he who set the fire?" "It would seem that he was the intended victim," Charlotte agreed.
With the best will in the world, I cannot see any way in which we could." She smiled with a touch of self-mockery. "Meddle? Who was she?" Emily asked quietly. "Do you know anything about her?" "No, nothing at all, except that people spoke well of her. But then they usually do of the dead. It is expected, even required." "That sounds totally vacuous," Vespasia said wearily, "and tells neither Thomas nor us anything about her at all, only that her friends are conventional. What was her name?" "Clemency Shaw." "Clemency Shaw?" Vespasia's voice quickened with recognition. "That name is familiar, I believe. If it is the same person, then she was, indeed a good woman. Her death is a tragedy, and unless someone else takes over her work, a great many people will suffer." "Thomas said nothing of any work." Charlotte was acutely interested herself now. "Perhaps he doesn't know. What work was it?" Emily sat forward in her chair, waiting eagerly. "It may not be the same person," Vespasia warned. "But if it is, then she has begun a fight to get certain laws changed regarding the ownership of slum housing," Vespasia answered gravely, her face expressing what she knew from her own experience of the near impossibility of overcoming such vested interests. "Many of the worst, where there is appalling overcrowding and no sanitation at all, are owned by people of wealth and social standing. If it were more readily known, some minimal standards might be enforced." "And who is in its way?" Emily was practical, as always. "I cannot give you a detailed answer," Vespasia replied. "But if you are determined to pursue it, then we should go and visit Somerset Carlile, who will be able to tell us." Even as she spoke, she was already rising to her feet and preparing to leave. Charlotte caught Emily's eye with a flash of amusement, and they also rose. "What an excellent idea," Charlotte agreed. Emily hesitated only a moment. "Is it not an unsuitable time to call upon anyone, Aunt Vespasia?" "Most unsuitable," Vespasia agreed. "That is why it will do very well. We shall be highly unlikely to find anyone else there." And without continuing the discussion, she rang the bell for her maid to call Emily's carriage, so they might travel together. Charlotte had a moment's hesitation. She was not dressed well enough to call upon a member of Parliament. Usually, for anything approaching such formality in the past, she had borrowed a gown from Emily, or Aunt Vespasia herself, suitably made over to fit her, even if by strategic pins here and there. But she had known Somerset Carlile for several years, and always in connection with some passionate cause, when there was little thought of social niceties, only the matter in hand. Anyway, neither Emily nor Vespasia were taking the slightest notice of protests, and if she did not catch them up, she would be left behind, and she would have gone in her kitchen pinafore rather than that. Somerset Carlile was at home in his study, working on papers of some political importance, and for anyone less than Vespasia, his footman would politely have refused them entrance. However, he had an appreciation for the dramatic, and a knowledge of his master's past crusades in one cause or another, and he was quite aware that Lady Vespasia Cumming-Gould had frequently been involved in them one way or another. Indeed, she was an effective ally for whom he had great regard. Accordingly, he conducted all three ladies to the study door and knocked before opening it and announcing their presence. Somerset Carlile was not young, nor yet middle-aged. Quite possibly he never would be, but would pass directly from where he was now into a wiry and unmellowed old age. He was full of nervous energy. His winged eyebrows and thin, mercurial face never seemed completely in repose. His study reflected his nature. It was full of books on all manner of subjects, both for his work and for his wide personal interests. The few spaces on the walls were crammed with paintings and curios, beautiful and probably of financial value. The deep Georgian windows shed excellent light, and for winter or evening work there were several gas brackets both on the walls and pendant from the ceiling. A long-legged marmalade cat was stretched out in ecstatic sleep in the best chair in front of the fire. The desk itself was piled with papers,
in no imaginable sort of order. Somerset Carlile put his pen into the stand and rose to greet them with obvious delight, coming around the desk, knocking off a pile of letters, and ignoring them completely as they cascaded to the floor. The cat did not stir. He took the immaculately gloved hand that Vespasia offered him. "Lady Cumming-Gould, how very nice to see you." He met her eyes with a spark of humor. "No doubt you have some urgent injustice to fight, or you would not have come without warning. Lady Ashworth and Mrs. Pitt. Now I know something is afoot. Please sit down. He looked around for some place of comfort to offer them, and failed. Gently he removed the cat and placed it on the seat of his own chair behind the desk. It stretched luxuriously and resettled itself. Vespasia took the chair, and Charlotte and Emily sat on the upright chairs opposite. Carlile remained standing. No one bothered to correct him that Emily was now plain Mrs. Jack Radley. There was time enough for that later. Vespasia came to the point quickly. "A woman has died in a fire which was not accidental. We know little other than that, except that her name was Clemency Shaw." She stopped, seeing the look of distress that had touched his face the moment she said the name. "You knew her?" "Yes, mostly by repute," he answered, his voice low, his eyes searching their faces, seeing the surprise and the heightened tension as he spoke. "I only met her twice. She was a quiet woman, still uncertain of how best to achieve her aims and unused to battling the intricacies of civil law. But there was an intense dedication in her, and an honesty I admired very much. I believe she cared for the reform she desired more than her own dignity, or the opinions of her friends or acquaintances. I am truly grieved that she is dead. Have you no idea how it happened?" The last question he addressed to Charlotte. He had known Pitt for many years, in fact, since he himself had been involved in a bizarre murder. "It was arson," she replied. "She was at home because a trip into town had been unexpectedly cancelled, and her husband was out on a medical emergency. Otherwise he would have died, and not she. So her death was accidental." He made it almost a question, but not quite. "Someone might have been watching and known." Charlotte would not leave it so quickly. "What was she fighting for? What reforms? Who would want her to fail?" Carlile smiled bitterly. "Almost anyone who has invested in slum property and raked in exorbitant rents for letting it to whole families a room at a time, sometimes even 2 or 3 families." He winced. "Or for sweatshops, gin mills, brothels, even opium dens. Very profitable indeed. You'd be surprised by some of the people who make money that way." "How did Mrs. Shaw threaten them?" Vespasia asked. "Precisely what did she wish to do about it? Or should I say, what did she have the slightest realistic prospect of doing?" "She wanted to change the law so that owners could be easily traced, instead of hiding behind companies and lawyers so they are virtually anonymous." "Wouldn't it be better to make some law as to occupancy and sanitation?" Emily asked reasonably. Carlile laughed. "If you limit occupancy, all you would do is put even more people out into the street. And how would you police it?" "Oh, and you'd never get a law passed on sanitation." His voice hardened. "People in power tend to believe that the poor have the sanitation they deserve, and if you gave them better, within a month they would have it back to its present state. It is easier for them to take their own luxury with a quiet conscience. Even so, to do anything about it would cost millions of pounds." "But each individual owner," Emily argued, "they would have millions, at least over time." "Such a law would never be passed through Parliament." He smiled as he said it, but there was anger in his eyes, and his hands by his sides were tight. "You forget who votes for them." Again Emily said nothing. There were only 2 political parties with any chance of forming a government, and neither of them would espouse such a law easily, and no women had the franchise. The poor were ill-organized and largely illiterate. The implication was too obvious. Carlile gave a little grunt that was almost a laugh. That is why Mrs. Shaw was attempting to make it possible to discover without difficulty who owned such places. If it were public, social pressure would do a great deal that the law cannot. But don't social pressures come from the same people who vote? Charlotte asked, then knew the moment she had said it that it was not so. Women did not vote, and subtle though it was, a very great deal of society was governed one way or another by women. Men might do all manner of things if they were sufficiently discreet, indulge tastes they would not acknowledge, even to their fellows. But publicly, and in the domestic tranquility of their homes, they would deplore such affronts to the fabric of a civilized people. Carlile saw the realization in her face and did not bother to explain. "How perceptive of Mrs. Shaw," Vespasia said quietly. "I imagine she made certain enemies." "There was some apprehension," he agreed. "But I don't believe she has yet succeeded well enough to cause actual anxiety." "Might she have, had she lived?" Charlotte asked with intense seriousness. She found herself regretting Clemency Shaw's death. It was not a time for empty compliments. He had known enough of political life and the power of financial interests, and had been close enough to several murders not to dismiss the possibility that Clemency Shaw had been burned to death to keep her from continuing in a crusade, however unlikely it seemed that she would affect the course of law or of public opinion. Charlotte, Emily, and Vespasia all waited in silence. "Yes," he said eventually. "She was a remarkable woman. She believed passionately in what she was doing, and that kind of honesty sometimes moves people where logic fails. There was no hypocrisy in her, no—" He frowned very slightly as he searched for precisely the words to convey the impression upon him of a woman he had met only twice, and yet who had marked him indelibly. No sense that she was a woman seeking a cause to fight, or some worthy works to fill her time. There was nothing she wanted for herself. Her whole heart was on easing the distress of those in filthy and overcrowded housing. He saw Vespasia wince, and knew it was pity rather than distaste. She hated slum landlords with a contempt that could make you feel guilty for having a roof over your own head. He smiled awkwardly, a crooked gesture very charming in his oddly crooked face. "I am very grieved that she is dead." He looked at Charlotte. "I presume Thomas is on the case, which is why you know about it?" "Yes." "And you intend to meddle?" The last observation was addressed to all three of them. Vespasia sniffed a little at his choice of word, but she did not disagree in essence. "You could have expressed yourself more fortunately," she said, with a very slight lift of her shoulders. "Yes, we do." Emily was forthright. Unlike Clemency Shaw, she was quite definitely looking for something to do, but that was no reason why she should not do it well. "I don't yet know how." "Good." He had no doubts. "If I can be of assistance, please call on me. I had a great admiration for Clemency Shaw. I should like to see whoever murdered her rot in Coldbath Fields, or some similar place." "They'll hang him," Vespasia said harshly. She knew Carlile did not approve of the rope. It was too final, and there were too many mistakes. She did not herself, but she was a realist. He looked at her levelly, but made no remark. The issue had been discussed before, and they knew each other's feelings. A wealth of experience lay in common, other tragedies, errors, and knowledge of pain. Crime was seldom a single act, or the fault of a single person. "That is not a reason to leave it undone." Charlotte rose to her feet. "When I learn more, I shall tell you." "Be careful," Carlile warned, going to the door ahead of her and holding it open while they went through. First Vespasia, with her head high, her back very stiff, then Emily close behind, lastly Charlotte. He put his hand on her arm as she passed him. "You will be disturbing very powerful people who have a great deal at stake. If they have already murdered Clemency, they will not spare you." "I shall be," she said with conviction.
although she had no idea what she was going to do that would be the slightest use. "I shall merely gather information." He looked at her skeptically, having been involved in several of her past meddlings, but he relaxed his grip and escorted them to the door and out into the sunlit street where Emily's carriage was waiting. As soon as the horses began to move, Emily spoke. "I shall discover whatever I can about Mrs. Shaw and her struggles to have new laws passed to disclose who owns derelict property. I am sure if I can think hard, I must have some acquaintances who would know." "You are a new bride," Vespasia cautioned her gently. "Your husband may have rather different expectations of his first weeks at home from honeymoon." "Ah." Emily let out her breath, but it was only a hesitation in her flight of thought. "Yes. Well, that will have to be got around. I shall deal with it. Charlotte, you had better be discreet about it, but discover everything you can from Thomas. We must be aware of all the facts." They did not wait at Vespasia's house, but wished Vespasia good-bye and watched her alight and climb the steps to the front door, which was opened before her by the waiting maid. She went in with an absent-minded word of thanks, still deep in thought. There were many social evils she had fought against in the long years since her widowhood. She enjoyed battle, and she was prepared to take risks, and she no longer cared greatly what others thought of her, if she believed herself to be in a just cause, which was not that the loss of friends or their disapproval did not hurt her. But now it was Emily who occupied her mind. She was far more vulnerable, not only to the emotions of her new husband, who might well wish her to be more decorous in her behavior, but also to the whims of society, which loved innovations in fashion, something to marvel at and whisper about, but hated anything that threatened to disturb the underlying stability of its members' familiar and extremely comfortable lives. Charlotte parted from Emily at her own door after a brief hug, and heard the carriage clatter away as she went up the scrubbed steps into the hall. It smelled warm and clean. The sounds of the street were muffled almost to silence. She stood still for a moment. She could just hear Gracie chopping something on a board in the kitchen and singing to herself. She felt an overwhelming sense of safety, and then gratitude. It was hers, all of it. She did not have to share it with anyone except her own family. No one would put up the rent or threaten her with eviction. There was running water in the kitchen. The range burned hot, and in the parlor and bedrooms there were fires. Sewage ran away unseen, and the garden was sweet with grass and flowers. It was very easy to live here every day and forget the uncounted people who had no place warm enough, free of filth and smells, where they could be safe and have privacy enough for dignity. Clemency Shaw must have been a most unusual woman to have cared so much for those in tenements and slums. In fact, she was remarkable even to have known of their existence. Most well-bred women knew only what they were told, or read in such parts of the newspapers or periodicals as were considered suitable. Charlotte herself had not had any idea until Pitt had shown her the very edges of an utterly different world, and to begin with, she had hated him for it. Then she'd felt angry. There was a horrible irony that Clemency Shaw should be murdered by the destruction of her home, and whoever had caused it, Charlotte intended to find and expose, and their sordid and greedy motives with them. If Clemency Shaw's life could not bring attention to the evil of slum profiteers, then Charlotte would do all in her power to see that her death did. Emily was bent on a similar purpose, but for slightly different reasons, and in an utterly different fashion. She entered the hallway of her spacious and extremely elegant house in a swirl of skirts and petticoats, and flung off her hat, rearranging her hair to look even more casually flattering, fair tendrils curling on her neck and cheeks, and composed her face into an expression of tenderness touched with grief. Her new husband was already at home, which she knew from the identity of the footman who had opened the door for her. Had Jack been out, Arthur would have been with him. She pushed open the withdrawing-room doors and made a dramatic entrance. He was sitting by the fire with a tea-tray on the low table and his feet up on the stool. The crumpets were already gone. There was only a ring of butter on the plate. He smiled with warmth when he heard her and stood up courteously.
Then he saw the expression on her face, and suddenly his pleasure turned to concern. "Emily, what is it? Is something wrong with Charlotte? Is she ill? Is it Thomas?" "No, no." She flew to his arms and put her head on his shoulder, partly so he would not meet her eyes. She was not entirely sure how far she could deceive Jack successfully. He was too much like her. He also had survived on his charm and very considerable good looks, and he was aware of all the tricks and how to perform them. And it was also because she found herself still very much in love with him, and it was a most comfortable feeling. But she had better explain herself before he became alarmed. "No, Charlotte is perfectly well. But Thomas is engaged on a case which distresses her deeply, and I find I feel the same. A woman was burnt to death, a brave and very good woman who was fighting to expose a vicious social evil. Great-aunt Vespasia is most upset as well." Now she could abandon subterfuge and face him squarely. "Jack, I feel we should do what we can to help." He smoothed her hair gently, kissed her, then with wide eyes and barely the beginning of a smile met her gaze. "Oh, yes? And how shall we do that?" She made a rapid change of tactics. Drama was not going to win. She smiled back. "I'm not sure." She bit her lip. "What do you think?" "What social evil?" he said guardedly. He knew Emily better than she realized. "Slum owners who charge exorbitant rents for filthy and crowded tenements. Clemency Shaw wanted to make them answerable to public opinion by not being able to be anonymous behind rent collectors and companies and things." He was silent for so long she began to wonder if he had heard her. "Jack?" "Yes," he said at last. "Yes, we will, but together. You cannot do anything alone, Emily. We shall be threatening some very powerful people. There are millions of pounds. You'd be surprised how many fortunes are seated in St. Giles and the Devil's Acre, and the misery there." She smiled very slightly. The thought was ugly, and there flashed through her mind the faces of people she had known in her days with George. She had accepted them easily then. It never occurred to her to wonder where their incomes were generated. Certain people simply had money. It was a state of affairs that had always existed. Now she was less innocent, and it was not a comfortable feeling. Jack was still holding her. He brushed one finger gently over her forehead, pushing back a wisp of hair. "Still want to go on?" he asked. She was startled how clearly he had understood her thoughts and the twinges of both guilt and apprehension they had aroused. "Of course." She did not move. It was extremely pleasant remaining in his arms. "There is no possible way to retreat now. What should I say to Great-aunt Vespasia or Charlotte? And more important, what should I say to myself?" His smile widened, and he kissed her gently, and then gradually with passion. When she thought about money again, it was a far-away thing, to be dealt with another day. Real and important then, but for now there were other, better things. Chapter 3. Because Pitt had been sent for from the Bow Street station and did not belong to Highgate, he reported the incident to his own superior officer, a man whom he both respected for his professional ability and liked for his candor and lack of pretension. Perhaps because Drummond was a gentleman by birth and had sufficient financial means not to have to concern himself with it, he did not feel the compulsion to prove his position. He greeted Pitt with pleasure, interest quickening his lean face. "Well?" he asked, standing up from his desk, not as a courtesy, which would have been absurd to a junior, even though he had offered Pitt considerable promotion. Pitt had declined it because, although he could dearly have used the money, he would have hated being behind a desk, directing other men and the investigations. He wanted to see the people, watch faces, hear the inflections of a voice, the gestures and movements of the body. It was people who gave him both his pleasure and his pain, and the reality of his work. To give instructions to others and shuffle reports would rob him of the chance to exercise the real skills he possessed. To decline it had been Charlotte's decision as well as his. made because she knew him well enough to understand his happiness and prefer it to the extra salary. It was one of those rarely spoken of generosities which deepened his sense of sharing with her, and the knowledge that her commitment was still one of love. Micah Drummond was regarding him with curiosity. "Arson," Pitt replied. "I have looked through the physical evidence, such as it is, and there seems no doubt. There is too little left of the body to learn anything useful, but from the remains of the building, the firemen say at least 4 separate fires were started, so whoever it was determined to succeed." Drummond winced, and his eyes reflected his distress. "And you say it was a woman who was found?" "There seems little doubt it was a Mrs. Clemency Shaw." And he explained what they had learned from the brief investigations in the community of the immediate area, and from the Highgate police, including their natural inquiry into all the members of the small crowd which had turned out in the alarm and commotion to stand huddled in the background and stare. Perhaps among the sympathizers and offerers of help, there had been one there to thrill at the glory of the flames and feel a vicarious power in their consuming destruction. Arsonists did not stay, but those touched with a certain madness did. Drummond resumed his own seat behind his desk and waved Pitt to the most comfortable leather-upholstered chair opposite. It was an agreeable room, full of light and air from the large window. The walls were lined with bookshelves, except for the area around the fireplace, and the desk was polished oak, as beautiful as it was functional. Was it intended to have been the husband? Drummond came straight to the point. "What do you know about him?" Pitt tilted back in the chair and crossed his legs. "A doctor, an intelligent, articulate man, apparently open-minded and outspoken. But I haven't found time to look into his medical reputation yet." "Your own feelings?" Drummond looked at him a little sideways. Pitt smiled. "I liked the man. But then I've liked a few people who have committed murder when desperate, frightened, or injured enough. It would be so much easier if we could either like or dislike people and be decided about it. But I keep having to change my mind and complicate my feelings by doing both at the same time in wildly differing proportions, as each new act and explanations for it emerge. It's such hard work." His smile broadened. Drummond sighed and rolled his eyes upward in mock exasperation. "A simple opinion, Pitt?" "I should think he's an excellent candidate for murder," Pitt replied. "I can think of dozens of reasons why someone might want to silence a doctor, especially this one." "A medical secret?" Drummond raised his eyebrows high. "Surely doctors keep such confidences anyway. Are you thinking of something discovered inadvertently and not bound by such an ethical code? For example—" "There are many possibilities," Pitt shrugged, choosing at random. "A contagious disease, which he would be obliged to report. Plague, yellow fever—" "Rubbish," Drummond interrupted. "Yellow fever in Highgate? And if that was so, he would have reported it by now. Possibly a congenital disease, such as syphilis, although that is unlikely. How about insanity? A man might well kill to keep that out of public knowledge, or even the knowledge of his immediate family, or prospective family, if he planned an advantageous marriage. Look into that, Pitt." "I will." Drummond warmed to the subject, leaning back a little in his chair and putting his elbows on the arms and his fingertips together in a steeple. Maybe he knew of an illegitimate birth or an abortion. For that matter, maybe he performed one. "Why wait until now?" Pitt said reasonably. "If he's just done it, it will be among the patients he's visited in the last day or two. And anyway, why? If it was illegal, he would be even less likely to speak of it or make any record than the woman. He has more to lose." "What about the husband or father?" Pitt shook his head. "Unlikely. If he didn't know about it beforehand, then he would probably be the one she was most anxious to keep it from. If he then discovered it or learned it from her,
The last way to keep it discreet would be to murder the doctor and cause all his affairs to be investigated by the police. Come on, Pitt, Drummond said dryly. You know as well as I do that people in the grip of powerful emotions don't think like that, or half our crimes of impulse would never be committed, probably 3/4. They don't think, they feel. Overwhelming rage or fear, or simply confusion and a desire to lash out at someone and blame them for the pain they are suffering. All right, Pitt conceded, knowing he was right. But I still think there are lots of other motives more probable. Shaw is a man of passionate convictions. I believe he would act on them, and devil take the consequences. You do like him, Drummond said again with a wry smile, and knowledge of some unspoken hurt in his own past. No reply was called for. He may have knowledge of a crime, Pitt said instead, following his own thoughts. A death, perhaps, of someone in terminal illness and great pain. A merciful killing? Drummond's expression quickened. Possible. And occurring to me, as someone who likes him less and perhaps has a clearer view, he may have assisted in a killing for less unselfish reasons, and the principal mover has grown nervous, lest his accomplice becomes careless, or more likely from your description of Shaw as a man with nerve and passion, blackmail him. That would be an excellent cause for murder. Pitt would like to have denied such a thought, but it was eminently logical, and to dismiss it would be ridiculous. Drummond was watching him, his eyes curious. Perhaps, Pitt agreed aloud, and saw a small smile curl Drummond's lips. But knowledge gained simply because of his professional skill is, in my opinion, more likely. What about a purely personal motive? Drummond asked. Jealousy, greed, revenge? Could there be another woman, or another man in love with his wife? Didn't you say he was expecting to be at home, and she not? Yes. Pitt's mind was filled with all sorts of ugly possibilities, dark among them the whirling of money, and the pretty face of Flora Lutterworth, whose father resented her frequent private visits to Dr. Shaw. You need to have a great deal more. Drummond stood up and walked over towards the window, his hands in his pockets. He turned to face Pitt. The possibilities are numerous, either for the murder of the wife, which happened, or for the murder of Shaw, which may have been attempted. It could be a very long, sad job. Heaven knows what other sins and tragedies you'll find, or what they will do to hide them. That's what I hate about investigation. All the other lives we overturn on the way. He poked his hands deeper into his pockets. Where are you going to begin? At the Highgate police station, Pitt replied, standing up also. He was the local police surgeon. You omitted to mention that. Pitt smiled broadly. Makes the knowledge without complicity look a trifle more likely, doesn't it? Granted, Drummond said graciously. Don't get carried away with it. What then? Go to the local hospital and see what they think of him there and his colleagues. You won't get much, Drummond shrugged. They usually speak well of each other, regardless. Imply that any one of them could have made an error, and they all close ranks like soldiers facing the enemy. There'll be something to read between the lines. Pitt knew what Drummond meant, but there was always the turn of a phrase, the overcompensation, the excessive fairness that betrayed layers of meaning and emotion beneath, conflicts of judgment or old desires. Then I'll see his servants. They may have direct evidence, although that would be a lot to hope for. But they may also have seen or heard something that will lead to a lie, an inconsistency, an act concealed, someone where they should not have been. As he said it, he thought of all the past frailties he had unearthed, foolishness and petty spites that had little or nothing to do with the crime, yet had broken old relationships, forged new ones, hurt and confused and changed. There were occasions when he hated the sheer intrusion of investigation, but the alternative was worse. Keep me advised, Pitt. Drummond was watching him, perhaps guessing his thoughts. I want to know.
"Yes, sir, I will." Drummond smiled at the unusual formality, then nodded a dismissal, and Pitt left, going downstairs and out of the front doors to the pavement of Bow Street, where he caught a hansom north to Highgate. It was an extravagance, but the force would pay. He sat back inside the cab and stretched out his legs as far as possible. It was an agreeable feeling, bowling along, not thinking of the cost. The cab took him through the tangle of streets up from the river, across High Holborn to the Gray's Inn Road, north through Bloomsbury and Kentish Town and to Highgate. At the police station he found Murdo waiting for him impatiently, having already sifted through all the police reports of the last 2 years and separating all those in which Shaw had played a significant part. Now he stood in the middle of the room, uncarpeted, furnished with a wooden table and 3 hard-backed chairs. His fair hair was ruffled and his tunic undone at the neck. He was keen to acquit himself well, and in truth the case touched him deeply, but at the back of his mind was the knowledge that when it was all over, Pitt would return to Bow Street. He would be left here in Highgate, to resume working with his local colleagues, who were at present still acutely conscious of an outsider, and stung by resentment that it had been considered necessary. "There they are, sir," he said as soon as Pitt was in the door. "All the cases he had the slightest to do with that could amount to anything, even those of disturbing the Queen's peace." He pointed his finger to one of the piles. "That's those. A few bloody noses, a broken rib, and 1 broken foot where a carriage wheel went over it, and there was a fight afterwards between the man with the foot and the coachman. Can't see anybody but a madman murdering him over that." "Neither can I," Pitt agreed. "And I don't think we're dealing with a madman. Fire was too well set. 4 lots of curtains, and all away from the servants' quarters. None of the windows overlooked by a footman or a maid up late. All rooms that would normally be closed after the master and mistress had gone to bed. No hallways or landings, which might be seen by a servant checking doors, were locked, or a maid fetching a late cup of tea for someone. No, Murdo, I think our man with the oil and the matches is sane enough." Murdo shivered, and his face lost a little of its color. "It's a very ugly thing, Mr. Pitt. Someone must have felt a great passion to do it. And I doubt we'll find him in this lot."
End of Track 3. Track 4.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry. Pitt picked up the larger pile which Murdo had sorted for him. Unless it's a death Shaw knew something very odd about. "By the way, did you look into the demise of the late Theophilus Worlingham yet?" "Oh, yes, sir." Murdo was eager now. Obviously, it was a task he had performed well and was waiting to recount it. Pitt raised his eyebrows expectantly. Murdo launched into his account, and Pitt sat down behind the desk, crossing his legs. "Very sudden," Murdo began, still standing and hunching his shoulders a trifle in dramatic concentration. "He had always been a man of great physical energy and excellent health, what you might call a muscular Christian, I believe." He colored slightly at his own audacity in using such a term about his superiors, and because it was an expression he had only heard twice before. "His vigor was a matter of some pride to him," he added as explanation, as the thought suddenly occurred to him that Pitt might be unfamiliar with the term. Pitt nodded and hid his smile. Murdo relaxed. "He fell ill with what they took to be a slight chill. No one worried unduly, although apparently Mr. Worlingham himself was irritated that he should be no stronger than most. Dr. Shaw called upon him and prescribed aromatic oils to inhale to reduce the congestion, and a light diet, which did not please him at all, and that he should remain in bed, and give up smoking cigars, which also annoyed him very much. He made no comment as to a mustard plaster." Murdo screwed up his face in surprise and shook his head. "That's what my mam always used on us. Anyway, he got no better, but Shaw didn't call again, and 3 days later his daughter Clemency, the one who was murdered, visited and found him dead in his study, which is on the ground floor of his house, and the French doors open. He was lying stretched out on the carpet, and according to the bobby, as was called out, with a terrible look on his face. Why were the police sent for? Pitt asked. After all, it was ostensibly a family tragedy. Death was hardly a rarity. Murdo did not need to glance at his notes. Oh, because of the terrible look on his face. The French doors being open. And there was a great amount of money in the house, even 20 pounds in treasury notes clutched in his hand, and they couldn't unlock his fingers of it. Murdo's face was pink with triumph. He waited for Pitt's reaction. How very curious. Pitt gave it generously. And it was Clemency Shaw who found him? Yes, sir. Did anyone know whether any money was missing? No, sir. That's what's so peculiar. He had drawn out £7,483 from the bank. Murdo's face was pale again, and a little pinched at the thought of such a fortune. It would have bought him a house and kept him in comfort till middle age if he never earned another penny. It was all there, in treasury notes, tied up in bundles in the desk drawer, which wasn't even locked. It takes a lot of explaining, sir. It does indeed, Pitt said with feeling. One can only presume he intended to make a very large purchase in cash, or to pay a debt of extraordinary size, which he did not wish to do in a more usual manner with a draft. But why, I have no idea. Do you suppose his daughter knew, sir? I mean, Mrs. Shaw? Possibly, Pitt conceded. But didn't Theophilus die at least 2 years ago? Murdo's triumph faded. Yes, sir. 2 years and 3 months. And what was the cause on the death certificate? An apoplectic seizure, sir. Who signed it? Not Shaw. Murdo shook his head fractionally. He was the first on the scene, naturally, since Theophilus was his father-in-law, and it was his wife who found him. But just because of that, he called in someone else to confirm his opinion and signed the certificate. Very circumspect, Pitt agreed wryly. There was a great deal of money in the estate, I believe. The amount withdrawn was only a small part of his total possessions. That's another thing you might look into. The precise degree and disposition of the Whirlingham fortune. Yes, sir, I will immediately. Pitt held up his hand. What about these other cases Shaw was involved with? Do you know about any of them? Only 3 firsthand, sir, and none of them is anything out of the way. One was old Mr. Freemantle, who got a bit tiddly at the mayor's Christmas dinner party, and got into a quarrel with Mr. Tiplady, and pushed him down the steps of the Red Lion. He tried to keep his expression respectful and failed. Ah, Pitt let out his breath in a sigh of satisfaction. And Shaw was called to attend to the resulting injuries? Yes, sir. Mr. Freemantle fell over by himself and had to be helped home. I reckon if he'd been a less important gentleman, he'd have cooled off the night in a cell. Mr. Tiplady had a few bruises and a nasty cut on his head, bled all over the place, and gave them all a fright. Looked as white as a ghost, he did. Sobered him up better than a bucket of cold water. His lips curled up in a smile of immeasurable satisfaction, and his eyes danced. Then full memory returned, and the light died. Filthy temper next day. Came in here shouting and carrying on. Blamed Dr. Shaw for the headache he had. Said he hadn't been properly treated. But I reckon he was just furious 'cause we'd all seen him make a right fool of himself on the town hall steps. Dr. Shaw told him to take more water with it next time, and go home till he'd slept it off. Pitt did not bother to pursue it. A man does not murder a doctor because the doctor speaks rather plainly about his debauchery and the consequent embarrassments. And the others, Mr. Parkinson, Obadiah Parkinson, that is, got robbed up Swan's Lane one evening. That's up by the cemetery, he added in case Pitt did not know. He was hit rather hard, and the bobby that found him called Dr. Shaw. But there's nothing in that. He just took a good look at him, then said it was concussion, and took him home in his own trap. Mr. Parkinson was very obliged. Pitt put the 2 files aside and picked up the 3rd. Death of the Armitage boy, Murdo said. Very sad indeed, that. Dray horse took fright at something and bolted. Young Albert was killed instantly. Very sad.
He was a good lad, and not more than 14. Pitt thanked him and dispatched him to go and pursue the Whirlingham money. Then he began to read the rest of the files on the desk in front of him. They were all similar cases, some tragic, some carrying an element of farce, pomposity exposed by the frailties of the flesh. Perhaps domestic tragedy lay behind some of the reports of bruising and broken bones. It was even possible that some of the autopsies, which read as pneumonia or heart failure, concealed a darker cause, an act of violence. But there was nothing in the notes here in front of him to indicate it. If Shaw had seen something, he had not reported it in any official channel. There were 7 deaths in all, and even on a second and third reading, Pitt could find nothing suspicious in any of them. Finally, he abandoned it, and after informing the desk sergeant of his intention, he stepped out into the rapidly chilling afternoon air and walked briskly to the St. Pancras Infirmary, glancing briefly across the road at the smallpox hospital, then climbed the steps to the wide front entrance. He was already inside when he remembered to straighten his jacket, polish his boots on the backs of his trouser legs, transfer half the collected string, wax, coins, folded pieces of paper, and Emily's silk handkerchief from one pocket to the other to balance the bulges a trifle, his fingers hesitating on the handkerchief's exquisite texture, just a second longer than necessary. Then he put his tie a little nearer center and ran his fingers through his hair, leaving it conspicuously worse. Then he marched to the superintendent's office and rapped sharply on the door. It was opened by a young man with fair hair and a narrow, anxious face. "Yes," he said, peering at Pitt. Pitt produced his card, an extravagance which always gave him a tingle of pleasure. "Inspector Thomas Pitt, Bow Street Police," the young man read aloud with alarm. "Good gracious! What can you possibly want here? There is nothing amiss, I assure you, nothing at all. Everything is in most excellent order." He had no intention of allowing Pitt in. They remained standing in the doorway. "I do not doubt it," Pitt soothed him. "I have come to make some confidential inquiries about a doctor who I believe has worked here." "All our doctors are fine men." The protest was instant. "If there has been any impropriety—" "None that I know of," Pitt interrupted. Drummond was right. It was going to be exceedingly difficult to elicit anything but panicky mutual defense. "There has been a most serious threat against his life." That was true in essence, if not precisely the way he implied it. "You may be able to help us discover who is responsible." "Against his life? Oh, dear me, how monstrous. No one here would dream of such a thing. We save lives." The young man picked nervously at his tie, which was apparently in danger of throttling him. "You must occasionally have failures," Pitt pointed out. Well, of course. We cannot work miracles. That would be quite unreasonable. But I assure you—" Yes, Pitt cut across him. "May I speak with the governor?" The man bridled. "If you must. But I assure you we have no knowledge of such a threat, or we should have informed the police. The superintendent is a very busy man, very busy indeed." "I am impressed," Pitt lied. "However, if this person succeeds in carrying out his threat and murders the doctor in question, as well as his current victim, then your superintendent will be even busier, because there will be fewer physicians to do the work." He allowed the train of thought to tail off as the man in front of him was alternately pink with annoyance and then white with horror. However, the harassed superintendent, a lugubrious man with long mustaches and receding hair, could tell Pitt nothing about Shaw that advanced his knowledge. He was far more agreeable than Pitt expected, having no sense of his own importance, only of the magnitude of the task before him and battling disease for which he knew no cure, ignorance that swamped the small inroads of literacy, and a perception of cleanliness where there was too little pure water, too many people, no sanitation, and frequently no outlet to a sewer. Drains overflowed, and rats were everywhere. If the Queen's consort could die of typhoid carried by poor drains, living in his own palace, what struggle was there to be waged in the houses of the ordinary and the poor, let alone the slums of the destitute? He escorted Pitt into his small, untidy office,
which smelled faintly of soap and paper. The window was very small, and both gas lamps were lit and made a slight hissing sound. He invited Pitt to sit down. "Nothing," he said regretfully. "Shaw is a damn good doctor, sometimes gifted. Seen him sit up all day and all night and all the next day with a sick man, and weep when he loses a mother and child." A smile spread across his lantern face. "And seen him bawl out a pompous old fool for wasting his time." He sighed. "And worse than that to a man who could have fed his children on milk and fruit, and didn't. Poor little beggars were twisted up with rickets. Never seen a man so furious as Shaw that day. He was shaking with passion, and white to the lips." He took a deep breath and tilted back in his chair and looked at Pitt with surprisingly sharp eyes. "I like the man. I'm damned sorry about his wife." "Is that why you're here? Because you think the fire was meant for him?" "It seems possible," Pitt replied. "Did he have any deep differences of opinion with his colleagues that you know of?" "Huh!" The superintendent barked out his laughter. "Huh! If you can ask that, you don't know Shaw. Of course he did. With everyone. Colleagues, nurses, administrative staff, me." His eyes were alive with a dark amusement. "And I knew of them all. I should imagine everyone within earshot did. He doesn't know the meaning of discretion, at least where his temper is concerned." He slid down off the tilt of his chair and sat up straight, looking at Pitt more intently. "I don't mean on medical matters, of course. He's closer than an oyster with a confidence. Never betrayed a secret, even in consultation for another opinion. I doubt he's ever spoken a word of gossip in his life. But got a temper like an Indian curry when he sees injustice or humbug." He shrugged his bony shoulders. "He's not always right, but when he's proved wrong, he'll usually come round, albeit not immediately." "Is he well liked?" The superintendent smiled at Pitt. "I'll not insult you with a generous fiction. Those who like him very much. I am one of them. But there are a good few he's offended with what they consider uncalled-for brusqueness or frankness, when it amounts to rudeness, interference, or undermining their position." His gaunt, good-humored face showed the tolerance of years of battles and defeats. "There are many men who don't care to be proved wrong and shown a better way, especially in front of others. And the harder and longer they stick to their first position, the bigger fools they look when they finally have to back away from it and turn around." His smile grew broader. "And Shaw is frequently less than tactful in the way he goes about it. His wit is often quicker than his perception of people's feelings. More than once I've seen him set the room laughing at someone's expense, and known from the look on a man's face that he'd pay for it dearly one day. Few men care to be the butt of a joke. They'd rather be struck in the face than laughed at." Pitt tried to make his voice casual, and knew immediately that it was a wasted effort. "Anyone in particular?" "Not enough to set fire to the man's house," the superintendent replied, looking at Pitt wide-eyed and candid. There was no point in fencing with the man, and Pitt did not insult him by trying. "The names of those most offended?" he asked. "It will be something, at least, to eliminate them now. The house is gutted, and Mrs. Shaw is dead. Someone set the fires." The superintendent's face lost its humor, as if it had been wiped away with a sponge, and somberness replaced it. He made no struggle. "Kennedy couldn't abide him," he replied, leaning back and beginning what was obviously a catalogue. But there was still more comprehension than judgment in his voice. "They quarreled over everything, from the state of the monarchy to the state of the drains, and all issues between. And Nimmons is an old man with old ideas, which he had no inclination to change. Shaw taught him some better ways, but unfortunately he did it in front of the patient, who promptly transferred his custom, bringing his very large family with him." "Tactless," Pitt agreed. "His middle name." The superintendent sighed. "But he saved the man's life. And there's Henshaw.
He's young and full of new ideas, and Shaw can't be bothered with them either. Says they are untried and too risky. The man's as contrary as an army mule at times. Henshaw lost his temper, but I don't think he really bears any resentment. That's all I can give you. No tact, no discretion with his colleagues, but how about impropriety with his patients? Pitt was not yet ready to give up. Shaw? The superintendent's eyebrows rose. Damn your realism, but I suppose you have to. Not that I know of, but he's a charming and vigorous man. Not impossible some woman imagined more than there was. He was interrupted by a sharp tap on the door. "Come in," he said, with a glance of apology at Pitt. The same fair young man who had so disapproved of Pitt poked his head around the door with a look of equal distaste on his face. "Mr. Marchant is here, sir." He ignored Pitt very pointedly. "From the town hall," he added for good measure. "Tell him I'll be there in a few minutes," the superintendent replied without any haste. "From the town hall," the young man repeated. "It is important, sir." "So is this," the superintendent said very distinctly, without shifting his position at all. "Man's life might hang on it." Then he smiled lugubriously at the double meaning. "And the longer you stand there, Spooner, the longer it will be before I am finished here and can come and see Marchant. Get out, man, and deliver the message." Spooner withdrew with umbrage, closing the door as sharply as he dared. The superintendent turned to Pitt again with a slight shake of his head. "Shaw," Pitt prompted. "Not impossible some woman fell in love with him," the superintendent resumed, shaking his head. "It happens. Odd relationship, doctor and patient. So personal, and yet so practical, and in some ways remote. Wouldn't be the first time it has got out of hand, or been misunderstood by a husband or a father." He pushed out his lip. "It's no secret Alfred Lutterworth thinks his daughter sees a damned sight too much of Shaw, and insists on doing it alone, and won't discuss what passes between them, or what her ailment might be. Handsome girl, and great expectations. Old Lutterworth made a fortune in cotton. Don't know if anyone else has his eyes on her. Don't live in Highgate myself." "Thank you, sir," Pitt said sincerely. "You've given me a great deal of your time, and been some help, at least, in eliminating certain possibilities." "I don't envy you your job," the superintendent replied. "I thought mine was hard, but I fear yours will be harder. Good day to you." When Pitt left the hospital, the autumn evening was dark, and the gas lamps were already lit. It was now October, and a few early leaves crunched under his feet as he strode towards the intersection where he could get a cab. The air had a clarity and sharpness that promised frost in a week or two. The stars shone in pinpricks of light infinitely far away, flickering and sparking in the cold. Out here in Highgate there was no fog from the river, no smoke in the air from factories, or densely packed houses huddled back to back. He could smell the wind blowing off the fields and hear a dog barking in the distance. One day he must take Charlotte and the children for a week in the country. She had not been away from Bloomsbury for a long time. She would love it. He began to think of small economies he could make, ways he could save enough for it to be possible, and the expression on her face when he could tell her. He would keep it to himself until he was sure. He strode out along the footpath and was so lost in thought that the first cab passed him by and was over the rise in the hill and disappearing before he realized it. In the morning he returned to Highgate to see if Murdo had discovered anything of interest, but he was already out hot on the scent and had left only the briefest notes to that effect. Pitt thanked the desk sergeant, who still grudged him his interference in a local matter which he believed they could well have handled themselves. Pitt left and went back to the hospital to speak to the Shaw's butler. The man was propped up in bed, looking haggard, his eyes deep-socketed with shock and pain, his face unshaved, and his left arm bound in bandages. There were raw grazes on his face, and one scab beginning to form. It was unnecessary for the doctor to tell Pitt that the man had been badly burned. Pitt stood by the bedside, and in spite of the fact that it was blood, carbolic, sweat, and the faint odor of chloroform that he could smell in the air, the sharp stench of smoke and wet cinders came back to him, as if he had stood by the ruined house only a few minutes since, and then seen the charred wreck of Clemency Shaw's body lying on a stretcher in the morgue, barely recognizable as human. The anger inside him knotted his stomach and his chest till he found it hard to form the words in his mouth or force the breath to make speech. "Mr. Burton." The butler opened his eyes and looked at Pitt with no interest. "Mr. Burton, I am Inspector Pitt of the Metropolitan Police. I have come to Highgate to find out who set the fire that burned Dr. Shaw's house." He did not mention Clemency. Perhaps the man had not been told. This would be a cruel and unnecessary shock. He should be informed with gentleness by someone prepared to stay with him, perhaps even to treat his grief if it worsened his condition. "I don't know," Burton said hoarsely, his lungs still seared by the smoke. "I saw nothing, heard nothing, till Jenny started screaming out. Jenny's the housemaid. Her bedroom's nearest the main house." "We did not imagine you had seen the fire started," Pitt tried to sound reassuring, "or that you knew anything obvious. But there may have been something which, on reflection, could be of importance, perhaps when put together with other things. May I ask you some questions?" It was a polite fiction to seek permission, but the man was badly shocked and in pain. "Of course." Burton's voice dropped to a croak. "But I've already been thinking, turning it over and over in my mind." His face furrowed now with renewed effort. "But I don't remember anything different at all. Not a thing. Everything was just as—" The breath caught in his throat, and he began to cough as the raw lining hurt anew. Pitt was confused for a moment, panic growing inside him as the man's face suffused with blood as he struggled for air, tears streaming down his cheeks. He stared around for help, and there was none. Then he saw water on the table in the corner and reached for it, tipping it into a cup clumsily in his haste. He clasped Burton around the shoulders and eased him up and put the cup to his lips. At first he choked on it, spluttering it over himself. Then at last enough trickled down his burning throat and cooled it. The pain was eased, and he lay back, exhausted. It would be cruel and pointless to require him to speak again, but the questions must be asked. "Don't speak," Pitt said firmly. "Turn your hand palm up if the answer is yes, and down if it is no." Burton smiled weakly and turned his palm up. "Good. Did anyone call on the doctor at his house that day, other than his surgery appointments?" Palm up. "Tradesman or business?" Palm down. "Personal acquaintance?" Palm on its side. "Family?" Palm up. "The Worlingham sisters?" Palm down very definitely. "Mr. or Mrs. Hatch?" Palm up. "Mrs. Hatch?" Palm down. Burton shrugged fractionally and turned his hand on its side. "Not more than usual?" Pitt guessed. Burton smiled, and there was a flicker of something like humor in his eyes, but again he shrugged. He did not know. "Anyone else call?" Palm up. "Local person?" Palm up and raised a little. "Very local?" "Mr. Lindsay?" Burton's face relaxed in a smile. The palm remained up. "Anyone else that you know of?" Palm down. He thought of asking if there was any mail that might be unusual or of interest. But what would such a thing be? How could anyone recognize it? Did Dr. Shaw seem anxious or disturbed about anything that day? The palm was down, but indecisive, hovering above the bed cover. Pitt took a guess.
drawn from what he had observed of Shaw's temperament. Angry? Was he angry about something? The palm came up quickly. Thank you, Mr. Burden. If you think of anything else, comments, a letter, unusual arrangements, please tell the hospital and write it down for me. I shall come immediately. I hope you recover quickly. Burden smiled and closed his eyes. Even that small effort had tired him. Pitt left, angry himself at so much physical pain, and helpless because he could do nothing for it. And he had learned little he felt of use. He imagined Shaw and Hatch probably quarreled fairly regularly, simply because their natures were utterly different. They would almost certainly perceive any issue with opposite views. The Shaw's cook was in a far less serious state of health, and he left the hospital and took a hansom for the short ride down Highgate Hill and through Holloway to the Seven Sisters Road and the house of her relatives, which Murdo had given him. It was small, neat, and shabby, exactly what he expected, and he was permitted in only with reluctance and after considerable argument. He found the cook sitting up in bed in the best bedroom, wrapped around, more against the indecency of being visited by a strange man than to prevent any chill. She had been burned on one arm and had lost some of her hair, giving her a lopsided, plucked look, which, had it been less tragic, would have been funny. As it was, Pitt had difficulty in maintaining a perfectly sober expression. The niece, bustling with offense, remained obtrusively present every moment of the time. "Mrs. Babbage," Pitt began. All cooks were given the courtesy title of Mrs., whether they were married or not. She looked at him with alarm, and her hand flew to her mouth to stifle a shriek. "I mean you no harm, Mrs. Babbage." "Who are you? What do you want? I don't know you." She craned upwards, as if his mere presence threatened her with some physical danger. He sat down quickly on a small bedroom chair just behind him and tried to be disarming. She was obviously still in an extreme state of shock, emotional, if not from her injuries, which appeared to be relatively slight. "I am Inspector Pitt," he said, introducing himself, avoiding the word police. He knew how respectable servants hated even an association with crime as tenuous as the presence of the police. "It is my duty to do what I can to discover how the fire started." "Not in my kitchen," she said so loudly it startled her niece, who drew her breath in in a loud gasp. "Don't you go accusing me or Doris. I know how to tend a stove. Never had so much as a coal fall out, I haven't. Never mind burning down an old house." "We know that, Mrs. Babbage," he said soothingly. "It did not begin in the kitchen." She looked a trifle mollified, but still her eyes were wide and wary, and she twisted a rag of a handkerchief around and around in her fingers, till the flesh of them was red with the friction. She was afraid to believe him, suspecting a trap. "It was begun deliberately in the curtains of 4 different ground-floor rooms," he elaborated. "Nobody would do such a thing," she whispered, winding the handkerchief even more tightly. "What do you come to me for?" "Because you might have seen something odd that day, noticed someone unusual hanging around." Even as he said it, he knew it was hopeless. She was too shocked to recall anything, and he himself did not believe it had been a tramp or a casual vagrant. It was too careful. It spoke of a deep hatred, or insatiable greed, or fear of some intolerable loss. It came back to his mind again with renewed force. What did Stephen Shaw know, and about whom? "I didn't see nothing." She began to weep, dabbing at her eyes, her voice rising again. "I mind me own business. I don't ask no questions, and I don't listen behind no doors. And I don't give myself airs to think things about the master nor the mistress." "Oh?" Pitt said instantly. "That's very commendable. I suppose some cooks do." "Course they do." "Really? Like what, for example?" He endeavored to look puzzled. "If you were that sort, what may you have wondered?" She drew herself up in virtue and glared at him over the top of her large hand, wrapped around with the sodden handkerchief.
Well, if I were that sort, which I isn't, I might have wondered why we let one of the maids go when there weren't nothing wrong with her, and why we haven't had salmon like we used to, nor a good leg of pork neither. And I might have asked Burden why we haven't had a decent case of claret come into the house in 6 months. But, of course, you didn't, Pitt said judiciously, hiding the shadow of a smile. Dr. Shaw is very fortunate to have such a discreet cook in his household. Oh, I don't know as I can cook for him any more. She started sniffing again violently. Jenny's given her notice, and as soon as she's fit, she'll go back home to Somerset, where she comes from. And Doris isn't no more than a chit of a thing. 13, maybe. And poor Mr. Burden's so bad, who can say if he'll ever be the same again? No, I got to be in a respectable house, for me nerves. There was no purpose in arguing with her, and for the time being, Shaw had no need of servants. There was no house for them to live in or to wait upon. And apart from that, Pitt's mind was racing with the very interesting fact that the Shaws had apparently reduced their standard of living recently, to the degree that the cook had noticed it, and it had set her mind wondering. He stood up, wished her well, thanked the niece, and took his departure. Next he went in search of Jenny and Doris, neither of whom were burned more than superficially, and more suffering from shock and fright and some considerable pain, but not in danger of relapse, as might be the case with Burden. He found them in the parsonage, in the care of Lally Clitheridge, who needed no explanation of his call. But even after careful questioning, they could tell him nothing of use. They had seen no one unusual in the neighborhood. The house had been exactly as it was at any other time. It had been a very ordinary day, until they were roused, Jenny by the smell of smoke as she lay awake, thinking of some matter she blushed to recall and would not name, and Doris by Jenny's screams. He thanked them and went out as dusk was falling, and walked briskly southwards to Woodsome Road, and the home of the woman who came in daily to do the heavy work, a Mrs. Coulter. It was a small house, but the windows were clean, and the steps scrubbed so immaculately he avoided putting his boots on it out of respect. The door was opened by a big, comfortable woman with a broad-cheeked face, an ample bosom, and an apron tied tightly around her waist, the pocket stuffed full of odds and ends, and her hair trailing out of a hasty knot on the back of her neck. "Who are you?" she said in surprise, but there was no ill nature in it. "I don't know you, do I?" "Mrs. Coulter?" Pitt removed his rather worn hat, now a little crooked in the crown. "That's me. It don't tell me who you are." "Thomas Pitt, from the Metropolitan Police." "Oh." Her eyes widened. "You'll be about poor Dr. Shaw's fire, then. What a terrible thing. She was a good woman, was Mrs. Shaw. I'm real grieved about that. Come in. I dare say you're cold. And hungry, maybe?" Pitt stepped in, wiping his feet carefully on the mat before going on to the polished linoleum floor. He almost bent and took off his boots, as he would have done at home. A smell of rich stew assailed him, delicate with onions and the sweetness of fresh carrots and turnips. "Yes," he said with feeling. "Yes, I am." "Well, I don't know as I can help you." She led the way back, and he followed after. To sit in a room with that aroma and not eat would be very hard. Her generous figure strode ahead of him and into the small scrubbed kitchen, a huge pot simmering on the back of the stove, filling the air with steam and warmth. "But I'll try," she added. "Thank you." Pitt sat down on one of the chairs and wished she meant the stew, not information. "They say it were deliberate," she said, taking the lid off the pot and giving its contents a brisk stir with a wooden ladle. "Although how anybody could bring theirselves to do such a thing, I'm sure I don't know." "You said how, Mrs. Coulter, not why," Pitt observed, inhaling deeply and letting it out in a sigh. "You can think of reasons why?" "Isn't much meat in it," she said dubiously. "Just a bit of skirt of mutton." "You have no ideas why, Mrs. Coulter?" "'Cause I idn't got the money for more, of course," she said, looking at him as if he were simple, but still not unkindly. Pitt blushed. He was well used enough to poverty not to have made such an idiotic remark, or one so condescending. "I mean why anyone should set fire to Dr. and Mrs. Shaw's house." "You want some?" She held up the ladle. "Yes, please, I would." "Lots of reasons." She began to dish up a generous portion in a large basin. "Revenge, for one. There's them as says he should have looked after Mr. Theophilus Worlingham better'n he did. Although I always thought Mr. Theophilus would wind himself up into a fit and die one day, and he did. But then that don't mean everyone sees it that way." She put the bowl down in front of him and handed him a spoon to eat with. It was mostly potatoes, onions, carrots, and a little sweet turnip with a few stray ends of meat, but it was hot and full of flavor. "Thank you very much," he said, accepting the bowl. "Don't think it'd have much to do with it." She dismissed the notion. "Mr. Lutterworth was fair furious with Dr. Shaw on account of his daughter, Miss Flora, nipping to see him all hours, discreet-like, not through the regular surgery. But Mrs. Shaw weren't worried, so I don't suppose there were nothing in it, as there shouldn't have been. Leastways, not much. I think Dr. Shaw and Mrs. Shaw kept their own ways a lot. Good friends, like, but maybe not a lot more." "That's very observant of you, Mrs. Coulter," Pitt said doubtfully. "Need more salt?" she asked. "No, thank you, it's perfect." "Not really." She shook her head. "Yes, it is. It doesn't need a thing added," he assured her. "Don't take much to see when people is used to each other, and respects, but don't mind if the other gets fond of someone else." "And Dr. and Mrs. Shaw were fond of someone else?" Pitt's spoon stopped in mid-air, even the stew forgotten. "Not as I know of. But Mrs. Shaw went off up to the city day after day, and he wished her well, and never cared nor worried as who she went with. Or that the vicar's wife came all over unnecessary every time Dr. Shaw smiled at her." This time Pitt could not dismiss his amusement, and bent his head over the dish, at least to conceal the worst of it. "Indeed," he said after another mouthful. "Do you think Dr. Shaw was aware of this?" "Bless you, no. Blind as a bat he is to other people's feelings of that nature. But Mrs. Shaw, she saw it, and I think she were kind of sorry for her. He's a bit of a poor fish, the Reverend. Means well, but he's no man compared with the doctor. Still," she sighed, "that's how it is, isn't it?" She regarded his empty bowl. "You want some more?" He considered the family she had to feed and pushed the plate away from him. "No, thank you, Mrs. Coulter. That answered the need perfectly. Very fine flavor." She colored a little pink. She was unused to compliments, and pleased and awkward at the same time. "It's nothing but ordinary." She turned away to give it a fierce stir. "Ordinary to you, maybe." He rose from the table and pushed the chair back in, something he would not have bothered to do at home. "But I'm much obliged to you. Is there anything else you can think of that might have bearing on the fire?" She shrugged. "There's always the Worlingham money, I suppose, though I don't see how. Don't think the doctor cared that much about it, and they ain't got no children, poor souls." "Thank you, Mrs. Coulter. You've been most helpful." "Don't see that I have. Any fool could have told you as much. But if it pleases you, then I'm glad. I hope you catch whoever done it." She sniffed hard and turned her back to stir the pot again. "She were a fine woman, and I grieve sorely that she's gone, and in such an horrible way."
End of Track 4. Track 5.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.
"I will, Mrs. Coulter," he said rather recklessly, and then, when he was out on the footpath in the sharp evening air, wished he had been more reserved. He had not the faintest idea who had crept around, cutting the glass, pouring oil on curtains, and lighting those fires.
In the morning, he returned to Highgate immediately, turning the case over and over in his mind on the long journey. He had told Charlotte of the progress he had made, largely negative, because she had asked him. She had taken an interest in the case beyond his expectations, because as yet there was little human drama of the sort which usually engaged her emotions. She gave him no explanation, except that she was sorry for the dead woman. It was a fearful way to die. He had assured her that in all probability Clemency Shaw had been overcome by smoke long before any flames reached her. It was even possible she had not woken. Charlotte had been much comforted by it, and since he had already told her his progress was minimal, she had asked him no more. Instead, she turned to her own business of the day, giving volleys of instructions to Gracie, who stood wide-eyed and fascinated in the kitchen doorway. Pitt stopped the hansom at Amos Lindsay's house, paid him off, and walked up to the front door. It was opened by the black-haired manservant again, and Pitt asked if he might speak with Dr. Shaw. "Dr. Shaw is out on call." The briefest of hesitations. "Sir." "Is Mr. Lindsay at home?" "If you care to come in, I shall inquire if he will receive you." The manservant stood aside. "Who shall I say is calling?" Did he really not remember, or was he being deliberately condescending? "Inspector Thomas Pitt of the Metropolitan Police," he replied a little tartly. "Indeed." The manservant bowed so slightly, only the light moving across his glistening head determined it at all. "Will you be so good as to wait here? I shall return forthwith." And without bothering to see if Pitt would do as he was bidden, he walked rapidly and almost silently towards the back of the house. Pitt had time to stare again around the hall, with its fierce and exotic mixture of art and mementos. There were no paintings, nothing of the nature of European culture. The statuary was wooden or ivory, the lines alien, looking uneasy in the traditional dimensions of the room, with its paneling and squared windows, letting in the dull light of an October morning. The spears should have been held in dark hands, the headdresses moving, instead of pinned immobile against the very English oak. Pitt found himself wondering what an unimaginably different life Amos Lindsay had lived, in countries so unlike anything Highgate or its residents could envision. What had he seen and done? Whom had he known? Was it something learned there which had prompted his political views, which Pascoe so abhorred? His speculation was cut short by the manservant reappearing, regarding him with mild disapproval. "Mr. Lindsay will see you in his study, if you will come this way." This time he omitted the "sir" altogether. In the study, Amos Lindsay stood with his back to a brisk fire, his face pink under his marvelous white hair. He did not look in the least displeased to see Pitt. "Come in," he said, ignoring the manservant, who withdrew soundlessly. "What can I do for you? Shaw's out. No idea how long. Can't measure the sick. What can I add to your knowledge? I wish I knew something. It's all very miserable." Pitt glanced back towards the hallway and its relics. "You must have seen a good deal of violence at one time and another?" It was more an observation than a question. He thought of Great-Aunt Vespasia's friend, Zenobia Gunn, who also had trekked into Africa, and sailed uncharted rivers, and lived in strange villages, with people no European had seen before. Lindsay was watching him curiously. "I have," he conceded. "But it never became ordinary to me, nor did I cease to find violent death shocking. When you live in another land, Mr. Pitt, no matter how strange it may seem at first, it is a very short time until its people become your own, and their grief and their laughter touches you as deeply. All the differences on earth are a shadow compared with the sameness, and to tell you the truth, I have felt more akin to a black man dancing naked but for his paint under the moon, or a yellow woman holding her frightened child, than I ever have to Josiah Hatch and his kind pontificating about the place of women and how it is God's will that they should suffer in childbirth." He pulled a face, and his remarkably mobile features made it the more grotesque. "And a Christian doctor doesn't interfere with it. Punishment of Eve and all that.
All right, I know he is in the majority here. He looked straight at Pitt with eyes blue as the sky and almost hidden by the folds of his lids, as if he were still screwing them up against some tropical sun. Pitt smiled. He thought quite possibly he would feel the same had he ever been out of England. Did you ever meet a lady named Zenobia Gunn on your travels? He got no further because Lindsay's face was full of light and incredulity. Nobby Gunn? Of course I know her. Met her in a village in Ashanti once, way back in '69. Wonderful woman. How on earth do you know her? The happiness fled from his face and was replaced by alarm. Dear God, she's not been... No, Pitt said hastily. I met her through a relative of my sister-in-law. At least a few months ago, she was in excellent health and spirits. Thank heaven. Lindsay waved at Pitt to sit down. Now, what can we do about Stephen Shaw, poor devil? This is a very ugly situation. He poked at the fire vigorously, then replaced the fire-iron set and sat down in the other chair. He was extremely fond of Clemency, you know. Not a great passion. If it ever was, it had long passed. But he liked her deeply. And it is not given to many men to like their wives. She was a woman of rare intelligence, you know. He raised his eyebrows, and his small, vivid eyes searched Pitt's countenance. Pitt thought of Charlotte. Immediately her face filled his mind, and he was overwhelmed with how much he also liked his wife. The friendship was in its own way as precious as the love, and perhaps a greater gift, something born of time and sharing, of small jokes well understood, of helping each other through anxiety or sorrow, seeing the weaknesses and the strengths, and caring for both. But if for Stephen Shaw the passion had gone, and he was a passionate man, then could it have been kindled elsewhere? Would friendship, however deep, survive that whirlwind of hunger? He wanted to believe so. Instinctively he had liked Shaw. But the woman, whoever she was, she would not feel such constraints. Indeed, she might seethe with jealousy, and the fact that Shaw still liked and admired his wife might make that frail outer control snap, and result in murder. Lindsay was staring at him, waiting for a response more tangible than the thoughtful expression on his face. Indeed, Pitt said aloud, looking up again, it would be natural, if he found it hard at present, to think of who might hold him in such enmity, or feel they had enough to gain from either his death or his wife's. But since you know him well, you may be able to give more suggestions, unpleasant as it would be. At least we might exclude some people. He left the sentence hanging in the air, hoping it would be unnecessary to press any further. Lindsay was too intelligent to need or wish for any more prompting. His eyes wandered over the relics here in the room. Perhaps he was thinking of other lands, other peoples with the same passions, less colored and confused by the masks of civilization. Stephen has certainly made enemies, he said quietly. People of strong convictions usually do, especially if they are as articulate about them as he is. I am afraid he has little patience with fools, and even less with hypocrites, of which this society provides a great many in one form or another. He shook his head. A coal settled in the fire with a shower of sparks. The more we think we are sophisticated, sometimes the sillier we get, and certainly the more idle people there are with nothing to fill their minds except making moral rules for everyone else, the more hypocrisy there is as to who keeps them and who doesn't. Pitt envisioned a savage society in the sun on vast plains with the flat-topped trees he had seen in paintings, and grass huts, drum music, and imprisoning heat, a culture that had not changed since memory's record began. What had Lindsay done there? How had he lived? Had he taken an African wife and loved her? What had brought him back to Highgate on the outskirts of London, and the heart of the empire, with its white gloves, carriages, engraved calling cards, gas lamps, maids in starched aprons, little old ladies, portraits of bishops, stained glass windows, and murder? Whom in particular may he have offended?
He looked at Lindsay curiously. Lindsay's face was suddenly wreathed in smiles. "Good heavens, man! Everyone!" Celeste and Angeline think he failed to treat Theophilus with proper attention, and that if he had not, the old fool would still be alive. And would he? Lindsay's eyebrows shot up. God knows. I doubt it. What can you do for an apoplectic seizure? He couldn't sit round the clock with him. Who else? Alfred Lutterworth thinks Flora is enamored of him, which she may well be. She's in and out of the house often enough, and sees Stephen on her own, out of normal surgery hours. She may imagine other people don't know, but they most certainly do. Lutterworth thinks Stephen is seducing her with an eye to the money, of which there is a very great deal. The bland look of slight amusement on his face made Pitt think that the idea of Shaw murdering his wife because she stood in the way of such a marriage had not crossed his mind. His weathered face, so lined it reflected every expression, was touched with pity and a shadow of something like contempt, without its cruelty. But there was no fear in it. And, of course, Lally Clitheridge is appalled by his opinions, Lindsay went on, his smile broadening, and fascinated by his vitality. He is 10 times the man poor old Hector is, or ever will be. Prudence Hatch is fond of him, and frightened of him, for some reason I haven't discovered. Josiah can't abide him for a dozen reasons that are inherent in his nature, and Stephen's. Quentin Pascoe, who sells beautiful and romantic books, reviews them, and quite genuinely loves them, thinks Stephen is an irresponsible iconoclast, because he supports John Dalgetty and his avant-garde views of literature, or at least he supports his freedom to express them, regardless of whom they offend. Do they offend people? Pitt asked, curious for himself as well as for any importance it might have. Surely no literary disapproval could be powerful enough to motivate murder. Ill-temper, dislike, contempt, but surely only a madman kills over a matter of taste. Grossly. Lindsay noted Pitt's skepticism, and there was a light of irony in his own eyes. You have to understand Pascoe and Dalgetty. Ideals, the expression of thought, and the arts of creation and communication are their lives. He shrugged. But you asked me who hated Stephen from time to time, not who I thought would actually set fire to his house with the intent of burning him to death. If I knew anyone I thought would do that, I should have told you long before you came to the door asking. Pitt acknowledged it with a grimace, and was about to pursue the matter when the manservant reappeared to announce that Mr. Dalgetty had called to ask if Lindsay would receive him. Lindsay glanced at Pitt with a flash of amusement, then indicated his agreement. A moment later, John Dalgetty came in, obviously having assumed Lindsay was alone. He launched into speech immediately, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. He was a dark man of medium stature and high, almost vertical forehead, fine eyes, and a shock of hair which was now receding a little. He was very casually dressed, with a loose black cravat tied in what had probably been a bow when he set out that morning. Now it was merely a bundle. His jacket was overlong and loose, and the whole effect was extremely untidy, but had a certain panache. Quite brilliant, he waved his hands. Just what Highgate needs, indeed the whole of London. Shake up some of these tired old ideas, make people think. That's what matters, you know. Freedom from the rigid, the orthodox, that ossifies the faculties of invention and discovery. He frowned, leaning a little forward in his urgency. Man is a creature full of the power of the mind, if only we free it from the shackles of fear. Terrified of the new, quaking at the prospect of making a mistake. What do a few mistakes matter? He hunched his shoulders high. If in the end we discover and name some new truth. Cowards, that's what we're fast becoming. A nation of intellectual cowards, too timorous to undertake an adventure into unknown regions of thought or knowledge. He swung one arm wide towards the Ashanti spear on the wall. How would our empire be if all our voyagers of the seas or explorers of the lands had been too afraid of anything new to circumnavigate the earth, or venture into the dark continents of Africa and India? He poked his fingers at the floor. Right here in England, that's where. And the world,
He flung out his hand dramatically. "Would belong to the French, or the Spanish, or God knows whom. And here we are, leaving all the voyages of the mind to the Germans, or whomever, because we are afraid of treading on a few toes. Have you seen Pascoe? He's practically foaming at the mouth because of your monograph on the wrongs of the ownership of the means of production. Of course it's brilliant, full of new ideas, new concepts of community, and the proper division of wealth. I shall review it as widely as... Oh." Suddenly he noticed Pitt, and his face fell with amazement, then as quickly filled with curiosity. "I beg your pardon, sir. I was unaware Mr. Lindsay had company. John Dalgetty." He bowed very slightly. "Seller of rare books and reviewer of literature, and I hope disseminator of ideas." "Thomas Pitt," Pitt replied. "Inspector of police, and I hope discoverer of truth, or at least a measurable portion of it. We will never know it all, but sometimes enough to assist what serves as justice." "Good gracious me!" Dalgetty laughed aloud, but there was considerable nervousness in it as well as humor. "A policeman with an extraordinary turn of phrase. Are you making fun of me, sir?" "Not at all," Pitt replied sincerely. "The truth of a crime, its causes and its effects, are far beyond us to reach, but we may, if we are diligent and lucky, discover who committed it, and at least some portion of why." "Oh, yes, indeed. Very terrible." Dalgetty drew his black brows down and shook his head a little. "A fine woman. Didn't know her closely myself. Always seemed to be busy with matters of her own, good works and so forth. But excellent reputation." He looked at Pitt with something almost like a challenge. "Never heard a word against her from anyone. Great friend of my wife's, always conversing with one another. Tragic loss. I wish I could help, but I know nothing at all, absolutely nothing." Pitt was inclined to believe him, but he asked a few questions in case there was some small fact in among the enthusiasm and opinions. He learned nothing, and some 15 minutes after Dalgetty departed, still muttering praises of the monograph, Stephen Shaw himself returned, full of energy, coming in like a gale, flinging doors open and leaving them swinging. But Pitt saw the shadows under his eyes and the strain in the lines around his mouth. "Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw," he said quietly. "I am sorry to intrude again, but there are many questions I need to ask." "Of course." Shaw absent-mindedly straightened the Ashanti spear and then moved to the bookcase and leveled a couple of volumes. "But I've already told you everything I can think of." "Someone lit those fires deliberately, Dr. Shaw," Pitt reminded him. Shaw winced and looked at Pitt. "I know that. If I had the faintest idea, don't you think I'd tell you? What about your patients? Have you treated anyone for any disease that they might wish to conceal?" "For God's sake, what?" Shaw stared at him, eyes wide. "If it were contagious, I should report it, regardless of what they wished. If it were insanity, I should have them committed. What about syphilis?" Shaw stopped in mid-movement, his arms in the air. "Touché," he said very quietly. "Both contagious and causing insanity in the end. And I should very probably keep silence. I certainly should not make it public." A flicker of irony crossed his face. "It is not passed by shaking hands or sharing a glass of wine, nor is the insanity secret or homicidal." "And have you treated any such cases?" Pitt smiled blandly and had no intention of allowing Shaw to sidestep an answer. "If I had, I should not break a patient's confidence now." Shaw looked back at him with candor and complete defiance. "Nor will I discuss with you any other medical confidence I may have received on any subject." "Then we may be some considerable time discovering who murdered your wife, Dr. Shaw." Pitt looked at him coolly. "But I will not stop trying, whatever I have to overturn to find the truth. Apart from the fact, that is my job. The more I hear of her, the more I believe she deserves it." Shaw's face paled, and the muscles tightened in his neck, and his mouth pulled thin, as if he had been caught by some unnecessary inner pain, but he did not speak. Pitt knew he was wounding, and hated it, but to withhold now might make it worse in the close future. And if, as seems probable, it was not your wife the murderer was after," he went on, "but yourself, then he or she will very possibly try again. I assume you have considered that." Shaw's face was white. "I have, Mr. Pitt," he said very quietly. "But I cannot break my code of medical ethics on that chance, even were it a certainty. To betray my patients would not necessarily save me, and it is not a bargain I am prepared to make. Whatever you learn, you will have to do it in some other way." Pitt was not surprised. It was what he had expected of the man, and in spite of the frustration, he would have been, at least in part, disappointed had he received more. He glanced at Lindsay's face, pink in the reflected firelight, and saw a deep affection in it, and a certain wry satisfaction. He, too, would have suffered a loss had Shaw been willing to speak. "Then I had better continue with it in my own way," Pitt accepted, standing a little straighter. "Good day, Mr. Lindsay, and thank you for your frankness." "Good day, Dr. Shaw." "Good day, sir," Lindsay replied with unusual courtesy, and Shaw stood silent by the bookshelves. The manservant returned and showed him out into the autumn sunlight, thin and gold, and the wind scurrying dry leaves along the footpath. It took him half an hour's brisk walk before he found a hansom to take him back into the city. Chapter 4. Charlotte did not enjoy the public omnibus, but to hire a hansom cab all the way from Bloomsbury to her mother's home on Cater Street was an unwarranted extravagance, and should there be any little surplus for her to spend, there were better things that might be done with it. Particularly she had in mind a new gown on which to wear Emily's silk flowers. Not, of course, that a cab fare would purchase even one sleeve of such a thing, but it was a beginning, and with Emily home again, there might arise an occasion to wear such a gown. In the meantime, she climbed aboard the omnibus, gave the conductor her fare, and squeezed between a remarkably stout woman with a wheeze like a bellows and a short man whose gloomy stare into the middle distance of his thoughts threatened to take him beyond his stop, unless he were traveling to the end of the line. "Excuse me." Charlotte sat down firmly, and they were both obliged to make way for her, the large woman with a creak of whalebone and rattle of taffeta, the man in silence. She alighted presently and walked in mild, blustery wind the 200 yards along the street to the house where she had been born and grown up, and where 7 years ago she had met Pitt, and scandalized the neighbors by marrying him. Her mother, who had been trying unsuccessfully to find a husband for her ever since she had been 17, had accepted the match with more grace than Charlotte had imagined possible. Perhaps it was not unmixed with a certain relief. And although Caroline Ellison was every bit as traditional, as ambitious for her daughter, and as sensitive to the opinions of her peers as anyone else, she did love her children, and ultimately realized that their happiness might lie in places she herself would never have considered even tolerable. Now, even she admitted to a considerable fondness for Thomas Pitt, even if she still preferred not to tell all her acquaintances what he did as an occupation. Her mother-in-law, on the other hand, had never ceased to find it a social disaster, nor lost an opportunity to say so. Charlotte mounted the steps and rang the bell. She had barely time to step back before it opened, and Maddock, the butler, ushered her in. "Good afternoon, Miss Charlotte. How very pleasant to see you. Mrs. Ellison will be delighted. She is in the withdrawing-room, and at the moment has no other callers. Shall I take your coat?" "Good afternoon, Maddock. Yes, if you please. Is everyone well?" "Quite well, thank you," he replied automatically. It was not expected that one would reply that the cook had rheumatism in her knees, or that the housemaid had sniffles, and the kitchen-maid had twisted her ankle staggering in with the coke scuttle. Ladies were not concerned in such downstairs matters. He had never really grasped that Charlotte was no longer a lady, in the sense in which she had been when she grew up in this house. In the long-familiar withdrawing-room, Caroline was sitting idly, poking at a piece of embroidery, her mind quite absent from it. And Grandmamma was staring at her irritably, trying to think of a sufficiently stinging remark to make. When she was a girl, embroidery was done with meticulous care, and if one were unfortunate enough to be a widow with no husband to please,
That was an affliction to be borne with dignity and some grace, but one still did things with proper attention. "If you continue in that manner, you will stitch your fingers and get blood on the linen," she said, just as the door opened and Charlotte was announced. "And then it will be good for nothing." "It is good for very little anyway," Caroline replied. Then she became aware of the extra presents. "Charlotte!" She dropped the whole lot, needle, linen, frame, and threads, on the floor, and rose to her feet with delight and relief. "My dear, how nice to see you. You look very well. How are the children?" "In excellent health, Mamma." Charlotte hugged her mother. "And you?" She turned to her grandmother. "Grandmamma, how are you?" She knew the catalogue of complaint that would follow, but it would be less offensive if it were asked for than if it were not. "I suffer," the old lady replied, looking Charlotte up and down with sharp black eyes. She snorted. She was a small, stout woman with a beaked nose, which in her youth had been considered aristocratic, at least by those most kindly disposed towards her. "I am lame and deaf, which if you came to visit us more often you would know without having to ask." "I do know, Grandmamma," Charlotte replied, determined to be agreeable. "I asked only to show you that I care." "Indeed," the old woman grunted. "Well, sit down and tell us something of interest. I am also bored, although I have been bored ever since your grandfather died, and for some time before, come to that. It is the lot of women of good breeding to be bored. Your mother is bored also, although she has not learned to resign herself to it as I have. She has developed no skill at it. She does bad embroidery. I cannot see well enough to embroider any more, but when I could, it was perfect." "You will have tea?" Caroline smiled across her mother-in-law's head. These conversations had been part of her life for 20 years, and she accepted them with good grace. Actually, she was seldom bored. When the first grief of her widowhood had passed, she had discovered new and most interesting pursuits. She had found herself free to read the newspapers for the first time in her life, any pages she wished. She had learned a little of politics and current affairs, social issues of debate, and she had joined societies which discussed all manner of things. She was finding time heavy this afternoon, simply because she had decided to spend the time at home with the old lady, and they had, until now, received no callers. "Please," Charlotte accepted, seating herself in her favorite chair. Caroline rang for the maid and ordered tea, sandwiches, cakes, and fresh scones and jam, then settled to hear whatever news Charlotte might have, and to tell her of a philosophical group she had recently joined. The tea came, was poured and passed, and the maid retired. "You will have seen Emily, no doubt." Grandmamma made it a statement, and her face was screwed up with disapproval. "In my day, widows did not marry again the moment their poor husbands were cold in the ground. Unseemly haste. Most unseemly. And it's not even as if she were bettering herself. Stupid girl. That I could understand at least. But Jack Radley. Who on earth are the Radleys, I ask you?" Charlotte ignored the whole matter. She was confident Jack Radley would flatter the old lady, and she would melt like butter on a hot crumpet. It was simply not worth trying to argue the point now. And, of course, whatever Emily had brought her from Europe she would criticize, but she would be pleased all the same, and show it off relentlessly. As if aware of Charlotte's well-controlled temper, the old lady swiveled around and glared at her over the top of her eyeglasses. "And what are you doing with yourself these days, miss? Still meddling in your husband's affairs? If there is anything in the world that is totally and inexcusably vulgar, it is curiosity about other people's domestic tragedies. I told you at the time no good would come of it." Again she snorted spitefully and settled back a little in her seat. "Detective, indeed." "I am not involved in Thomas's present case, Grandmamma." Charlotte took a fifth cucumber sandwich and ate it with relish. They really were delicious, thin as wafers, and sweet and crisp. "Good," the old woman said with satisfaction. "You eat too much. It is unladylike. You have lost all the refinement of manner you used to have."
I blame you, Caroline. You should never have allowed this to happen. If she had been my daughter, she would not have been permitted to marry beneath her."
Caroline had long ago ceased to defend herself from such remarks, and she did not wish to quarrel, even though she was provoked. In fact, it gave her a certain satisfaction to catch her mother-in-law's beady eyes and smile sweetly back at her, and see the irritation in them.
"Unfortunately, I had not your skill," she said gently. "I managed very well with Emily, but Charlotte defeated me."
The old lady was temporarily beaten.
"Ha!" she said, at a loss for words.
Charlotte hid her smile and took another sip of tea.
"Given up meddling, have you?" The old lady renewed the attack. "Emily will be disappointed."
Charlotte sipped her tea again.
"All cut-purses and thieves, I suppose," Grandmamma continued. "Been demoted, has he?"
Finally, Charlotte was drawn in spite of her resolution.
"No, it is arson and murder. A very respectable woman has been burned to death in Highgate. In fact, her grandfather was a bishop," she added with something unpleasantly like triumph.
The old lady looked at her guardedly.
"What bishop would that be? Sounds unlikely to me. Bishop Worlingham," Charlotte replied immediately. "Bishop Worlingham? Augustus Worlingham?"
The old lady's eyes snapped sharp with interest. She leaned forward in her chair and thumped her black walking stick on the ground.
"Answer me, girl. Augustus Worlingham?" "I imagine so." Charlotte could not remember Pitt having mentioned the bishop's Christian name. "There surely cannot be two." "Don't be impertinent."
But the old lady was too excited to be more than cursorily critical.
"I used to know his daughters, Celeste and Angeline." "So they still live in Highgate?" "Well, why not? Very fortunate area. I should go and call upon them, convey my condolences upon their loss." "You can't." Caroline was appalled. "You've never mentioned them before. You cannot have called upon them in years." "And is that any cause not to comfort them now in their distress?" the old lady demanded, eyebrows high, searching for reason in an unreasonable house. "I shall go this very afternoon. It is quite early. You may accompany me if you wish." She hauled herself to her feet. "As long as you do not in any circumstances display a vulgar curiosity." And she stumped past the tea-trolley and out of the withdrawing room, without so much as glancing behind her to see what reaction her remarks had provoked.
Charlotte looked at her mother, undecided whether to declare herself or not. The idea of meeting people so close to Clemency Shaw was strongly appealing, even though she believed the person who had connived her death, whoever had lit the taper, was someone threatened by her work to expose slum profiteers to the public knowledge. Caroline drew in her breath, then her expression of incredulity turned rapidly through contemplation to shame-faced interest.
"Ah," she breathed in and out again slowly. "I really don't think we should permit her to go alone, do you? I have no idea what she might say." She bit her lip to suppress a smile. "And curiosity is so vulgar. Perfectly terrible," Charlotte agreed, rising to her feet and clasping her reticule, ready for departure. They made the considerable ride to Highgate in close to silence. Once Charlotte asked the old lady if she could inform them of her acquaintance with the Worlingham sisters and anything about their present situation, but the reply was scant and in a tone that discouraged further inquiry. "They were neither prettier nor plainer than most," the old lady said, as if the question had been fatuous. "I never heard any scandal about them, which may mean they were virtuous, or merely that no opportunity for misbehavior offered itself. They were the daughters of a bishop, after all. I was not seeking scandal." Charlotte was irritated by the implication. "I simply wondered what nature of people they were." "Bereaved," came the reply. "That is why I am calling upon them. I suspect you of mere curiosity, which is a character failing of a most distasteful sort. I hope you will not embarrass me when we are there." Charlotte gasped at the sheer effrontery of it. She knew perfectly well the old lady had not called on the Worlinghams in 30 years,
and assuredly would not now, had Clemency died in a more ordinary fashion. For once a suitably stinging reply eluded her, and she rode the remainder of the journey in silence. The Worlingham house in Fitzroy Park, Highgate, was imposing from the outside, solid with ornate door and windows, and large enough to accommodate a very considerable family and full staff of indoor servants. Inside, when they were admitted by a statuesque parlour-maid, it was even more opulent, if now a little shabby in various places. Charlotte, well behind her mother and grandmother, had opportunity to glance around with a more lingering eye. The hall was unusually large, panelled in oak, and hung with portraits of varying age, but no plates underneath to tell their names. An instant suspicion crossed Charlotte's mind that they were not ancestral Worlinghams at all, merely dressing to awe a visitor. In the place of honor, where the main light shone on it, was by far the largest portrait, that of an elderly gentleman in very current dress. His broad face was pink-fleshed. His silver hair grew far back on his sloping forehead and curled up over his ears, forming an almost luminous aureole around his head. His eyes were blue under heavy lids, and his chin was wide, but his most remarkable feature was the benign, complacent, and supremely confident smile on his lips. Under this, the plate was legible, even as Charlotte walked past it to the morning-room door. Bishop Augustus T. Worlingham. The maid departed to inquire whether they would be received, and Grandmamma bent herself stiffly to sit in one of the chairs, staring around at the room critically. The pictures here were gloomy landscapes, framed samplers with such mottos as "Vanity, vanity, all is vanity," in cross-stitch. "The price of a good woman is above rubies," framed in wood, and "God sees all," with an eye and satin and stem stitches. Caroline pulled a face. Charlotte imagined the two sisters as girls sitting on a Sabbath afternoon in silence, carefully sewing such things, all fingers and thumbs, hating every moment of it, wondering how long until tea, when Papa would read the Scriptures to them. They would answer dutifully, and then after prayers be released to go to bed. Grandmamma cleared her throat and looked with disfavor at an enormous glass case filled with stuffed and mounted birds. The antimacassars were stitched in brown upon linen, and all a trifle crooked. The parlour-maid returned to say that the Misses Worlingham would be charmed to receive them, and accordingly they followed her back across the hall and into the cavernous withdrawing-room hung with 5 chandeliers. Only 2 of these were lit, and the parquet wooden floors were strewn with an assortment of oriental rugs of several different shades and designs, all a fraction paler where the pile had been worn with constant tread, from the door to the sofa and chairs, and to a distinct patch in front of the fire, as if someone had habitually stood there. Charlotte remembered with an odd mixture of anger and loss how her father had stood in front of the fire in winter, warming himself, oblivious of the fact that he was keeping it from everyone else. The late Bishop Worlingham, no doubt, had done the same, and his daughters would not have raised their voices to object, nor would his wife when she was alive. It brought a sharp flavor of youth, being at home with her parents and sisters, the callowness and the safety of those times, taken for granted then. She glanced at Caroline, but Caroline was watching Grandmamma as she sailed up to the elder of the Misses Worlingham. "My dear Miss Worlingham, I was so sorry to hear of your bereavement. I had to come and offer my condolences in person, rather than simply write a letter. You must feel quite dreadful." Celeste Worlingham, a woman in her late 50s with strong features, dark brown eyes, and a face which in her youth must have been handsome rather than pretty, now looked both confused and curious. The marks of shock were visible in the strained lines around her mouth and the stiff carriage of her neck, but she had admirable composure and would not give in to unseemly grief, at least not in public, and she considered this public. Obviously, she did not recall even the barest acquaintance with any of her visitors, but a lifetime of good manners overrode all. "Most kind of you, Mrs. Ellison. Of course, Angeline and I are very grieved, but as Christians we learn to bear such loss with fortitude and faith." "Naturally.
Grandmamma agreed, a trifle perfunctorily. "May I introduce to you my daughter-in-law, Mrs. Caroline Ellison, and my granddaughter, Mrs. Pitt?" Everyone exchanged courtesies, and Grandmamma fixed her eyes on Celeste, then changed her mind and looked at Angeline, a younger, fairer woman, with mild features and a comfortable domestic look. Grandmamma swayed back and forth on her feet and planted her stick heavily on the carpet and leaned on it. "Please sit down, Mrs. Ellison," Angeline said immediately. "May we offer you some refreshment? Tisane, perhaps?" "How kind." Grandmamma accepted with near alacrity, pulling Caroline sharply by the skirt, so she also was obliged to sit on the fat red sofa a step behind her. "You are as thoughtful as ever," Grandmamma added for good measure. Angeline reached for the handbell and rang it with a sharp, tinkling sound, and almost as soon as she had replaced it on the table, the maid appeared. She requested a tisane, then changed her mind and asked for tea for all of them. Grandmamma sank back in her seat, set her stick between her own voluminous skirts and Caroline's, and rather belatedly masked a look of satisfaction with concern again. "I imagine your dear brother will be a great strength to you, and, of course, you to him," she said unctuously. "He must be most distressed. It is at such a time that families must support each other." "Exactly what our father the bishop used to say," Angeline agreed, leaning forward a little, her black dress creasing across her ample bosom. "He was such a remarkable man. The family is the strength of the nation, he used to say, and a virtuous and obedient woman is the heart of the family, and dear Clemency was certainly that." "Poor Theophilus passed on," Celeste said, with a touch of asperity. "I am surprised you did not know. It was in the Times." For an instant Grandmamma was confounded. It was no use saying she did not read obituaries. No one would have believed her. Births, deaths, marriages, and the court calendar were all that gentlewomen did read. Too much of the rest was sensational, contentious, or otherwise unsuitable. "I am so sorry," Caroline murmured reluctantly. "When was it?" 2 years ago, Celeste answered with a slight shiver. "It was very sudden, such a shock to us." Caroline looked at Grandmamma. "That will have been when you were ill yourself, and we did not wish to distress you. I imagine by the time you were recovered, we had forgotten we had not told you." Grandmamma refused to be obliged for the rescue. Charlotte was moved to admiration for her mother. She would have allowed the old lady to flounder.
End of Track 5. Track 6.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.
"That is the obvious explanation," Grandmamma agreed, staring at Celeste and defying her to disbelieve. A flicker of respect and of a certain dry humor crossed Celeste's intelligent face. "Doubtless. It was very sudden indeed." Angeline had not noticed the exchange at all. "I am afraid we were inclined to blame poor Stephen, that is, Dr. Shaw. He is our nephew-in-law, you know. Indeed, I almost said as much, that he had given Theophilus insufficient care. Now I feel ashamed of myself when the poor man is bereaved himself, and in such terrible circumstances." "Fire!" Grandmamma shook her head. "How can such a thing have happened? A careless servant? I've always said servants are nothing like they used to be. They're slovenly, impertinent, and careless of detail. It is quite terrible. I don't know what the world is coming to. I don't suppose she had this new electrical lighting, did she? I don't trust that at all. Dangerous stuff, meddling with the forces of nature." "Oh, certainly not," Angeline said quickly. "It was gas, like ours." She barely glanced at the chandelier, then she looked wistful and a little abashed. "Although I did see an advertisement for an electric corset the other day, and wondered what it might do." She looked at Charlotte hopefully. Charlotte had no idea. Her mind had been on Theophilus and his unexpected death. "I am sorry, Miss Worlingham, I did not see it. It sounds most uncomfortable." "Not to say dangerous," Grandmamma snapped. She not only disapproved of electricity, She disapproved even more of being interrupted in what she considered to be her conversation. "And absurd," she added. "A bedpost and a maid with a good strong arm was sufficient for us, and we had waists a man could put his hands round, or at least could think of such a thing." She swiveled back to Celeste. "What a mercy her husband was not also killed," she said, with a perfectly straight face, not even a flicker or a blush. "How did it happen?" Caroline closed her eyes, and Grandmamma surreptitiously poked her with her stick to keep her from intervening. Charlotte let out a sigh. Celeste looked taken aback. "He was out on a call," Angeline answered with total candor. "A confinement a little earlier than expected. He is a doctor, you know, in many ways a fine man, in spite of—" She stopped as abruptly as she had begun, a tinge of pride creeping up her cheeks. "Oh, dear, I do beg your pardon. One should not speak ill. Our dear father was always saying that. Such a wonderful man." She sighed and smiled, staring mistily into some distance within her mind. "It was such a privilege to have lived in the same house with him, and been of service, caring for him, seeing that he was looked after as such a man should be." Charlotte looked at the plump, fair figure with its benign face, a blurred echo of her sister's, softer and more obviously vulnerable. She must have had suitors as a young woman. Surely she would rather have accepted one of them than spend her life ministering to her father's needs, had she been permitted the chance. There were parents who kept their daughters at home as permanent servants, unpaid but for their keep, unable to give notice because they had no other means of support, ever dutiful, obedient, ever loving, and at the same time hating, as all prisoners do, until it was too late to leave, even when the doors were at last opened by death. Was Angeline Worlingham one of these? Indeed, were they both? "And your brother also." Grandmamma was unstoppable. Her bead-like eyes were bright, and she sat upright with attention. "Another fine man. Tragic he should die so young. What was the cause?" "Mamma-in-law." Caroline was aghast. "I really think we—" "Oh!" She gave a little squeal as the old lady's stick poked her leg with a sharp pain. "Have you the hiccups?" Grandmamma inquired blandly. "Take a little more of your tea." She returned to Celeste. "You were telling us of poor Theophilus's passing. What a loss." "We do not know the cause," Celeste said with chill. "It appears it may have been an apoplectic seizure of some sort, but we are not perfectly sure." "It was poor Clemency who found him," Angeline added. "That is another thing for which I hold Stephen responsible. Sometimes he is a touch too free in his ideas. He expects too much." "All men expect too much," Grandmamma opined sententiously. Angeline blushed furiously and looked at the floor. Even Celeste looked uncomfortable. This time Caroline ignored all strictures and spoke. "That was a most unfortunate turn of phrase," she apologized. "I am sure that you meant it was unfair to expect Clemency to cope with the discovery of her father's death, especially when it was quite unexpected." "Oh, of course." Angeline collected herself with a gasp of relief. "He had been ill for a few days, but we had not presumed it serious. Stephen paid scant regard to it. Of course," she drew down her brows and lowered her voice confidentially, "they were not as close as they might have been, in spite of being father and son-in-law. Theophilus disapproved of some of Stephen's ideas." "We all disapprove of them," Celeste said with asperity. "But they were social and theological matters, not upon the subject of medicine. He is a very competent doctor. Everyone says so." "Indeed, he has many patients," Angeline added eagerly, her plump hands fingering the beads at her bosom. "Young Miss Lutterworth would not go to anyone else." "Flora Lutterworth is no better than she should be," Celeste said darkly. "She consults him at every fit and turn, and I have my own opinions that she would be a good deal less afflicted with whatever malady it is, had Stephen a wart on the end of his nose or a squint in one eye."
"Nobody knows what it is," Angeline whispered. "She looks as healthy as a horse to me. Of course, they are very nouveau riche," she added, explaining to Caroline and Charlotte. "Working class, really, for all that money. Alfred Lutterworth made it in cotton mills in Lancashire, and only came down here when he sold them. He tries to act the gentleman, but of course everyone knows." Charlotte was unreasonably irritated. After all, this was the world in which she had grown up, and at one time might have thought similarly herself. "Knows what?" she inquired, with an edge to her voice. "Why, that he made his money in trade," Angeline said with surprise. "It is really quite obvious, my dear. He has brought up his daughter to sound like a lady, but speech is not all, is it?" "Certainly not," Charlotte agreed dryly. "Many who sound like ladies are anything but." Angeline took no double meaning, and settled back in her seat with satisfaction, rearranging her skirts a trifle. "More tea?" she inquired, holding up the silver pot with its ornate swan neck spout. They were interrupted by the parlour-maid's return to announce that the vicar and Mrs. Clitheridge had called. Celeste glanced at Grandmamma and realized she had not the slightest intention of leaving. "Please show them in," Celeste instructed with a lift of one of her heavy eyebrows. She did not glance at Angeline. Humor was not something they were able to share. Their perceptions were too different. "And bring more tea." Hector Clitheridge was solid and bland, with the sort of face that in his youth had been handsome, but was now marred by constant anxiety and a nervousness which had scored lines in his cheeks and taken the ease and directness out of his eyes. He came forward now in a rush to express his condolences yet again, and then was startled to find an additional 3 women there whom he did not know. His wife, on the other hand, was quite homely, and probably, even in her very best years, could only have offered no more charms than a freshness of complexion and a good head of hair. But her back was straight. She could well have walked with a pile of books on her head without losing any, and her eye was calm, her manner composed. Her voice was unusually low and agreeable.
"My dear Celeste, Angeline, I know we have already expressed our sympathies and offered our services, but the vicar thought we should call again, merely to assure you that we are most sincere. So often people say these things as a matter of custom, and one does not care to take them up on it for precisely that reason. Some people avoid the bereaved, which is scarcely Christian." "Quite," her husband agreed, relief flooding his face. "If there is anything we can do for you—" He looked from one to the other of them as if he awaited a suggestion. Celeste introduced them to the company already present, and everyone exchanged greetings. "How very kind," Clitheridge said, smiling at Grandmamma. His hands fiddled with his badly tied tie, making it worse. "Surely a sign of true friendship when one comes in times of grief. Have you known the Mrs. Worlingham long? I do not recall having seen you here before." 40 years, Grandmamma said promptly. "Oh, my goodness, how very fine. You must be exceedingly fond of each other." "And it is 30 of them since we last saw you." Celeste finally lost her temper. It was apparent from her face that Grandmamma mildly amused her, but the vicar's waving hands and bland words irritated her beyond bearing. "So kind of you to have come, just now when we are suffering a dramatic loss." Charlotte heard the sarcasm in her tone, and could see in the strong, intelligent face that none of the motives or excuses had passed her by. Grandmamma sniffed indignantly. "I told you I did not read of poor Theophilus's death. If I had, I would surely have come then. It is the least one can do." "And at Papa's death, too, no doubt," Celeste said, with a very slight smile. "Except perhaps you did not read of that either." "Oh, Celeste, don't be ridiculous." Angeline's eyes were very wide. "Everyone heard of Papa's passing. He was a bishop, after all, and a most distinguished one. He was respected by absolutely everybody." Caroline attempted to rescue Grandmamma. I think perhaps when someone passes in the fullness of their years, it is not quite the same grief as when a younger person is cut off, she offered. Grandmamma swung around and glared at her, and Caroline colored faintly, more with annoyance at herself than apology. The vicar fidgeted from one foot to the other, opened his mouth to say something, then realized it was a family dispute and retreated hastily. Charlotte spoke at last. I came because I had heard of Mrs. Shaw's magnificent work attempting to improve the housing standards of the poor, she said into the silence. I have several friends who held her in the very highest esteem and feel her loss is one to the whole community. She was a very fine woman. There was utter silence. The vicar cleared his throat nervously. Angeline gave a little gasp, then put her handkerchief to her mouth and stifled it. Grandmamma swiveled around in her seat with a crackle of taffeta and glared at Charlotte. "I beg your pardon?" Celeste said huskily. Charlotte realized with a hollowness and a rush of blood up her cheeks that obviously Clemency's work was unknown to her family and to her vicar. But it was impossible to retreat. She had left herself no room at all. There was nothing to do but advance and hope for the best. "I said she was a very fine woman," she repeated with a rather forced smile. "Her efforts to improve the living standards of the poor were greatly admired." "I fear you are laboring under a misapprehension, Mrs. Pitt," Celeste replied, now that she had recovered her poise. "Clemency was not concerned in any such matter. She did her ordinary duties, such as any Christian woman will do. She took soup and the like, preserves and so on, to the deserving poor about the neighborhood. But so do we all. No one does as much as Angeline. She is always busy with some such thing. Indeed, I serve on several committees to assist young women who have, fallen into difficult circumstances and lost their character. You appear to have poor Clemency confused with someone else. I have not the slightest idea who." "Nor I," Angeline added. "It sounds a very virtuous work," Mrs. Clitheridge put in tentatively, "and most courageous." "Quite unsuitable, my dear." The vicar shook his head. "I am sure dear Clemency would not have done such a thing." "So am I." Celeste finished the subject with a chilly stare at Charlotte, her rather heavy brows raised very slightly. "Nevertheless, it was gracious of you to call. I am sure your mistake was perfectly genuine." "Perfectly," Charlotte assured her. "My informants were the daughter of a duke and a member of Parliament." Celeste was taken aback. "Indeed. You have some notable acquaintances." "Thank you." Charlotte inclined her head as if accepting a compliment. "There must be another lady by the same name," the vicar suggested soothingly. "It seems unlikely, and yet what other explanation is there?" "You must be right, my dear." His wife touched his arm with approval. "It seems obvious now. Of course, that is what has happened." "It all seems to be quite unimportant." Grandmamma reasserted her influence on the conversation. "My acquaintance is with you, and has been since our youth. I should like to pay my respects at the funeral, and should be greatly indebted if you would inform me as to when it is." "Oh, certainly," the vicar answered before either of the Misses Worlingham had time. "How kind of you. Yes, it is to be held in St. Anne's next Thursday at 2:00 in the afternoon." "I am obliged." Grandmamma was suddenly very gracious. The door opened again, and the parlour-maid announced Mr. and Mrs. Hatch, and was followed immediately by a woman of about the same height as Angeline, and with a considerable resemblance to her in feature. The nose was a trifle more pronounced, the eyes had not faded, nor the hair, and she was obviously a generation younger. Yet there was much in the bearing that was like, and she too wore the total black of mourning. Her husband, only a step behind her, was of medium height and extreme gravity. He reminded Charlotte quite strongly of pictures of Mr. Gladstone, the great Liberal Prime Minister, in his earlier years. There was the same dedicated purpose in his stare, the same look of total rectitude and certainty in his own convictions. His side whiskers were less bristling, and his nose of less grand proportions. Still, the impression was sharp. "My dear Prudence,"
Celeste greeted Mrs. Hatch with outstretched hands.
"Aunt Celeste."
Prudence went to her, and they kissed each other lightly. Then she moved to her Aunt Angeline, and was kissed more closely and held a moment longer. Josiah was more formal, but his condolences seemed every bit as sincere. In fact, he looked quite obviously distressed. His face was pale, and there was a drawn appearance to the skin about his mouth. His emotions were apparently very deep, and he kept them in control with some effort.
"The whole situation is quite dreadful," he said fixedly, looking at no one in particular. "Everywhere there is moral decline and decay. Young people in confusion, not knowing whom or what to admire any more. Women unprotected." His voice was thick with distress. "Look at this unspeakable business in Whitechapel. Bestial, quite bestial. A sign of the chaos of our times, rising anarchy. The Queen closed up in Osborne, ignoring us all. The Prince of Wales squandering his time and money in gambling and loose living. The Duke of Clarence worse." Still he looked at no one, his mind consumed with his inner vision. His body was motionless, but there was great strength in it, a feeling of waiting power. "The coarsest and most absurd ideas are being propagated, and there is one tragedy after another. Everything has begun to slip, ever since the dear bishop died. What a terrible loss that was." For a moment a look of sheer anguish crossed his features, as if he gazed upon the end of a golden age, and all that followed must be darker and lonelier. His hands clenched in front of him, large-knuckled and powerful. "And no one remotely near his stature has arisen to carry God's light for the rest of us." "Theophilus," Angeline said tentatively, then stopped. His look of contempt froze the words before they were formed. "He was a good man," Prudence said loyally. "Of course he was," her husband agreed. "But not his father's equal, not by a very long way. He was a pygmy in comparison." A strange mixture of grief and contempt crossed his face, then a zeal that had a wild beauty, almost visionary. "The bishop was a saint. He had wisdom incomparable with any of us. He understood the order of things as they should be. He had the insight into God's ways and how we should live his word." He smiled briefly. "How often I have heard him give counsel to men and to women. Always his advice was wise and of spiritual and moral upliftment." Angeline sighed gently and reached for her handkerchief, a wisp of cambric and lace. "Men, be upright," he continued. "Be utterly honest in your dealings. Preside over your families. Instruct your wives and children in the teachings of God. Women, be obedient and virtuous. Be diligent in your labors, and they shall be your crown in heaven." Charlotte shifted uncomfortably in her chair. The strength of his emotion was so obvious she could not dismiss it, but the sentiment was one she longed to quarrel with. "Love your children and teach them by your example," Hatch went on, unaware of her or anyone else. "Be chaste, and above all, be dutiful, and be loyal to your family. Therein lies your happiness, and the happiness of the world." "Amen," Angeline said with a sweet smile, her eyes raised as if in thought she could feel her father somewhere above her. "Thank you, Josiah. You have again reminded one of the purpose and reason for life. I don't know what we should do without you. I do not mean to speak slightly of Theophilus, but more than once I have thought you were Papa's true spiritual heir." The color spread up his cheeks, and for a moment there seemed to be tears in his eyes. "Thank you, my dear Angeline. No man alive could wish for a finer compliment, and I swear to you I shall endeavor to live worthily of it." She beamed at him. "The window?" Celeste said quietly, her face also softer and an expression of pleasure filling her eyes. "How is it progressing?" "Very well," he answered after a sharp sniff and a shake of his head. "Very well indeed. It is most gratifying to see how everyone in Highgate, and far beyond, wishes to remember him and give all they can. I think they truly realize that these are dark times, full of the doubts and misguided philosophies that these days pass as some kind of greater freedom. If we do not show very plainly what is the right way, God's way, then many souls will perish, and drag the innocent down with them." "You are so very right, Josiah," Celeste put in. Indeed, Angeline nodded. Indeed you are. And this window will be a powerful influence. He would not be cut off before he had spoken his mind, even by agreement. People will look at it, and remember what a great man Bishop Worlingham was, and revere his teachings. It is one of the achievements of my life, if I may say so, to perpetuate his name and the good works that he performed in his mortal existence here. I am sure we are all indebted to you, Angeline said heartily, and Papa's work will not die as long as you are alive. Indeed, we are most grateful, Celeste agreed. I am sure Theophilus would say so, too, were he alive to do so. Such a loss, Clitteridge said awkwardly, 2 spots of pink coloring his cheeks. His wife put her hand on his arm, and her grip was surprisingly firm. Charlotte could see the white of her knuckles. A pinched expression crossed Josiah Hatch's face, drawing tight the corners of his mouth, and he blinked several times. It seemed a mixture of sudden envy and disapproval. I would have expected Theophilus to initiate such a project himself, he said with wide eyes. I am sometimes tempted to think, indeed I cannot avoid it, that Theophilus did not truly appreciate what an outstanding man his father was. Perhaps he was too close to him to realize how far above that of others were his thoughts and his ideals, how profound his perception. It seemed no one had anything to add to this, and there were several moments of uncomfortable silence. Ahem! The vicar cleared his throat. I think, if you will excuse me, we will leave you and go and visit Mrs. Hardy. Such a sad case, so difficult to know what to say to be of comfort. Good day, ladies. He bowed rather generally in the visitor's direction. Good day to you, Josiah. Come, Eulalia. And taking his wife by the arm, he went rather hastily out into the hallway, and they heard the front door open and close again. Such a kind man, so kind, Angeline said, almost as if she were pronouncing an incantation. And so is dear Lally, of course. Such a strength to him, and to us all. Charlotte thought that perhaps without her the vicar would collapse into incomprehensibility, but she forbore from saying so. He preaches a very good sermon, Celeste said with faint surprise. He is really very learned, you know. It doesn't come through in his conversation, but perhaps that is as well. It doesn't do to overwhelm people with more learning than they can understand. It offers neither comfort nor instruction. How very true, Prudence agreed. In fact, I admit at times I do not know what he is talking about, but Josiah assures me it is all extremely good sense, don't you, my dear? So it is, he said decisively, nodding his head a little, but there was no warmth in his tone. He is always up to date on what the learned doctors of theology have said, and frequently quotes their works. And he is always correct, because I have taken the liberty of checking. He glanced briefly at the 3 visitors. I have a considerable library, you know, and I have made it my business to take such periodicals as are enlightening and enlarging to the mind. Very commendable. Grandmamma was frustrated with her enforced silence for so long. I presume Theophilus inherited the bishop's library? He did not, Celeste corrected her instantly. I did. Celeste wrote up all Papa's sermons and notes for him, Angeline explained. And of course Theophilus was not interested in books, she went on, looking with a nervous glance at Prudence. He preferred paintings. He had a great many very fine paintings, mostly landscapes, you know, lots of cows and water and trees and things. Very restful. Charming, Charlotte said, simply for something to add to the conversation. Are they oils or watercolors? Watercolors, I believe. His taste was excellent, so I am told. His collection is worth a great deal. Charlotte was curious to know if Clemency had inherited it, or Prudence. But her family had already disgraced itself more than enough for one day, and she did not believe that the motive for Clemency's murder, which they had all skirted delicately around mentioning, was money. Far more likely was the dangerous and radical reform she so passionately worked for, and apparently so secretly. Why had she not told even her aunts and her sister? Surely it was something to be proud of, most particularly with such a history of service as her grandfather's. Her speculation was cut short by the parlour-maid arriving, yet again to announce Dr. Stephen Shaw, and again he was so hard on her heels that she almost bumped into him as she turned to leave. He was not above average height, and of strong but not stocky build, but it was the vitality in his face that dominated everything else, and made the others in the room seem composed of browns and grays. Even tragedy, which had left its mark on him, and shadows around his eyes, and more deeply scored lines around his mouth, did not drain from him the inner energy. "Afternoon, Aunt Celeste, Aunt Angeline." His voice was excellent, with a resonance and a diction full of character, and yet in no way eccentric. "Josiah, Prudence." He gave her a light kiss on the cheek, more a gesture than anything else, but a shadow of irritation crossed Hatch's face. There was the bleakest flicker of amusement in Shaw's eyes as he turned to look at Grandmamma, Caroline, and Charlotte. "Mrs. Ellison," Celeste explained, introducing Grandmamma. "She was a friend of ours some 40 years ago. She called to give us her condolences." "Indeed." The shadow of a smile became more distinct around his mouth. "For the bishop, for Theophilus, or for Clemency?" "Stephen, you should not speak flippantly of such matters," Celeste said sharply. "It is most unseemly. You will allow people to take the wrong notion." Without waiting for invitation, he sat down in the largest chair. "My dear aunt, there is nothing in creation I can do to prevent people from taking the wrong notion, if that is what they wish to do." He swung around to face Grandmamma. "Most civil of you. You must have a great deal of news to catch up on, after such a space." Neither the implication nor his amusement were lost on Grandmamma, but she refused to acknowledge them, even by an excuse. "My daughter-in-law, Mrs. Caroline Ellison," she said coldly, "and my granddaughter, Mrs. Pitt." "How do you do?" Shaw inclined his head courteously to Caroline. Then, as he looked at Charlotte, a flash of interest crossed his features, as though he saw in her face something unusual. "How do you do, Mrs. Pitt? Surely you are not acquainted with the Mrs. Worlingham also?" Hatch opened his mouth to say something, but Charlotte cut across him. "Not until today. But of course the bishop was much admired by repute." "How excellently you choose your words, Mrs. Pitt. I presume you did not know him personally either." "Of course you didn't," Hatch snapped. "He has been gone about 10 years, to our misfortune." "Let us hope it was not to his." Shaw smiled at Charlotte with his back to his brother-in-law. "How dare you?" Hatch was furious, spots of color mottling his cheeks. He was still standing, and he glared down at Shaw. "We are all more than tired of hearing your irreverent and critical remarks. You may imagine some twisted modicum of what you are pleased to call humor excuses anything at all, but it does not. You make a mock of too much. You encourage people to be light-minded and jeer at the things they should most value. That you could not appreciate the virtue of Bishop Worlingham says more about your own shallowness and triviality than it does about the magnitude of his character." "I think you are being a trifle harsh, Josiah," his wife said soothingly. "I dare say Stephen did not mean anything by it." "Of course he did." Hatch would not be placated. "He is always making derisory remarks, which he imagines to be amusing." His voice rose, and he looked at Celeste. "He did not even wish to donate to the window. Can you imagine? And he supports that wretched man, Lindsay, in his revolutionary paper, which questions the very foundations of decent society." "No, it doesn't," Shaw said. "It merely puts out certain ideas on reform which would distribute wealth more equitably." "More equitably than what?" Hatch demanded. "Our present system? That amounts to overthrow of the government. In fact, revolution, as I said." "No, it does not." Shaw was overtly annoyed now, and he swung around in his chair to face Hatch. "They believe in a gradual change, through legislation, to a system of collectivist state ownership of the means of producing wealth, with workers' control, full employment, and approbation of unearned increment." "I don't know what you are talking about, Stephen," Angeline said, with her face screwed up in concentration. "Neither do I," Celeste agreed. "Are you speaking about George Bernard Shaw and those fearful webs?" "He is talking about anarchy, and a total change or loss of everything you know," Hatch replied with very real anger. This was far deeper than the reopening of an old family quarrel. They were profound issues of morality, and turning from him to Shaw, Charlotte believed that in his eyes also she saw a fire of seriousness beneath the perception of a very surface absurdity. Humor was always with him. It was deep in all the lines of his face, but it was only the outer garment of a passionate mind. "People can get away with anything these days," Grandmamma said unhelpfully. "In my youth, Bernard Shaw, Mr. Webb, and their like would have been put in prison before they were permitted to speak of such ideas. But today they are quite openly quoted. And, of course, Mrs. Webb is quite beyond the pale." "Be quiet," Caroline said sharply. "You are making bad into worse." "It is already worse," the old lady retorted in a stage whisper audible to everyone in the room. "Oh, dear." Angeline wrung her hands nervously, looking from one to the other of her nephews-in-law. Charlotte attempted to repair some of the damage. "Mr. Hatch, do you not think that when people read the ideas proposed in these pamphlets, they will consider them, and if they are truly evil or preposterous, then they will see them for what they are and reject them out of hand? After all, is it not better they should know what they stand for, and so find them the more repellent and frightening, than merely by our recounting of them? Truth cannot but benefit from the comparison." Hatch stopped with his breath drawn in and his mouth open. Her premise was one he could not possibly deny, and yet to do so would rob him of his argument against Shaw. For seconds the silence hung. A carriage rattled past the street going up Highgate Hill. A snatch of song came from somewhere upstairs and was hushed instantly. Presumably some young housemaid disciplined for levity. "You are very young, Mrs. Pitt," Hatch said at last. "I fear you do not fully grasp the weakness of some people, how easily greed, ignorance, and envy can draw them to espouse values that are quite obviously false to those of us who have had the advantage of a moral upbringing. Unfortunately, there are an increasing number," here he shot a bright, hard glance at Shaw, "who confuse freedom with license, and thus behave completely irresponsibly. We have just such a person here, named John Dalgetty, who keeps a shop of sorts, selling books and pamphlets, some of which pander to the lowest possible tastes, some which excite flighty minds to dwell on subjects with which they are quite unable to deal, questions of philosophy, disruptive both to the individual and to society. Josiah would have a censor to tell everyone what they may read and what they may not." Shaw turned to Charlotte, his arms wide, his eyebrows raised. "No one would have had a new idea or questioned an old one since Noah landed on Ararat. There would be no inventors, no explorations of the mind, nothing to challenge or excite, nothing to stretch the boundaries of thought. No one would do anything that hadn't been done before. There would certainly be no empire." "Balderdash," Charlotte said frankly, then blanched at her temerity. Aunt Vespasia might be able to get away with such candor, but she had neither the social status nor the beauty for it. But it was too late to withdraw it. "I mean, you will never stop people from having radical thoughts, or from speaking them." Shaw started to laugh. It was a rich, wonderful sound. Even around all the black crepes and the somber faces, it was full of joy. "How can I argue with you?" He controlled his mirth with difficulty. The room seemed alight with his presence. "You are the perfect argument for your case. Obviously, not even Josiah's presence in person can stop you from saying precisely what comes into your mind." "I apologize," she said, uncertain whether to be offended, embarrassed, or to laugh with him. Grandmamma was outraged, probably because Charlotte was the center of attention. Caroline was mortified, and Angeline, Celeste, and Prudence were struck dumb. Josiah Hatch struggled between conflicting emotions so powerful he dared not put them into speech. "I was extremely discourteous," she added. "Whatever my opinions, They were not asked for, and I should not have expressed them so forcefully." "You should not have expressed them at all," Grandmamma snapped, sitting bolt upright and glaring at her. "I always said your marriage would do you no good, and heaven knows you were wayward enough to begin with. Now you are a disaster. I should not have brought you." Charlotte would have liked to retort that she should not have come herself, but it was not the time, and perhaps there was no such time. Shaw came to Caroline's rescue. "I am delighted that you did, Mrs. Ellison. I am exceedingly tired of the polite but meaningless conversation of people who wish to express their sympathy, but endlessly repeat each other simply because there is nothing anyone can say that is deep enough." His face lightened. "Words do not encompass it, nor do they bridge the gap between those who grieve and those who do not. It is a relief to talk of something else." Suddenly the memory of Somerset Carlile and the sorrow in his face was as clear in Charlotte's mind as if he had been there in the room with them. "May I speak privately with you, Dr. Shaw?" "Really?" Prudence murmured in amazement. "Well," Angeline fluttered her hands as if to brush something away. "Charlotte?" Caroline said warningly. The same smile touched Shaw's mouth with amusement. "Certainly. We shall repair to the library." He glanced at Celeste. "And leave the door open," he added deliberately, and watched her scowl with irritation. A protest rose to her lips, and she abandoned it. The explanation of what she had not thought or implied was worse than its absence. She shot him a look of intense annoyance. He held the door open for Charlotte, and then as she swept out, chin high, he followed her and strode ahead. Since she had no idea where she was going, he led the way to the library, which turned out to be as impressive and pompous as the hall, with cases and cases of leather-bound books in brown and burgundy and dark green, all lettered with gold. Pious scripts were framed in mahogany on the free wall space, and there was a large picture of some high church dignitary above the mantelpiece, carved in marble and inset with quartz pillars supporting the shelf. Massive leather-covered chairs occupied much of the dark green carpet, giving the whole room a claustrophobic feeling. A large bronze statue of a lion ornamented the one table. The curtains, like those in the withdrawing room, were heavily fringed, tied back with fringed sashes, and splayed carefully over the floor at their base. "Not a room to put you at your ease, is it?" Shaw met her eyes very directly. "But then that was never the intention." A smile curled the corners of his mouth. "Are you impressed?" "That was the intention?" She smiled back. "Oh, assuredly. And are you?" "I'm impressed with how much money he must have had." She was perfectly frank without even considering it. He was a man whose honesty demanded from her exactly the same. "All these leather-bound books. There must be £100 worth in every case. The contents of the whole room would keep an average family for at least 2 years. Food, gaslight, a new outfit for every season, coal enough to keep them thoroughly warm, roast beef every Sunday and goose for Christmas, and pay a housemaid to boot." "Indeed it is. But the good bishop did not see it that way. Books are not only the source of knowledge, but the display of them is the symbol of it." He made a slight gesture of distaste with his shoulders, and paced over to the mantel and back again, straightening the bronze as he passed it. "You were not fond of him," she said with a half-smile. Again his face was unwaveringly direct. In any other man she might have felt it bold, but it was so obviously part of his nature, only the most conceited woman would have interpreted it so. "I disagreed with him about almost everything." He waved his hands. "Not, of course, that that is the same thing. I do not mean to equivocate. I apologize. No, I was not fond of him. Some beliefs are fundamental, and color everything that a man is." "Or a woman," she added. His smile was sudden and illuminated his entire face. "Of course. Again, I apologize."
End of Track 6. Track 7.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.
It is very avant-garde to suppose that women think at all. I am surprised you mention it.
You must keep most unusual company. Are you related to the policeman, Pitt, who was investigating the fire?" She noticed that he did not say Clemency's death, and the flicker of pain in his moment of hesitation was not lost on her. He might mask the hurt, but the second's glimpse of it showed a side of him that she liked even better. "Yes, he is my husband." It was the only time she had admitted it, when she was involving herself in a case. Every other time she had used her anonymity to gain an advantage. And also the wives of policemen were not received in society, any more than would be the tradesmen's wives. Commerce was considered vulgar. Trade was beneath mention. In fact, the very necessity of earning money at all was not spoken of in the best circles. One simply presumed it came from lands or investments. Labor was honest and good for the soul and the morals, but the more leisure one had, the greater status one possessed. He stood perfectly still for a moment, and the very unnaturalness of it in him spoke a kind of pain. "Is that why you came? To learn more information about us? And brought your mother and grandmother too?" The only possible answer was the truth. Any alternatives, however laced with honesty, would jar on his ear and degrade them both. "I think curiosity may well be why Grandmamma came. Mamma, I think, came with her to try to make it a little less awful." She stood facing him across the table with its rampant bronze lion. "I came because I heard from Lady Vespasia Cumming-Gould and Mr. Somerset Carlile that Mrs. Shaw was a most remarkable person, who had given much time to fighting against the power of slum landlords, that she wished to change the law to make them more accessible to public awareness." They were standing barely a yard from each other, and she was acutely aware of his total attention. "Mr. Carlile said she had an unusual passion and unselfishness about it," she went on. "She was not looking for personal praise, nor for a cause to occupy herself, but that she simply cared. I felt such a woman's death should not go unsolved, nor people who would murder her in order to protect their miserable money remain unexposed. And perhaps scandal of that might even further her work. But your aunts tell me she was not involved in anything of that kind, so it seems I have the wrong Clemency Shaw." "No, you have not." Now his voice was very quiet, and he moved at last, turning a little away from her towards the mantelpiece and the fire. She did not choose to tell anyone else what she was doing. She had her reasons. "But you knew?" "Oh, yes. She trusted me. We had been—" He hesitated, choosing his word carefully. "Friends for a long time." She wondered why he chose the term. Did it mean they had been more than merely lovers, or something less, or both? He turned back and looked directly at her, without bothering to disguise the grief in his face, nor its nature. She thought he did mean friends, and not more. She was a remarkable woman. He used her own words. "I admired her very much. She had an extraordinary inner courage. She could know things and face them squarely that would have crushed most people." He drew in his breath and let it out slowly. "There is a terrible empty space where she used to be, a goodness no longer here." She wanted to move forward and touch him, put her hand over his, and convey her empathy in the simplest and most immediate way. But such a gesture would be bold, intrusively intimate, between a man and a woman who had met only moments ago. All she could do was stand on the spot and repeat the words anyone would use. "I'm sorry. Truly I am sorry." He swung his hands out wide, then starting pacing the floor again. He did not bother to thank her. Such trivialities could be taken for granted between them. "I should be very glad if you learned anything." Quite automatically, he adjusted the heavy curtains to remove a crooked fold, then swung back to face her. "If I can help, tell me how, and I shall do it." "I will." His smile returned for an instant, full of warmth. "Thank you. Now let us return and see if Josiah and the aunts have been totally scandalized, unless, of course, there is something else you wish to say." "No, not at all. I simply desired to know if I was mistaken in my beliefs, or if there were two people with such an unusual name. Then we may leave the wild seductiveness of the bishop's library," he glanced around it with a rueful smile, "and return to the propriety of the withdrawing-room. Really, you know, Mrs. Pitt, we should have conducted this interview in the conservatory. They have a magnificent one here, full of wrought-iron stands, with palms and ferns and potted flowers. It would have given them so much more to be shocked about." She regarded him with interest. "You enjoy shocking them, don't you?" His expression was a curious mixture of impatience and pity. "I am a doctor, Mrs. Pitt. I see a great deal of real suffering. I get impatient with the unnecessary pain imposed by hypocrisy and idle imaginations, which have nothing better to do than speculate unkindly and create pain where there need be none. Yes, I hate idiotic pretense, and I blow it away where I can. But what do your aunts know of your reality?" "Nothing," he admitted, pulling his face into a rueful smile. "They grew up here. They have neither of them ever left this house, except to make social calls, or to attend suitable functions and charitable meetings, which never see the objects of their efforts. The old bishop kept them here after his wife died. Celeste to write his letters, read to him, look up reference works for his sermons and discourses, and to keep him company when he wished to talk. She also plays the piano, loudly when she is in a temper, and rather badly, but he couldn't tell. He liked the idea of music, but he was indifferent to its practice. Even standing in the doorway, his intense inner energy was such that he could not keep entirely still. Angeline took care of all his domestic needs, and ran the household, and read romantic novels and brown-paper wrappers when no one was looking. They never kept a housekeeper. He considered it a woman's place and her fulfillment to keep a home for a man and make it a haven of peace and security. He waved his hands, strong and neat, free from all the evils and soil of the outer world, with its vulgarity and greed. And Angeline has done precisely that, all her life. I suppose one should hardly blame her if she knows nothing else. I stand reproved. Neither her ignorance nor her sometime fatuity are her fault." "They must have had suitors," Charlotte said before she thought. He was tidying the curtains automatically, and straightened up to look at her. "Of course. But he saw them off in short shrift, and made sure the call of duty drowned out everything else." Charlotte saw a world of disappointment and domestic details, suppressed and confused passions forever overlaid by pious words and the irresistible pressures of ignorance, fear, and guilt. Duty always winning in the end. Whatever the Worlingham sisters did to occupy their minds and justify the arid years of their lives was to be pitied, not added to further by blame. "I don't think I would have cared for the bishop either," she said with a tight smile, "although I suppose he is like a great many. They are certainly not the only daughters whose lives have been spent so, with father or mother. I have known several." "And I," he agreed. Perhaps the conversation might have gone further had not Caroline and Grandmamma appeared in the doorway of the withdrawing-room across the hall and seen them. "Ah, good," Caroline said immediately. "You are ready to leave. We were just saying good-bye to the Misses Worlingham. Mr. and Mrs. Hatch have already gone." She looked at Shaw. "May we extend our condolences to you, Dr. Shaw, and apologize for intruding upon a family occasion. You have been most courteous. Come, Charlotte." "Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw." Charlotte held out her hand, and he took it immediately, holding it till she felt the warmth of him through her gloves. "Thank you for coming, Mrs. Pitt. I look forward to our meeting again. Good day to you." "Perhaps I should—" Charlotte glanced towards the withdrawing-room door. "Nonsense," Grandmamma snapped. "We have said all that is necessary. It is time we left." And she marched out of the front door, held open for them by a footman. The parlour-maid was presumably occupied in the kitchen. "Well?" Grandmamma demanded when they were seated in the carriage. "I beg your pardon?" Charlotte pretended mystification. "What did you ask Shaw, and what did he say, child?" Grandmamma said impatiently. "Don't affect to be stupid with me. Awkward you may be, and certainly lacking in any degree of subtlety whatever, but you are not without native wit. What did that man say to you?" "That Clemency was precisely what I had supposed her," Charlotte replied, "but that she preferred to keep her work for the poor a private matter, even from her family, and he would be most obliged if I learned anything about who murdered her." "Indeed," Grandmamma said dubiously. "He took an uncommonly long time to say so little. I shouldn't be the slightest bit surprised if he did it himself. There is a great deal of money in the Worlingham family, you know, and Theophilus's share, as the only son, passed to his daughters equally. Shaw stands to inherit everything poor Clemency had." She rearranged her skirts more carefully. "And, according to Celeste, even that is not sufficient for him. He has set his cap on that young Flora Lutterworth, and she is little better than she should be, chasing after him, seeing him in private goodness knows how many times a month. Her father is furious. He has ambitions for her a great deal higher than a widowed doctor twice her age, and of no particular background. Caroline, please move yourself farther to the left. You have not left me sufficient room. Thank you." She settled herself again. "They have quarrelled over it, quite obviously, to any discerning eye, and I dare say Mrs. Clitheridge has had a word with her, in a motherly sort of way. It is part of the vicar's duty to care for the moral welfare of his flock." "What makes you think that?" Caroline said with a frown. "For goodness' sake, use your wits." Grandmamma glared at her. "You heard Angeline say Lally Clitheridge and Flora Lutterworth had had a heated and most unpleasant exchange, and were hardly on speaking terms with one another. No doubt that was what it was about. Anyone could deduce that, without being a detective." She turned a malevolent eye on Charlotte. "No, your doctor friend had every reason to have done away with his wife, and no doubt he did. Mark my words."
Chapter 5. Charlotte dreaded Grandmamma's attending the funeral of Clemency Shaw, but long as she considered the matter, she devised no way of preventing her. When she called upon them next, she did suggest tentatively that perhaps in the tragic circumstances it would be better if the affair were as private as possible. The old lady gave that the contemptuous dismissal it deserved. "Don't be absurd, child." She looked at Charlotte down her nose. This was an achievement in itself, since she was considerably shorter than Charlotte, even when they were both seated, as they now were, in the withdrawing-room by the fire. "Sometimes I despair of your intelligence," she added for good measure. "You display absolutely not a jot at times. Everyone will be there. Do you really imagine people will pass up such an opportunity to gossip at domestic disaster and make distasteful speculations? It is just the time when your friends should show a bold face and make it apparent to everyone that they are with you and support you in your distress, and believe you perfectly innocent of anything at all." It was such a ridiculous argument, Charlotte did not bother to make a reply. It would change nothing except Grandmamma's temper, and that for the worse. Emily did not go, to her chagrin. But, dearly as she would like to have, she acknowledged that her motive was purely curiosity, and she herself felt it would be indecent. The more she thought of Clemency Shaw, the more she became determined to do all she could that her work might continue, as the best tribute she could pay her, and she would not spoil it by an act of self-indulgence. However, she did offer to lend Charlotte a black dress. It was certainly a season old, but nonetheless extraordinarily handsome, cut in black velvet and stitched with an embroidery of leaves and ferns on the lapels of the jacket and around the hem of the skirt. Tacked in at the back was the name of the maker, Maison Worth, the most fashionable house in Europe. Bless Emily. And also offered was the use of her carriage, so Charlotte would not be obliged either to hire one or to ride on the omnibus to Cater Street and go with Caroline and the old lady. She had shared with Pitt both the few scraps of definite information and the large and very general impressions she had gained. He was sitting in the armchair beside the parlor fire, his feet stretched out on the fender, watching through half-closed eyes the flames jumping in the grate.
"I shall go to the funeral," she added in a tone that was only half a statement, and left room for him to contradict if he wished, not because she thought he would, but as a matter of policy. He looked up, and as far as she could judge in the firelight, his eyes were bright, his expression one of tolerance, even a curious kind of conspiracy. "I shall be in some respects in a better position than you to observe," she went on. "After all, to most of them I shall be another mourner, and they will assume I am there to grieve, which the more I know of Clemency Shaw, the more truly I am, whereas those who know you will think of the police and remember that it was murder, and that there is so much more yet ahead of them that will be exceedingly unpleasant, if not actually tragic." "You don't need to convince me," he said with a smile, and she realized he was very gently laughing at her. She relaxed and leaned back in her chair, reaching out her foot to touch his toe to toe. "Thank you." "Be careful," he warned. "Remember, it is not just grief. It is murder." "I will," she promised. "I'm going in Emily's carriage." He grinned. "Of course." Charlotte was not by any means the first to arrive. As she alighted with Emily's footman handing her down, she saw Josiah and Prudence Hatch ahead of her, passing through the gate and up the path towards the vestry entrance. They were both dressed in black, as one would expect, Josiah with his hat in his hand and the cold wind ruffling his hair. They walked side by side, staring straight in front of them, stiff-backed. Even from behind, Charlotte could tell that they had quarreled over something, and were each isolated in a cocoon of anger. Ahead of them, and passing through the doors as Charlotte crossed the pavement, was Alfred Lutterworth, alone. Either Flora was not coming, or she had accompanied someone else. It struck Charlotte as unusual. She would have to inquire, as discreetly as possible, after the cause. She was welcomed at the door by a curate, probably in his late 20s, thin, rather homely of feature, but with such animation and concern in his expression that she warmed to him immediately. "Good morning, ma'am." He spoke quietly, but without the reverential sing-song which she always felt to be more a matter of show than of sincerity. "Where would you care to sit? Are you alone, or expecting someone?" A thought ran through Charlotte's mind to say she was alone, but she resisted the temptation. "I am expecting my mother and grandmother." He moved to go with her. "Then perhaps you would like the pew here to the right. Did you know Mrs. Shaw well?" The innocence of his manner and the traces of grief in his face robbed his question of any offense. "No," she replied with complete honesty. "I knew her only by repute, but all I hear of her only quickens my admiration." She saw the puzzlement in his eyes, and hastened to clarify to a degree which surprised her. "My husband is in charge of the investigation into the fire. I took an interest in it, and learned from a friend, who is a member of Parliament, about the work Mrs. Shaw did to fight against the exploitation of the poor. She was very modest about it, but she had both courage and compassion of a remarkable degree. I wish to be here to pay my respects." She stopped abruptly, seeing the distress in his face. Indeed, he seemed to be far more moved by grief than were either of Clemency's aunts or her sister, when Charlotte had visited them 2 days before. He mastered his feelings with difficulty, and did not apologize. She liked him the better for it. Why should one apologize for grief at a funeral? In silence he showed her to the pew, met her eyes once in a look for which words would have been unnecessary, then returned to the doorway, holding his head high. He was just in time to greet Somerset Carlile, looking thin and a trifle tired, and great Aunt Vespasia, wearing magnificent black with osprey feathers in her hat, side-swept at a marvelous angle, and a black gown of silk and barathea cut to exaggerate both her height and the elegance of her bearing. It was asymmetrical, as was the very ultimate in fashion. She carried an ebony stick with a silver handle, but refused to lean on it. She spoke very briefly to the curate, explained who she was, but not why she had chosen to come, and then walked past him with great dignity, took out her lorgnette, and surveyed the body of the church. She saw Charlotte after only a moment, and lost further interest in anyone else.
She took Somerset Carlyle's arm and instructed him to lead her to Charlotte's pew, thus making it impossible for Caroline or Grandmamma to join her when they arrived a few moments later. Charlotte did not attempt to explain. She simply smiled with great sweetness, then bent her head in an attitude of prayer to conceal her smile. After several minutes, she raised her eyes again and saw well in front of her the white head of Amos Lindsay, and beside him Stephen Shaw. She could only imagine the turmoil of emotions that must be in him as he saw the agitated figure of Hector Clitheridge flapping about like a wounded crow. His wife was in handsome and serviceable black in the front row, trying to reassure him, alternately smiling and looking appropriately somber. The organ was playing slowly, either because the organist considered it the correct tempo for a funeral, or because she could not find the notes. The result was a sense of uncertainty and a loss of rhythm. The pews were filling up. Quentin Pascoe passed up the aisle, finding himself a seat as far as possible from John Dalgetty and his wife. Nowhere among the forest of black hats of every shape and decoration could Charlotte see any that looked as if they might belong to Celeste or Angeline Worlingham. The organ changed pitch abruptly, and the service began. Clitheridge was intensely nervous. His voice cracked into falsetto and back again. Twice he lost his place in what must surely be long familiar passages, and fumbled to regain himself, only making his mistake the more obvious. Charlotte ached for him, and heard Aunt Vespasia beside her sigh with exasperation. Somerset Carlyle buried his face in his hands, but whether he was thinking of Clemency or the vicar, she did not know. Charlotte found her own attention wandering. It was probably the safest thing to do. Clitheridge was unbearable, and the young curate was so full of genuine distress she found it too harrowing to look at him. Instead, her eyes roamed upward, over and across traceries of stone, plaques of long-dead worthies, and eventually, with a jolt of returning memory, to the Worlingham window, with its almost completed picture of the late bishop in the thin disguise of Jeremiah, surrounded by other patriarchs and topped by an angel. She recognized the bishop quite easily. The face was indistinct, the medium enforced it, but the thick curls of white hair, so like an aureole in the glass with the light shining through, was exactly like the portrait in the family hallway, and it was unmistakable. It was a remarkably handsome memorial, and must have cost a sizable sum. No wonder Josiah Hatch was proud of it. At last the formal part of the service was over, and with immense relief the final amen was said, and the congregation rose to follow the coffin out into the graveyard, where they all stood huddled in a bitter west wind while the body was interred. Charlotte shivered and moved a little closer to Aunt Vespasia, and behind her half a step, to shield her from the gusts, which, if the sky had been less clear, would surely have carried snow. She stared across the open grave with Clitheridge standing at the edge, his cassock whipping around his ankles and his face strained with embarrassment and apprehension. A couple of yards away, Alfred Lutterworth was planted squarely, ignoring the cold, his face somber in reflection, his thoughts unreadable. Next to him, but several feet away, Stephen Shaw was folded in a mixture of private anger and grief, the emotion so deep in his face only the crudest of strangers would have intruded. Amos Lindsay stood silently at his elbow. Josiah Hatch was taking control of the pallbearers. He was a sidesman and used to some responsibility. His expression was grim, but he did his duty meticulously, and not a word or a movement was omitted or performed without ceremony. It was done to an exactness that honored the dead and preserved the importance, above all, of the litany and tradition of the church. Clitheridge was obviously relieved to allow someone else to take over, however pedantic. Only the curate seemed less than pleased. His bony features and wide mouth reflected some impatience that appeared to increase his grief. Charlotte had been quite correct. There were about 50 people present, most of them men, and quite definitely neither Angeline nor Celeste Worlingham were among them, nor was Flora Lutterworth. "Why are the Worlinghams not here?" she whispered to Aunt Vespasia as they turned at last, cold to the bone, and made their way back to the carriages for the short ride to the funeral supper. She had not been specifically invited, but she fully intended to go. They passed Pitt standing near the gate, so discreet as to be almost invisible. He might have been one of the pallbearers or an undertaker's assistant, except that his gloves were odd. There was a bulge in one pocket of his coat, and his boots were brown. She smiled at him quickly as they passed, and saw an answering warmth in his face, then continued on her way to the carriage. "I dare say the bishop did not consider it suitable," Aunt Vespasia replied. "Many people don't. Quite idiotic, of course. Women are every bit as strong as men in coping with tragedy, and the more distressing weaknesses of the flesh. In fact, in many cases, stronger. They have to be, or none of us would have more than one child, and certainly never care for the sick." "But the bishop is dead," Charlotte pointed out, "and has been for 10 years. "My dear, the bishop will never be dead as far as his daughters are concerned. They lived under his roof for over 40 years of their lives, and obeyed every rule of conduct he set out for them. And I gather he had very precise opinions about everything. They are not likely to break the habit now, least of all in a time of bereavement, when one most wishes to cling to the familiar." Oh, Charlotte had not thought of that, but now some recollection returned to her of other families where it had been considered too much strain on delicate sensibilities. Fits of the vapors detracted rather seriously from the proper solemnity due to the dead. "Is that why Flora Lutterworth isn't here either?" That seemed dubious to her, but not impossible. Alfred Lutterworth apparently had great ambitions towards gentility, and all that might seem well-bred. "I imagine so," Vespasia replied, with a ghost of a smile. They were at the carriages. Caroline and Grandmamma were somewhere behind them. Charlotte glanced over her shoulder and saw Caroline talking to Josiah Hatch with intense concentration, and Grandmamma was staring at Charlotte with a look like thunder. "Are you waiting?" Vespasia asked, her silver eyebrows raised. "Certainly not." Charlotte waved her arm imperiously, and Emily's coachman moved his horses forward. "They have their own equipage." It gave her a childish satisfaction to say it aloud. "I shall follow you. I assume the Mrs. Worlingham will be up to the occasion of the funeral supper?" "Of course." Now Vespasia's smile was undisguised. "That is the social event. This was merely the necessary preamble." And she accepted her footman's hand and mounted the step into her carriage, after handing to the crossing sweeper, a child of no more than 10 or 11 years, a halfpenny, for which he thanked her loudly, and pushed his broom through another pile of manure. The door was closed behind her, and a moment later it drew away. Charlotte did the same, and was still behind her when they alighted outside the imposing and now familiar Worlingham house, all its blinds drawn and black crape fluttering from the door. The roadway was liberally spread with straw to silence the horses' hoofs, out of respect for the dead, and the wheels made barely a sound as the coachman drove away to wait. Inside, everything had been prepared to the last detail. The huge dining room was festooned with black crape till it looked as if some enormous spider had been followed by a chimney fire and an extremely clumsy sweep. White lilies, which must have cost enough to feed an ordinary family for a week, were arranged with some artistry on the table, and in a porcelain vase on the jardiniere. The table itself was set with a magnificent array of baked meats, sandwiches, fruits and confectionery, bottles of wine and baskets, suitably dusty from the cellar and carrying labels to satisfy even the most discriminating connoisseur. Some of the port was very old indeed. The bishop must have laid it down in his prime and forgotten it. Celeste and Angeline stood side by side, both dressed in black bombazine. Celeste's was stitched with jet beads and had a fall of velvet over the front and caught up in a bustle. It was a fraction tight at the bosom. Angeline's was draped over the shoulders with heavy black lace fastened with a jet pin set with tiny pearls, a very traditional mourning brooch. The lace was also echoed across the stomach and under the bombazine bustle. Only the most discriminating would know it was last year's arrangement of folds, and it was even tighter around the bosom. Charlotte guessed they had performed the same service at Theophilus's funeral, and perhaps at the bishop's as well. A clever dressmaker could do a great deal, and from observation it seemed, like many wealthy people, the Worlingham sisters liked their economies. Celeste greeted them with deep solemnity.
as if she had been a duchess receiving callers, standing stiff-backed, inclining her head a fraction, and repeating everyone's names as though they were of significant importance. Angeline kept a lace-edged handkerchief in her hand and dabbed at her cheek occasionally, echoing the last two words of everything Celeste said. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Pitt." Celeste moved her hand an inch in recognition of a relative stranger of no discernible rank. "Mrs. Pitt," Angeline repeated, smiling uncertainly. "Gracious of you to come to express your condolences." "Gracious." Angeline chose the first word this time. "Lady Vespasia Cumming-Gould." Celeste was startled, and for once the fact that she was a bishop's daughter seemed unimpressive. How generous of you to come. I am sure our late father would have been quite touched." "Quite touched," Angeline added eagerly. "There would be no reason for him to be," Vespasia said with a cool smile and very direct stare. "I came entirely on Clemency Shaw's behalf. She was a very fine woman of both courage and conscience, a rare enough combination. I am truly grieved that she is gone." Celeste was lost for words. She knew nothing of Clemency to warrant such an extraordinary tribute. "Oh." Angeline gave a little gasp and clutched the handkerchief more tightly, then dabbed at a tear that started down her pink cheek. "Poor Clemency," she whispered almost inaudibly. Vespasia did not linger for any further trivialities that could only be painful, and led the way into the dining-room. Somerset Carlile, immediately behind her, was so used to speaking gently with the inarticulate, he had no trouble murmuring something kind but meaningless, and following them in. There were some 30 people already there. Charlotte recognized several from her own previous brief meetings at the Whirlinghams. Others she deduced from Pitt's description, as she had done in the church. She looked at the table, pretending to be engrossed and admiring it, as Caroline and Grandmamma came in. Grandmamma was scowling and waving her stick in front of her, to the considerable peril of anyone within range. She did not particularly want Charlotte with her, but she was furious at being left behind. It lacked the respect due to her. It was a gracious room, very large, with fine windows all ornately curtained, a dark marble fireplace, an oak sideboard and serving table, and a dresser with a Crown Derby tea service set out for display, all reds, blues, and golds. The main table was exquisitely appointed, crystal with a coat of arms engraved on the side of each goblet, silver polished till it reflected every facet of the chandelier, also monogrammed with an ornate Gothic W, and linen embroidered in white, with both crest and monogram. The porcelain serving platters were blue and gold-rimmed Minton. Charlotte remembered the pattern from the details of such knowledge her mother had taught her in the days when she attended such functions where information of the sort was required in the would-be bride. "They never put all this out for her when she was alive," Shaw said at her elbow. "But then I suppose, God help us, we never had the entire neighborhood in to dine, especially all at once." "It often helps grief to do something with a special effort," Charlotte answered him quietly. "Perhaps even a trifle to excess. We do not all cope with our losses in the same way." "What a very charitable view," he said gloomily. "If I had not already met you before and heard you be most excruciatingly candid, I would suspect you of hypocrisy." "Then you would do me an injustice," she said quickly. "I meant what I said. If I wished to be critical, I could think of several things to comment on, but that is not one of them." "Oh?" His fair eyebrows rose. "What would you choose?" The faintest smile lit his eyes. "If, of course, you wished to be critical." "Should I wish to be? And you are still interested? I shall let you know," she replied without the slightest rancor. Then, remembering that it was his bereavement more than anyone else's, and not wishing to seem to cut him, even in so small a way, she leaned a little closer and whispered, "Celeste's gown is a trifle tight, and should have been let out under the arms. The gentleman I take to be Mr. Dalgetty needs a haircut, and Mrs. Hatch has odd gloves, which is probably why she has taken one off and is carrying it." His smile was immediate and filled with warmth. "What a cute observation. Did you learn it being married to the police, or is it a natural gift?" "I think it comes from being a woman," she replied. "When I was single, I had so little to do that observation of other people formed a very large part of the day. It is more entertaining than embroidery and painting bad watercolors. I thought women spent their time gossiping and doing good works," he whispered back, the humor still in his eyes, not masking the pain, but contrasting with it, so he seemed alive and intensely vulnerable. "We do," she assured him. "But you have to have something to gossip about, if it is to be any fun at all. And doing good work is deadly, because one does it with such an air of condescension, it is more to justify oneself than to benefit anyone else. I should have to be very desperate indeed before a visit from a society lady bringing me a jar of honey would do more than make me want to spit at her, which of course I could not afford to do at all." She was exaggerating, but his smile was ample reward, and she was perfectly sure he knew the truth was both homelier and kinder, at least much of the time. Before he could reply, their attention was drawn to Celeste, a few feet away from them, still playing the Duchess. Alfred Lutterworth was standing in front of her, with Flora by his side, and Celeste had just cut them dead, meeting their eyes and then moving on, as if they were servants and not to be spoken to. The color flared up Lutterworth's cheeks, and Flora looked for a moment as if she would weep. "Damn her," Shaw said savagely under his breath, then added a simile from the farmyard that was extremely unkind and unfair to the animal in question. Without excusing himself to Charlotte, he walked forward, treading on a thin woman's dress and ignoring her. "Good afternoon, Lutterworth," he said loudly. "Good of you to come. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Miss Lutterworth. Thank you for being here. Not the sort of thing one would choose, except in friendship." Flora smiled uncertainly, then saw the candor in his eyes and regained her composure. "We would hardly do less, Dr. Shaw. We feel for you very much." Shaw indicated Charlotte. "Do you know Mrs. Pitt?" He introduced them, and they all made formal acknowledgment of each other. The tension evaporated, but Celeste, who could not have failed to hear the exchange, as must everyone else in their half of the room, was stiff-faced and tight-lipped. Shaw ignored her and continued a loud, inconsequential conversation, drawing in Charlotte as an ally, willingly or not. 10 minutes later, both the group and the conversation had changed. Caroline and Grandmamma had joined them, and Charlotte was listening to an extremely handsome woman in her middle 40s, with shining hair piled most fashionably high, magnificent dark eyes, and a black hat which would have been daring 2 years ago. Her face was beginning to lose the bloom of youth, but there was still enough beauty to cause several people to look at her more than once, albeit a type of beauty more characteristic of hotter climates than the restrained English rose, especially those bred in the genteel gardens of Highgate. She had been introduced as Maud Dalgetty, and Charlotte liked her more the longer she spoke. She seemed a woman too contented within herself to bear any malice towards others, and there were none of the small barbs of callousness or idleness in her comments. Charlotte was surprised when Josiah Hatch joined them, and it was immediately apparent from the softening of his grim expression that he held her in considerable esteem. He looked at Charlotte with little interest, and even that was prepared to be critical. He already suspected she had come either out of curiosity, which he considered intolerable, or because she was a friend of Shaw's, of whom he would be bound to disapprove. However, when he turned to Maud Dalgetty, the angle of his body eased. Even the rigidity of his collar seemed less constricting. "Mrs. Dalgetty, I'm so pleased you were able to come." He sought for something else to add, perhaps more personal, and failed to find it. "Of course, Mr. Hatch." She smiled at him, and he unbent even more, finding a very small smile himself. "I was very fond of Clemency. I think she was one of the best women I knew." Hatch paled again, the blood leaving his cheeks. "Indeed," he said huskily, then cleared his throat with a rasping breath. "There was very much in her to praise, a virtuous woman, neither immodest nor unmindful of all her duties, and yet with good humor at all times. It is a great tragedy her life was—" His face hardened again, and he shot a glance across the table to where Shaw's fair head could be seen bending a little to listen to a stout woman wearing a tiny hat. Was in so many ways wasted. She could have had so much more. He left it hanging in the air, ambiguous as to whether he was referring to Shaw or Clemency's longevity. Maud Dalgetty chose to interpret it as the latter. "Indeed it is," she agreed with a sad shake of her head. "Poor Dr. Shaw. This must be appalling for him, and yet I can think of nothing at all that one could do to help. It is a miserable feeling to see grief and be unable even to reach it, let alone offer anything of comfort." "Your compassion does you credit," he said quickly, "but do not distress yourself too deeply on his behalf. He is unworthy of it." All the tightness returned to his body. His shoulders cramped, and the black fabric of his coat seemed to strain at the seams. "He has characteristics it would be inappropriate I should mention in front of you, dear lady, but I assure you I speak from knowledge." His voice shook a little. Whether from weariness or emotion, it was impossible to say. "He treats with mockery and insult all that is worthiest of reverence in our society. Indeed, he would spread slander about the finest of us. Did not some of us, your husband among them, prevent him?" He looked at Maud intently. "I disagree with all your husband's principles, as far as publishing is concerned, as you well know. But I stand by him in the defense of a lady's good name." Maud Dalgetty's fine arched brows rose in surprise and interest. "A lady's good name? Good gracious, was Dr. Shaw speaking ill of someone? You surprise me." "That is because you do not know him." Hatch was warming to the subject. "And your mind is too fine to imagine ill of people, unless it is proved right before you." His cheeks were quite pink. "But I soon put him in his place, and your husband added to my words most eloquently, although I flatter myself that what I said to him was sufficient." "John did?" Her husky voice lifted in surprise. "How very unusual. You almost make me think it was me Dr. Shaw spoke ill of." Hatch colored furiously, and his breath quickened. His large hands were clenched by his sides. Standing well within earshot, Charlotte was certain that it had indeed been Maud Dalgetty Shaw had spoken ill of, truly or not, and she wished intensely there was some way to learn what he had said and why. Hatch moved a little, turning his back half towards Charlotte. Since she did not wish to be conspicuous in her interest, she allowed herself to be excluded and drifted towards Lally Clitheridge and Celeste. But before she reached them, they separated, and Lally accosted Flora Lutterworth, circumspectly but very definitely.
End of Track 7. Track 8.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry.
"How good of you to come, my dear Flora." Her tone was at once warm and acutely condescending, like a duchess interviewing a prospective daughter-in-law. "You are charmingly soft-hearted. A nice virtue in a girl, if not carried to indiscretion." Flora stared at her, opened her mouth to reply, and was lost for any words that would express her feelings. "And modesty as well," Lally continued. "I am so glad you do not argue, my dear. Indiscretion can be the ruin of a girl, indeed has been of many, but I am sure your father will have told you that." Flora blushed. Obviously the quarrel had not yet been healed. "You must heed him, you know." Lally was equally perceptive, and placed her arm in Flora's as if in confidence. "He has your very best interest at heart. You are very young and inexperienced in society and the ways in which people assess each other. An unwise act now, and you may well be considered a girl of less than complete virtue, which would ruin all the excellent chances you have for a fine future." She nodded very slightly. "I hope you understand me, my dear." Flora stared at her. "No, I don't think I do," she said coolly, but her face was very tight, and her knuckles were white where she clasped her handkerchief. "Then I must explain." Lally leaned a little closer. "Dr. Shaw is a very charming man, but at times rather too outspoken in his opinions and rash in his respect for other people's judgment. Such things are acceptable in a man, especially a professional man. I find Dr. Shaw perfectly agreeable." Flora defended him hotly.
I have received nothing but kindness at his hands. If you disagree with his opinions, that is your affair, Mrs. Clitheridge. You must tell him so. Pray do not concern me with the matter." "You misunderstand me." Lally was plainly annoyed. "I am concerned for your reputation, my dear, which is frankly in some need of repair." "Then your quarrel is with those who speak ill of me," Flora retorted. "I have done nothing to warrant it." "Of course not," Lally said sharply. "I know that. It is not what you have done. It is your indiscretion in appearance. I warn you as your vicar's wife. He finds the matter difficult to discuss with a young lady, but he is concerned for your welfare. Then please thank him for me." Flora looked at her very directly, her cheeks pink, her eyes blazing. "And assure him that neither my body nor my soul are in any jeopardy. You may consider your duty well acquitted." And with a tight little smile, she inclined her head politely and walked away, leaving Lally standing in the center of the room, her mouth in a thin line of anger. Charlotte moved backward hastily, in case Lally should realize she had been listening. As she swung around, she came face to face with Great-Aunt Vespasia, who had been waiting until she had her attention, her eyebrows raised in curiosity, her mouth touched with humor. "Eavesdropping?" she said under her breath. "Yes," Charlotte admitted. "Most interesting. Flora Lutterworth and the vicar's wife having a spat over Dr. Shaw." "Indeed? Who is for him and who against?" "Oh, both for him. Very much. I rather think that is the trouble." Vespasia's smile widened, but it was not without pity. "How very interesting, and wildly unsuitable. Poor Mrs. Clitheridge, she seems worthy of better stuff than the vicar. I am hardly surprised she is drawn elsewhere, even if her virtue forbids she follow." She took Charlotte by the arm and moved away from the two women, now close behind them. She was able to resume a normal speaking voice. "Do you think you have learned anything else? I do not find it easy to believe the vicar's wife set fire to the house out of unrequited love for the doctor, although it is not impossible. Or Flora Lutterworth, for that matter," Charlotte added. "And perhaps it is not unrequited. Flora will have a great deal of money when her father dies. And you think the Worlingham money is not sufficient for Dr. Shaw? And he has eyes on Lutterworth's as well?" Vespasia asked. Charlotte thought of her conversation with Stephen Shaw, of the energy in him, the humor, the intense feeling of inner honesty that still lingered with her. It was a painful idea, and she did not wish to think Clemency Shaw had spent her life married to such a man, and surely she would have known. "No," she said aloud. "I believe it may all have to do with Clemency's work against slum owners, but Thomas thinks it is here in Highgate, and that really it was Dr. Shaw himself who was the intended victim. So naturally I shall observe all I can and tell him of it, whether I can see any sense in it or not." "Very proper of you." Now Vespasia did not even attempt to hide her amusement. "Perhaps it was Shaw himself who killed his wife. I imagine Thomas has thought of that, even if you have not. Why should I not think of it also?" Charlotte said briskly, but under her breath. "Because you like him, my dear, and I believe your feeling is more than returned. Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw." As she spoke, Shaw had come back and was standing in front of them, courteous to Vespasia, but his attention principally upon Charlotte. Aware of Vespasia's remarks, Charlotte found herself coloring, her cheeks hot. "Lady Cumming-Gould," he inclined his head politely, "I appreciate your coming. I'm sure Clemency would have been pleased." He winced, as if saying her name aloud had touched a nerve. "You are one of the few here who have not come out of curiosity, the social desire to be seen, or sheer greed for the best repast the Worlinghams have laid out since Theophilus died." Amos Lindsay materialized at Shaw's elbow. "Really, Stephen, sometimes you do yourself less than justice in expressing your thoughts. A great many people are here for more commendable reasons." His words were directed not to curbing Shaw, but to excusing him to Vespasia and Charlotte. "Nevertheless, we must eat," Shaw said rather ungraciously. "Mrs. Pitt,
May I offer you a slice of pheasant in aspic? It looks repulsive, but I am assured it is delicious." "No, thank you," Charlotte declined rather crisply. "I do not feel any compulsion to eat, or indeed any desire." "I apologize," he said immediately, and his smile was so unforced she found her anger evaporated. She felt for his distress, whatever the nature of his love for Clemency. This was a time of grief for him, when he would probably far rather have been alone than standing being polite to a crowd of people of widely varying emotions, from family bereavement and prudence, right to social obligation like Alfred Lutterworth, or even vulgar curiosity, as was ill-hidden on the faces of several people whose names Charlotte did not know, and it was even possible one of them might be Clemency's murderer. "There is no need," she said, answering his smile. "You have every cause to find us intrusive and extremely trying. It is we who should apologize." He reached out his hand as if he would have touched her, so much more immediate a communication than words. Then he remembered at the last moment that it was inappropriate, and withdrew. But she felt almost as if he had. The desire was so plain in his eyes. It was a gesture of both gratitude and understanding. For an instant he had not been alone. "You are very gracious, Mrs. Pitt," he said aloud. "Lady Cumming-Gould, may I offer you anything, or are you also less than hungry?" Vespasia gave him her goblet. "You may bring me another glass of claret," she answered graciously. "I imagine it has been in the cellar since the bishop's time. It is excellent." "With pleasure." He took the goblet and withdrew. He was replaced within moments by Celeste and Angeline, still presiding over the gathering like a duchess and her lady-in-waiting. Prudence Hatch brought up the rear, her face very pale and her eyes pink-rimmed. Charlotte remembered with a sharp pang of pity that Clemency had been her sister. Were it Emily who had been burned to death, she did not think she could be here with any composure at all. In fact, she would probably be at home, unable to stop weeping, and the idea of being civil to a lot of comparative strangers would be unbearable. She smiled at Prudence with all the gentleness she could convey, and met only a numb and confused stare. Perhaps shock was still anesthetizing, at least some of the pain. The reality of it would come later in the days of loneliness, the mornings when she woke and remembered. But Celeste was busy being the bishop's daughter and conducting the funeral supper as it should be done. The conversation should be elevated and suitable to the occasion. Maud Delgetty had mentioned a romantic novel of no literary pretension at all, and must be put in her place. "I don't mind the servants reading that sort of thing, as long as their work is satisfactory, of course, but such books really have no merit at all." Beside her, a curious mixture of expressions crossed Prudence's face, first alarm, then embarrassment, then a kind of obscure satisfaction. "And a lady of any breeding is far better without them," Celeste went on. "They really are totally trivial, and encourage the most superficial of emotions." Angeline became very pink. "I think you are too critical, Celeste. Not all romances are as shallow as you suggest. I learned of one entitled Lady Pamela's Secret, which was very moving and most sensitively written." "You what?" Celeste's eyebrows rose in utter contempt. "Some of them reflect what many people feel," Angeline began, then tailed off under Celeste's icy stare. "I'm sure I don't know any women who feel anything of the sort." Celeste was not prepared to let it go. "Such fancies are entirely spurious." She turned to Maud, apparently oblivious of Prudence's scarlet face and wide eyes. "Mrs. Delgetty, I am sure with your literary background, your husband's tastes, that you found it so? Girls like Flora Lutterworth, for example. But then her status in Highgate is very recent. Her background is in trade, poor girl, which of course she cannot help, but neither can she change it." Maud Delgetty met Celeste's gaze with complete candor. "Actually, it makes me think of my own youth, Miss Worlingham, and I thoroughly enjoyed Lady Pamela's Secret. Also, I considered it quite well written, without pretensions, and with a considerable sensitivity." Prudence blushed painfully and stared at the carpet. "Good gracious," Celeste replied flatly, making it very obvious she was thinking something far less civil. "Dear me." Shaw had returned with Vespasia's glass of claret, and she took it from him with a nod of thanks. He looked from one to the other of them and noticed Prudence's high color. "Are you all right, Prudence?" he asked with more solicitude than tact. "Ah!" She jumped nervously and met his concerned expression with alarm and colored even more deeply. "Are you all right?" he repeated. "Would you like to retire for a while? Perhaps lie down?" "No. No, I am perfectly... Oh," she sniffed fiercely. "Oh, dear." Amos Lindsay came up behind her, glanced at Shaw, then took her by the elbow. "Come, my dear," he said gently. "Perhaps a little air. Please allow me to help you." And without waiting for her to make up her mind, he assisted her away from the crush and out of the door towards some private part of the house. "Poor soul," Angeline said softly. "She and Clemency were very fond of each other." "We were all fond of her," Celeste added, and for a moment she too looked into some distance far away, or within her memory, and her face reflected sadness and hurt. Charlotte wondered how much her managerial attitude and abrasively condescending manner were her way of coping with loss, not only of a niece, but perhaps of all the opportunities for affection she had missed, or forfeited over the years. She had probably loved her father at the time, admired him, been grateful for the ample provision of home, gowns, servants, social position, and also hated him for all the things her duty had cost her. "I mean the family," Celeste added, looking at Shaw with sudden distaste. "There are ties of blood which no one else can understand, particularly in a family with a heritage like ours." Shaw winced, but she ignored him. "I never cease to be grateful for our blessings, nor to realize the responsibility they carry. Our dear father, Clemency's grandfather, was one of the world's great men. I think outside those of us of his blood, only Josiah truly appreciates what a marvelous man he was." "You are quite right," Shaw said abruptly. "I certainly didn't and don't now. I think he was an opinionated, domineering, sententious, and thoroughly selfish old hypocrite." "How dare you!" Celeste was furious. Her face purpled and her whole body shook, the jet beads on her bosom scintillating in the light of the chandeliers. "If you do not apologize this instant, I shall demand you leave this house." "Oh, Stephen, really?" Angeline moved from one foot to the other nervously. "You go too far, you know. That is unforgivable. Papa was a veritable saint." Charlotte struggled for something to say, anything that would retrieve an awful situation. Privately, she thought Shaw might well be right, but he had no business to say so here, or now. She was still searching her brain wildly when Aunt Vespasia came to the rescue. "Saints are seldom easy to live with," she said in the appalled silence, "least of all by those who are obliged to put up with them every day. Not that I am granting that the late Bishop Worlingham was necessarily a saint," she added as Shaw's face darkened. She held up her hand elegantly, and her expression was enough to freeze the rebuttal on his lips. "But no doubt he was a man of decided opinions, and such people always arouse controversy, thank heaven. Who wills a nation of sheep who bleat agreement to everything that is said to them?" Shaw's temper subsided, and both Celeste and Angeline seemed to feel that honor had been served. Charlotte grabbed for some harmless subject, and heard herself complimenting Celeste on the lilies displayed on the table, rather as if laid out above a coffin. "Beautiful," she repeated fatuously. "Where did you find such perfect blooms?" "Oh, we grow them," Angeline put in, gushing with relief. "In our conservatory, you know. They require a lot of attention." She told them all at some length exactly how they were planted, fertilized, and cared for. They all listened in sheer gratitude for the respite from unpleasantness. When Angeline finally ran out of anything to add, they murmured politely and drifted away, pretending to have caught the eye of another acquaintance. Charlotte found herself with Maud Dolgetty again, and then when she went to see if Prudence was recovered,
with John Dalgetty, listening to him expound on the latest article he had reviewed on the subject of liberty of expression. "One of the sacred principles of civilized men, Mrs. Pitt," he said, leaning towards her, his face intent. "The tragedy is that there are so many well-meaning but ignorant and frightened people who would bind us in the chains of old ideas. Take Quentin Pascoe." He nodded towards Pascoe very slightly, to be sure Charlotte knew to whom he was referring. "A good man in his own way, but terrified of a new thought." He waved his arm. "Which wouldn't matter if he were only limiting himself, but he wants to imprison all our minds in what he believes to be best for us." His voice rose in outrage at the very conception. Charlotte felt a strong sympathy with him. She could clearly recall her indignation when her father had forbidden her the newspaper, as he had all his daughters, and she felt as if all the interest and excitement in the world were passing her by, and she was shut out from it. She had bribed the butler to pass her the political pages without her parents' knowledge, and pored over them, reading every word and visualizing the people and events in minute detail. To have robbed her of it would have been like shutting all the windows in the house and drawing the curtains. "I quite agree with you," she said with feeling. "Thought should never be imprisoned, nor anyone told they may not believe as they choose." "How right you are, Mrs. Pitt. Unfortunately, not everyone is able to see it as you do. Pascoe, and those like him, would set themselves up to decide what people may learn and what they may not. He is not personally an unpleasant man, far from it. You would find him charming, yet the arrogance of the man is beyond belief." Apparently Pascoe had heard his name mentioned. He pushed his way between two men discussing finance and faced Dalgetty, his eyes hot with anger. "It is not arrogance, Dalgetty." His voice was low, but only just in control. "It is a sense of responsibility. To publish every single thing that comes into your hand, regardless of what it is, or whom it may hurt, is not freedom. It is an abuse of the art of printing. It is no better than a fool who stands on the corner of the street and shouts out whatever enters his thoughts, be it true or false." "And who is to judge whether it is true or false?" Dalgetty demanded. "You? Are you to be the final arbiter of what the world shall believe? Who are you to judge what we may hope for or aspire to? How dare you?" His eyes blazed with the sheer monstrosity of any mere human limiting the dreams of mankind. Pascoe was equally enraged. His whole body quivered with frustrated fury at Dalgetty's obtuseness and willful failure to grasp the real meaning. "You are utterly wrong," he shouted, his skin suffusing with color. "It has nothing whatsoever to do with limiting aspiration or dreams, as well you know, but it does have to do with not creating nightmares." He swung his arms wildly, catching the top of a nearby woman's feathered hat and knocking it over her eye, and quite oblivious of it. "What you do not have the right to do is topple the dreams of others by making mock of them. Yes, it is you who are arrogant, not I." "You pygmy," Dalgetty shouted back. "You nincompoop. You are talking complete balderdash, which perfectly reflects your muddled thinking. It is an impossibility to build a new idea except at the expense of part of the old, by the very fact that it is new." "And what if your new idea is ugly and dangerous?" Pascoe demanded furiously, his hand chopping the air. "And adds nothing to human knowledge or happiness. Huh? Nincompoop. You are an intellectual child, and a spiritual and moral vandal. You are—" At this point, the heated voices had drawn everyone's attention. All other conversation had ceased, and Hector Clitheridge was wading towards them in extreme agitation, his clothes flapping, his arms waving in the air, and his face expressing extreme embarrassment and a kind of desperate confusion. "Mr. Pascoe, please," he implored. "Gentlemen," he turned to Dalgetty, "please remember poor Dr. Shaw." That was the last thing he should have said. The very name was as a red rag to a bull for Pascoe. "A perfect case in point," he said triumphantly. "A very precise example. He rushes in—" "Exactly." Dalgetty chopped the air with his hands in excitement. "He is an honest man who abhors idolatry.
especially the worship of the unworthy, the dishonorable, the valueless. Who says it is valueless? Pascoe jumped up and down on the spot, his voice rising to falsetto in triumph. Do you set yourself up to decide what may be kept and what destroyed, eh? Now Delgetty lost his temper completely. You incompetent, he shouted, scarlet-cheeked. You double-dyed ass! You— Mr. Delgetty, Clitheridge pleaded futilely. Mr. Eulalia came to the rescue, her face set in firm lines of disapproval. For an instant she reminded Charlotte of a particularly strict nanny. She ignored Delgetty except for one glare. Mr. Pascoe. Her voice was determined and under perfect control. You are behaving disgracefully. This is a funeral supper. Have you completely forgotten yourself? You are not usually without any sense of what is fitting, or of how much distress you may be causing to innocent people already injured by circumstance. Pascoe's bearing changed. He looked crestfallen and thoroughly abashed, but she had no intention of leaving any blow unstruck. Imagine how poor Prudence feels. Is one tragedy not enough? Oh, I am sorry. Pascoe was shocked at himself, and his penitence was transparently sincere. Delgetty no longer entered even the edge of his thoughts. I am mortified that I should have been so utterly thoughtless. How can I apologize? You can't. Eulalia was relentless. But you should try. She turned to Delgetty, who was looking decidedly apprehensive. You, of course, I do not expect to have any sensitivity towards the feelings of others. Liberty is your god, and I sometimes think you are prepared to sacrifice anyone at all on its shrine. That is unfair. He was sincerely aggrieved. Quite unfair. I desire to liberate, not to injure. I wish only to do good. Indeed? Her eyebrows shot up. Then you are singularly unsuccessful. You should most seriously reconsider your assumptions and your resulting behavior. You are a foolish man. And having delivered herself of her most formidable tirade to date, she was flushed, and handsomer than at any time since she was a bride. She was also rather alarmed at what she had dared to say, and the fact that she had rescued the whole assembly from a miserable and acutely embarrassing situation was only just becoming apparent to her. She blushed as she saw every eye on her, and retreated hastily. For once it would be ridiculous to pretend she had merely been helping her husband. He was standing with his hands in the air and his mouth open, but intensely relieved, and also alarmed and a little resentful. "Bravo, Lally," Shaw said quietly. "You are quite magnificent. We are all duly chastened." He bowed very slightly in a small, quaintly courteous gesture, then moved to stand beside Charlotte. Again Eulalia colored hotly. This time it was obviously with pleasure, but so acute and unaccustomed it was painful to see. "Really?" Clitheridge protested. No one heard what he was going to say next, if indeed he knew himself. He was interrupted by Shaw. "You make me feel as if we are all in the nursery again. Perhaps that is where we should be." He looked at Delgetty and Pascoe, and there was humor in his face rather than anger. If he resented Clemency's funeral being interrupted by such a scene, there was no trace of it in his expression. In fact, Charlotte thought it might even have been a relief to him from the pain of the reality. He looked set now to prolong the tension and make matters worse. "I think it is long past time we all grew out of it," she said briskly, taking Shaw by the arm. "Don't you, Dr. Shaw? Squabbling is quite fun at times, but this is a selfish and totally inappropriate place for it. We should be adult enough to think of others, as well as ourselves. I am sure you agree?" She was not sure at all, but she did not intend to allow him the opportunity to say so. "You have already told me about the magnificent conservatory the Misses Worlingham have, and I have seen the lilies on the table. Perhaps you would be generous enough to show it me now." "I should be delighted," he said with enthusiasm. "I cannot think of anything I should rather do." And he took her hand in his and placed it on his arm, leading her through the room to the far side. She glanced backwards only once, and saw a look of fury and dislike on Lally Clitheridge's face, so intense the memory of it remained with her the rest of the day.
It was still powerful in her mind when she finally returned home to Bloomsbury and gave Pitt her account of the day and her impressions of it. Chapter 6. Pitt woke in the middle of the night to hear a loud, repeated banging, which, through the unraveling layers of sleep, he realized was at the front door. He climbed out of bed, feeling Charlotte stirring beside him. "Door," he mumbled, reaching for his clothes. There was no point in hoping it was simply a matter of information he could accept, then go back to the warm oblivion of sleep. Anyone banging so fiercely and repeatedly wanted his presence. He pulled on trousers and socks. His boots were in front of the kitchen stove. He attempted to tuck in his shirt-tails and lost them. He padded downstairs, turned up the gas on the lamp in the hall, and unbolted the front door. The chill of the damp night air made him shiver, but it was a small discomfort compared with the sight of Murdo's ashen face and the bull's-eye lantern high in his hand, which threw its yellow light on the paving stones and into the mist around him. It picked out the dark shape of a hansom cab waiting at the curb beyond, the horse's flanks steaming, the cabby shrouded in his cloak. Before he could ask, Murdo blurted it out, his voice cracking a little. "There's another fire." He forgot the "sir." He looked very young, the freckles standing out on his fair skin and its unnatural pallor. "Amos Lindsay's house." "Bad?" Pitt asked, although he knew. "Terrible." Murdo kept his voice under control with difficulty. "I never saw anything like it. You can feel the heat 100 yards up the road. Fair hurts your eye to look at it. God, how can anyone do that?" "Come in," Pitt said quickly. The night air was cold. Murdo hesitated. "My boots are in the kitchen." Pitt turned and left him to do as he pleased. He heard the latch close and Murdo tiptoeing heavily after him. In the kitchen he put up the gas and sat on the hard-backed chair, reaching for his boots and then lacing them tightly. Murdo came in as far as the stove, relishing the warmth. His eyes went over the clean wood, the china gleaming on the dresser, and he caught the smell of laundry drying on the airing rail, winched up towards the ceiling above them. Unconsciously, the lines in his young face were already less desperate. Charlotte appeared in the doorway in her nightgown, her bare feet having made no sound on the linoleum. Pitt smiled at her bleakly. "What is it?" she asked, glancing at Murdo and back at Pitt. "Fire," he said simply. "Where?" "Amos Lindsay's. Go back to bed," he said gently. "You'll get cold." She stood white-faced. Her hair was dark over her shoulders, copper where the gaslight caught it. "Who was in the house?" she asked Murdo. "I dunno, ma'am. We aren't sure. They was trying to get the servants out, but the heat was terrible, scorched the hair off." He stopped, realizing he was speaking to a woman and probably should not be saying such things. "What?" she demanded. He looked miserable and guilty for his clumsiness. He stared at Pitt, who was now ready to go. "Eyebrows, ma'am," he answered miserably, and she knew he was too shocked to equivocate. Pitt kissed Charlotte quickly on the cheek and pushed her back. "Go to bed," he said again. "Standing here catching a chill won't help anyone." "Can you tell me if—" Then she realized what she was asking. To dispatch someone with a message simply to allay her fears or confirm them would be a ridiculous waste of manpower when there were urgent things to be done, injured and perhaps bereaved people to help. "I'm sorry." He smiled, an instant of understanding, then turned and went out with Murdo and pulled the front door closed behind him. "What about Shaw?" he asked as they climbed up into the cab, and it started forward immediately. It was obviously quite unnecessary to tell the cabby where they were going. Within moments the horse had broken from a trot into a canter, and its hooves rang on the stones as the cab swayed and turned, throwing them from one wall to the other, and against each other with some violence. "I don't know, sir. Impossible to tell. The place is an inferno. We haven't seen him. It looks bad." "Lindsay?" "Nor him neither." "Dear God, what a mess," Pitt said under his breath as the cab lurched around a corner, the wheels lifting for an instant and landing hard on the cobbles again, with a jar that shook his bones. It was a long, wretched ride to Highgate, and they neither of them spoke again. There was nothing to say. Each was consumed in his own imagination of the furnace they were racing towards, and the memory of Clemency Shaw's charred body removed from another ruin so shortly before. The red glow was visible through the cab window as soon as they turned the last corner of Kentish Town Road onto Highgate Road. In Highgate Rise, the horse jerked to a halt, and the cabby leaped down and threw the door open. "I can't take you no further." Pitt climbed out, and the heat hit him, enveloping him in stinging, acrid, smut-filled, roaring chaos. The whole sky seemed red with the towering brilliance of it. Showers of sparks exploded in the air, white and yellow, flying hundreds of feet up, then falling in dying cinders. The street was congested with fire engines, horses plunging and crying out in terror as debris fell around them. Men clung onto them, trying to steady them amid the confusion. There were hoses connected up to the Highgate ponds, and men struggled with leather buckets, passing them from hand to hand, but all they were doing was protecting the nearest other houses. Nothing could save Lindsay's house now. Even as Pitt and Murdo stood in the road, a great section of the top story collapsed. The beams exploded and fell in rapid succession, and a huge gout of flame 50 feet high went soaring upwards, the heat of it driving them back to the far pavement and behind the hedge, even as far as they were from the house. One of the fire engine horses screamed as a length of wood fell across its back, and the smell of burning hair and flesh filled the immediate air. It plunged forward, tearing its reins out of the fireman's hands. Another man, almost too quick for thought, caught up a bucket of water and threw it over the beast, quenching in one act both the heat and the pain. Pitt ran forward and caught the animal, throwing all his weight against its charge, and it shuddered to a halt. Murdo, who had grown up on a farm, took off his jacket, squashed it into another bucket of water, then slapped it onto the beast's back and held it. The chief fireman was coming towards Pitt, his face a mask of smoke stains. Only the eyes showed through, red-rimmed and desperate. His eyebrows were singed, and there were angry red wheals under the blackened grime. His clothes were torn and soiled, almost beyond recognition, by water and the charring of heat and debris. "We've got the servants out," he shouted, then spluttered into coughing and controlled himself with difficulty. He waved them farther back, and they followed him to where there was a faint touch of coolness of night air, softening the heat and the stench, and the roaring and crashing of masonry and the explosion of wood were less deafening. His face was haggard, not only with sorrow, but with his own failure. "But we didn't get either of the two gentlemen." It was unnecessary to add that it was now beyond hope. It was apparent to anyone at all. Nothing could be alive in that conflagration. Pitt had known it, yet to hear it from someone else who spoke from years of such hope and struggle gave him a sudden gaping emptiness inside that took him by surprise. He realized only now how much he had been drawn to Shaw, even though he accepted that he might have murdered Clemency. Or perhaps it was only his brain that accepted it. His inner judgment always denied it. And with Amos Lindsay there had been no suspicion, only interest, and a little blossom of warmth because he had known Nobby Gunn. Now there was only a sense of sharp pain for the destruction. Anger would come later when the wound was less consuming. He turned to Murdo and saw the shock and misery in his face. He was young and very new to murder and its sudden violent loss. Pitt took him by the arm. "Come on," he said quietly. "We failed to prevent this, but we've got to get him before he does any more. Or her," he added. "It could be a woman." Murdo was still stunned. What woman would ever do that? He jerked his hand back, but he did not turn. "Women are just as capable of passion and hatred as men," Pitt replied, "and of violence, given the means." "Oh, no, sir," Murdo began instinctively, the argument born of his own memories. "Sharp tongues, yes, and a box on the ears. Certainly greed at times, and coldness. Nagging, bossiness, and a great deal of criticism. And mind-staggering, speech-robbing unfairness. But not violence like this." Memory returned, crowding in on Pitt, and he spoke with surprise. "Some of the most gruesome murders I've ever worked on were committed by women, Murdo, and some of them I understood very well, when I knew why, and pitied. We know so little about this case, none of the real passions underneath it.
We know the Whirlinghams have a great deal of money, and so does old Lutterworth. Murdo struggled to gather everything in his mind. We know Pascoe and Dalgetty hate each other, although what that has to do with Mrs. Shaw... He trailed off, searching for something more relevant. We know Lindsay wrote pro-Fabian essays, although that has nothing to do with Mrs. Shaw either. But the doctor approved it. That's hardly a passion to kindle a funeral pyre like that, Pitt said bitterly. No, Murdo, we don't know very much. But, dear God, we're going to find out. He swung around and walked back towards the fire chief, who was now directing his men to saving the houses in the immediate vicinity. Have you any idea if it was set the same way? Pitt shouted. The fire chief turned a filthy, miserable face to him. Probably. It went up very quick. 2 people called us. One saw it from the street at the front, towards the town, the other down towards Holly Village, and half at the back. That's at least 2 places. From the speed of it, I dare say there was more. But you got the servants out. How? Why not Lindsay and Shaw? Were the fires all in the main house? Looks like it. Although by the time we got here, it was spread pretty well all over. Got one man badly burned, and another with a broken leg getting the servants out. Where are they now? Dunno. Some feller in a nightshirt and cassock was running round trying to help, and getting in the way. Good-hearted, I suppose, but a damn nuisance. Woman with him had more sense. Another couple over off to the side looked white as ghosts. Woman weeping. But they brought blankets. Been too busy to watch 'em when they're safe out. Now, I'll answer your questions tomorrow. Did you get the horse out? Pitt did not know why he asked it, except some dim memory of terrified animals and another fire long ago in his youth. Horse? The fire chief frowned. What horse? The doctor's horse, for his trap. Charlie! The fire chief yelled at a soaked and filthy man who was walking a few yards away, limping badly. Charlie! Sir? Charlie stopped and came over towards them, his eyebrows scorched, his eyes red-rimmed and exhausted. You were round the back. Did you get the horse? Weren't no horse, sir. I looked special. Can't bear a good animal burnt. Yes, there was, Pitt argued. Dr. Shaw has a trap for his calls. No trap neither, sir. Charlie was adamant. Stable was still standing when I got there. No horse and no trap. Either they was kept somewhere else, or they're out. Out? Was it possible Shaw was not here at all? That once again the fire had not caught him? In all this fearful pyre could only Amos Lindsay be dead? Who would know? Who could he ask? He turned around in the red night, still loud with the crackling and sparks and the roar and boom of flame. He could see at the far edge of the tangle of engines, horses, water buckets, ladders, and weary and injured men, the 2 black figures of Josiah and Prudence Hatch, a little apart from each other, huddled in a private and separate misery. The cassocked figure of Clitheridge was striding along, skirts flying, a flask in his outstretched hand, and Lally was rewrapping a blanket around the shoulders of a tiny kitchen girl, who was shuddering so violently Pitt could see it even through the smoke and the melee. Lindsay's manservant, with the polished hair, stood alone, stupefied, like a person upright in his sleep. Pitt skirted around the horses and buckets, and the men still working, and started towards the far side. He was off the opposite pavement and in the middle of the road when he heard the clatter of hooves, and looked automatically up the street towards Highgate Center to see who it was. There was no purpose in more fire engines now, and anyway there was no sound of bells. It was a trap, horse almost at a gallop, wheels racing and jumping in their speed and recklessness.
End of Track 8. This book will be continued on the next cassette. Track 9.
Highgate Rise by Anne Perry. Pitt knew long before he saw him that it was Shaw, and he felt an intense relief, followed the instant after by a new darkness. If Shaw was alive, then it was still possible he had set both fires, first to kill Clemency, now to kill Lindsay. Why Lindsay? Perhaps in the few days he had stayed with Lindsay, Shaw had betrayed himself by a word, an expression, even something unsaid when it should have been. It was a sickening thought, and yet honesty could not dismiss it. Pitt! Shaw almost fell off the step of the trap and took no trouble even to tie the rein, leaving the horse to go where it would. He grabbed Pitt by the arm, almost swinging him off his feet. Pitt, for God's sake, what's happened? Where's Amos? Where are the staff? His face was so gaunt with horror it was impossible not to be moved by it. Pitt put out his hand to steady him. The servants are all right, but I'm afraid Lindsay was not brought out. I'm sorry. No, no! The cry was torn from Shaw, and he plunged forward, bumping into people, knocking them aside in his headlong race towards the flames. After a moment's stupefaction, Pitt ran after him, leaping a water hose and accidentally sending a fireman flying. He caught Shaw so close to the building the heat was immense, and the roaring of the flames seemed almost around them. He brought him to the ground, driving the wind out of him. "You can't do anything," he shouted above the din. "You'll only get killed yourself." Shaw coughed and struggled to get up. "Amos is in there." His voice was close to hysteria. "I've got to—" Then he stopped on his hands and knees, facing the blaze, and realization came to him at last that it was utterly futile. Something inside him collapsed, and he made no resistance when Pitt pulled him to his feet. "Come back, or you'll get burned," Pitt said gently. "What?" Shaw was still staring at the violence of the flames. They were so close the heat was hurting their skin, and the brightness made him screw up his eyes, but he seemed only peripherally aware of it. "Come back!" Pitt shouted as a beam fell in with a crash and an explosion of sparks. Without thinking, he took Shaw by the arms and pulled him, as if he had been a frightened animal. For a moment he was afraid Shaw was going to fall over. Then at last he obeyed, stumbling a little, careless if he hurt himself. Pitt wanted to say something of comfort, but what was there? Amos Lindsay was dead, the one man who had seemed to understand Shaw and not be offended by his abrasiveness, who saw beyond the words to the mind and its intent. It was Shaw's second terrible bereavement in less than 2 weeks. There was nothing to say that would not be fatuous and offensive, only betraying a complete failure to understand anything of his true pain. Silence, at least, did not intrude, but it left Pitt feeling helpless and inadequate. Clitheridge was floundering over towards them, a look of dedication and terror on his face. He obviously had not the faintest idea what to say or do, except that he was determined not to flinch from his duty. At the last moment he was saved by events. The horse in the trap took flight as a piece of burning debris shot past it, and it reared up and twisted around. That, at least, was something Clitheridge understood. He abandoned Shaw, for whom he could do nothing and whose grief appalled and embarrassed him, and reached instead for the horse, holding the rein close to its head and throwing all his considerable weight against the momentum of its lunge. "Whoa, steady! Steady now! It's all right! Steady, girl! Hold hard!" And miraculously, for once, he was completely successful. The animal stopped and stood still, shuddering and rolling its eyes. "Steady," he said again, full of relief, and began to lead it across the road, away from the roar and heat, and away from Shaw. "The servants." At last Shaw spoke. He twisted around on one foot and swayed a little. "What about the servants? Where are they? Are they hurt?" "Not seriously," Pitt replied. "They'll be all right." Clitheridge was still across the street with the horse and trap, leading it away, but Oliphant, the curate, was coming towards them, his thin face lit by the glare from the flames, his figure gawky in a coat whose shoulders were too big. He stopped in front of them, and his voice was quiet and certain. "Dr. Shaw, I lodge with Mrs. Turner up on West Hill. She has other rooms, and you'd be welcome to stay there as long as you choose. There is nothing you can do here, and I think a strong cup of tea, some hot water to wash in, and then sleep would help you to face tomorrow." Shaw opened his mouth to argue, then realized that Oliphant had not offered facile words of comfort. He had offered practical help, and reminded him that there was another day ahead, and regardless of pain or shock, there would be duties, things to do that would be useful and have meaning. He struggled for the practical. "I have nothing. It is all gone. Again. Of course, Oliphant agreed. I have an extra nightshirt you're welcome to, and a razor, soap, a clean shirt. Anything I have is yours. Shaw tried to cling to the moment, as if something could still be retrieved, some horror undone that would become fixed if he were to leave. It was as though accepting it made it true. Pitt knew the feeling, irrational and yet so strong it held one to the scene of tragedy, because to move was to acknowledge it and allow it to be real. The servants, Shaw said again. What about them? Where are they to sleep? I must... He turned one way and another, frantic for some action to help, and saw none. Oliphant nodded, his face red in the flame's reflection, his voice level. Mary and Mrs. Wiggins will stay with Mr. and Mrs. Hatch, and Jones will stay with Mr. Clitheridge. Shaw stared at him. 2 firemen went past, supporting a third between them. We shall begin to search for new positions for them in the morning. Oliphant held out his hand. There are plenty of people who want good, reliable help that has been well trained. Don't worry about it. They are frightened, but not hurt. They need sleep and the assurance that they will not be put on the street. Shaw looked at him incredulously. Come, Oliphant repeated. You cannot help here. I can't just walk away, Shaw protested. My friend is in that... He stared helplessly at the blaze, now redder and sinking as the last of the wood crumbled away inside and the masonry collapsed inward. He searched for words to explain the tumult of emotions inside him, and failed. There were tears in the grime on his face. His hands clenched at his sides and jerked, as if he still longed to move violently, and had no idea where or how. Yes, you can leave it, Oliphant insisted. There is no one left here. But tomorrow there will be people who need you, sick, frightened people who trust you to be there, and use the knowledge you have to help them. Shaw stared at him, horror in his face turning to a slow amazement. Then finally, without speaking, he followed him obediently, his shoulders sagging, his feet slow, as if he were bruised and intensely, painfully tired. Pitt watched him go and felt a racking mixture of emotions inside himself. Pity for Shaw's grief and the stunning pain he obviously felt, fury at the fearful waste of it, and a kind of anger because he did not know who to blame for it all, who to cherish and who to want to hunt and see punished. It was like having a dam pent up inside him, and the pressure of confusion ached to burst in some easy and total action, and yet there was none. The building crashed in sparks again as another wall subsided. 2 firemen were shouting at each other. Finally he left them and retraced his own steps to look for Murdo, and began the miserable task of questioning the closest neighbors to see if any of them had seen or heard anything before the fire, anyone close to Lindsay's house, any light, any movement. Murdo was amazed by how tumultuous were his feelings about accompanying Pitt to the Lutterworths. Away from the immediate heat of the fire, his face hurt where the skin was a little scorched. His eyes stung and watered from the smoke. Even his throat ached from it, and there was a large and painful blister forming on his hand where he had been struck by a flying cinder. But his body was chilled, and inside the coat Oliphant had found for him, he was shivering and clenched with cold. He thought of the huge dark house of the Lutterworths, of the splendor inside it, carpets, pictures, velvet curtains bound with sashes and splayed on the floor like overlong skirts. He had only ever seen such luxury at the Whirlinghams themselves, and theirs was a lot older, and worn in 1 or 2 places. The Lutterworths was all new. But far sharper in his mind, and making him clench his sore hands before he remembered the blister, was the memory of Flora Lutterworth, with her wide, dark eyes, so very direct, the proud way she carried her head, chin high. He had noticed her hands especially. He always remarked hands, and hers were the most beautiful he had ever seen, slender, with tapering fingers and perfect nails, not plump and useless like those of so many ladies of quality, like the Mrs. Whirlingham, for example. The more he thought of Flora, the lighter his feet were on the frosty pavement, and the more wildly his stomach lurched at the prospect of Pitt knocking on the front door with its brass lion's head, until he disturbed the entire household and brought the footman to let them in, furious and full of contempt, so they could stand dripping and filthy on the clean carpet, till Lutterworth himself was roused and came down. Then Pitt would ask him a lot of intrusive questions that would all be pointless in the end, and could have waited until morning anyway. They were actually on the step when he finally spoke. "Wouldn't it be better to wait until morning?" he said breathlessly. He was still very wary of Pitt. At times he admired him, at others he was torn by old loyalties, parochial and deep-rooted, understanding his colleague's resentment and sense of having been undervalued and passed by. But most often he was lost in his own eagerness to solve the case, and he thought of nothing but how could he help, what could he contribute to their knowledge. He was gaining a measure of respect for Pitt's patience and his observation of people. Some of his conclusions had escaped Murdo. He had had no notion how Pitt knew of some of the exchanges between Pascoe and Dalgetty, until Pitt had quite openly recounted how Mrs. Pitt had attended the funeral supper, and repeated back to him all her impressions. In that moment Murdo had ceased to dislike Pitt. It was impossible to dislike a man who was so candid about his deductions. He could easily have pretended a superior ability, and Murdo knew a good many who would have. Pitt's reply was unnecessary, both because Murdo knew perfectly well what it would be, and because the front door swung open the moment after Pitt knocked, and Alfred Lutterworth himself stood in the lighted hall, hastily but fully dressed. Only his neck without a tie and his ill-matched coat and trousers betrayed that he had already been up. Perhaps he had been one of the many who had crowded around the edge of the fire, anxious, curious, concerned, some offering help, or to see the job done to its bitter conclusion. "Lindsay's house." He made it a statement rather than a question. "Poor devil, he was a good man. What about Shaw? Did they get him this time?" "You believe it was Shaw they were after, sir?" Pitt stepped in, and Murdo followed him nervously. Lutterworth closed the door behind them. "Do you take me for a fool, man? Who else would they be after? First his own house, and now Lindsay's. Don't stand there. You'd best come in. Although there's nought I can tell you." His northern accent was more pronounced in his emotion. "If I'd seen anyone, you'd not have had to come seeking me. I'd have gone seeking you." Pitt followed him, and Murdo came a step behind. The withdrawing room was cold, the ashes of the fire already dark, but Flora was standing beside it. She was also fully dressed, in a gray winter gown, her face pale and her hair tied back with a silk kerchief. Murdo felt himself suddenly excruciatingly awkward, not knowing what to do with his feet, where to put his painful, dirty hands. "Good evening, Inspector." She looked at Pitt courteously, then at Murdo with something he thought was a smile. "Good evening, Constable Murdo." She had remembered his name. His heart lurched. It had been a smile, hadn't it? "Good evening, Miss Lutterworth." His voice sounded husky and ended in a squeak. "Can we help, Inspector?" She turned to Pitt again. "Does anyone need shelter?" Her eyes pleaded with him to tell her the answer to the question she had not asked. Murdo drew breath to tell her, but Pitt cut across him, and he was left open-mouthed. "Your father thinks the fire was deliberately set in order to kill Dr. Shaw." Pitt was watching her, waiting for a reaction. Murdo was furious. He saw the last trace of color leave her face, and he would have rushed forward to save her from collapsing had he dared. In that instant he loathed Pitt for his brutality, and Lutterworth himself for not having protected her, he whose duty and privilege it was. She bit her lip to stop it trembling, and her eyes filled with tears. She turned away to hide them. "No need to cry for him, girl," Lutterworth said gently. "He was no use to you, nor to his poor wife neither. He was a greedy man, with no sense of right nor wrong. Save your tears for poor Amos Lindsay. He was a good enough chap, in his own way. A bit blunt, but none the worse for that. Don't take on." Then he swung around to Pitt. "Mind you could have chosen your time and your words better, clumsy great fool." Murdo was in an agony of indecision. Should he offer her his handkerchief? It had been clean this morning, as it was every morning, but it must smell terrible with smoke now. And anyway, wouldn't she think him impertinent, overfamiliar? Her shoulders were trembling, and she sobbed without sound. She looked so hurt, like a woman and a child at once. He could bear it no longer. He pulled the handkerchief out of his pocket, dropping keys and a pencil along with it, and went forward to give it to her, arm outstretched. He no longer cared what Pitt thought, or what detective strategy he might be using. He also hated Shaw, with an utterly new emotion that had never touched him before, because Flora wept for him with such heartbreak. "He isn't dead, miss," he said bluntly. "He was out on a call somewhere, and he's terrible upset. But he isn't even hurt. Mr. Oliphant, the curate, took him back to his lodgings for the night. Please don't cry like that." Lutterworth's face was dark. "You said he was dead." He swung around, accusing Pitt. "No, Mr. Lutterworth," Pitt contradicted. "You assumed it. I am deeply sorry to say that Mr. Lindsay is dead, but Dr. Shaw is perfectly well." "Out again?" Lutterworth was staring at Flora now, his brows drawn down, his mouth tight. "I'll lay odds that bounder struck the match himself." Flora jerked up, her face tear-stained, Murdo's handkerchief clasped in her fingers, but now her eyes were wide with fury. "That's a terrible thing to say, and you have no right even to think it, let alone to put it into words. It is completely irresponsible." "Oh, and you know all about responsibility, of course, girl," Lutterworth retorted, by now regardless of Pitt or Murdo. His face was suffused with color, and his voice thick in his emotion. "Creeping in and out at all hours to see him, imagining I don't know. For heaven's sake, off Highgate knows. And talk about it over the teacups, like you were some common whore." Murdo gasped as if the word had struck him physically. He would rather have sustained a dozen blows from a thief or a drunkard than have such a term used of Flora. Were it any other man, he would have knocked him to the ground. But he was helpless. "And I've nothing with which to call them liars." Lutterworth was anguished with impotent fury himself, and anyone but Murdo would have pitied him. "Dear God, if your mother were alive, she'd weep herself sick to see you. First time since she died I haven't grieved she weren't here with me. The very first time." Flora stared at him and stood even straighter. She drew a breath to defend herself, her cheeks scarlet, her eyes burning. Then her face filled with misery, and she remained silent. "Nothing to say?" he demanded. "No excuses? No, 'what a fine man he is, if only I knew him like you do,' eh?" "You do me an injustice, Papa," she said stiffly. "And yourself also. I am sorry you think so ill of me, but you must believe what you will." "Don't you come high and mighty with me, girl." Lutterworth's face was torn between anger and pain. Had she been looking at him more closely, she might have seen the pride as he gazed at her, and the shattered hope. But his words were unfortunate. "I'm your father, not some tomfool lad following after you. You're not too big to send to your room if I have to. And I'll approve any man that sets his cap at you, or you'll not so much as give him the time of day. Do you hear me, girl?" She was trembling. "I'm sure everyone in the house hears you, Papa, including the tweenie in the attic." His face flushed purple with anger. "But if anyone does me the honor of courting me," she went on before he had mustered the words, "I shall most certainly seek your approval. But if I love him, I'll marry him whether you like him or not." She turned to Murdo, and with a barely shaking voice thanked him for informing her that Dr. Shaw was alive and well. Then, still clutching his handkerchief, she swept out, and they heard her footsteps go across the hall and up the stairs. Lutterworth was too wretched and too embarrassed to apologize or seek polite excuses for such a scene. "I can't tell you anything you don't know for yourselves," he said brusquely when the silence returned. "I heard the alarm and went out to see, same as off the street. But I didn't see nor hear anything before that. Now I'll be going back to my bed, and you'd best get about your business. Good night to you." "Good night, sir," they replied quietly, and found their own way to the door. It was not the only quarrel they witnessed that night. Pascoe was too distressed to see them, and his servant refused on his behalf. They trudged in silence and little expectation of learning anything useful, first to the Hatches' house to question Lindsay's maid, who was bundled up in blankets and shaking so violently she could not hold a cup steady in her hand. She could tell them nothing, except that she had woken to the sound of fire bells, and had been so terrified she did not know what to do. A fireman had come to the window and carried her out, across the roof of the house and down a long ladder to the garden, where she had been soaked with water from a hose, no doubt by accident. At this point her teeth were chattering on the edge of the cup, and Pitt recognized that she was unlikely to know anything useful, and was beyond being able to tell him anyway. Not even the prospect of a clue towards who had burned 2 houses to the ground, with their occupants inside, prompted him to press her any further. When she had been escorted upstairs to bed, he turned to Josiah Hatch, who was gaunt-faced, eyes fixed in horror at the vision within his mind. Pitt watched him anxiously. He seemed so close to retreating into himself with shock. Perhaps to be forced to speak and think of and answer questions of fact would be less of a torture than one might suppose. It would draw him from the contemplation of the enormity of destruction, and from the flicker in the muscles in his eyelids and the corners of his mouth, the fear of the evil which now was so obviously still in their midst. "What time did you retire this evening, Mr. Hatch?" he began. "Huh?" Hatch recalled himself to the present with difficulty. "Oh, late. I did not look at the clock. I was in deep contemplation of what I had been reading." "I heard you come up the stairs at about 1:45, Prudence put in very quietly, looking first at her husband and then at Pitt. He turned a blank face towards her. "I disturbed you? I'm sorry. That was the last thing I intended." "Oh, no, my dear. I had been roused by one of the children. Elizabeth had a nightmare. I had merely not yet gone back to sleep." "Is she well this morning?" Prudence's face relaxed into the ghost of a smile. "Of course. It was simply an ill dream. Children do have them, you know, quite often. All she required was a little reassurance." "Could not one of the older children have given her that without disturbing you?" He frowned, seizing on the matter as if it were important. "Nan is 15. In another few years she may have children of her own." "There is a world of difference between 15 and 20, Josiah. I can remember when I was 15. A tiny smile returned again, soft and sad. "I knew nothing, and I imagined I knew everything. There were entire regions, continents of experience of which I had not the faintest conception." Pitt wondered what particular ignorances were in her mind. He thought perhaps those of marriage, the responsibility after the romance had cooled, the obedience, and perhaps the bearing of children. But he could have been wrong. It might have been worldly things, quite outside the home, other struggles or tragedies she had seen and coped with. Hatch apparently did not know what she referred to either. He frowned at her in incomprehension for a few moments longer, then turned to Pitt again. "I saw nothing of any import." He answered the question before it was asked. "I was in my study, reading from the work of St. Augustine." The muscles in his jaw and neck tightened, and some inner dream took hold of him. "The words of men who have sought after God in other ages are a great enlightenment to us, and comfort. There has always been powerful evil in the world, and will be as long as the soul of man is as weak and beset by temptations as it is." He looked at Pitt again. "But I am afraid I can be of no assistance to you. My mind and my senses were totally absorbed in contemplation and study." "How terrible," Prudence said to no one in particular. "That you were awake in your study, reading of the very essence of the conflict between good and evil." She shivered and held her arms close around herself. "And only a few 100 yards away, someone was setting a fire that murdered poor Mr. Lindsay, and, but for a stroke of good fortune, would have murdered poor Stephen as well. There are mighty forces of evil here in Highgate." He stared straight ahead of him again, as if he could see the pattern in the space between the jardiniere with its gold chrysanthemums and the stitched sampler on the wall, with the words of the 23rd Psalm. "Wickedness has been entertained and invited to take up its abode with us," he went on. "Do you know by whom, Mr. Hatch?" It was surely a futile question, and yet Pitt felt impelled to ask it. Murdo, behind him, silent until now, shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other. Hatch looked around in surprise. God forgive him and give him peace. By Lindsay himself. He spread dark ideas of revolution and anarchy, overthrow of the order of things as they are. He wanted some new society where individual ownership of property was done away, and men were no longer rewarded according to their ability and effort, but given a common wage regardless. It would do away with self-reliance, diligence, industry, and responsibility, all the virtues which have made the empire great and the nation the envy of all the Christian world. His face was pinched with anger at the distortion and grief for all that would be lost. And John Dalgetty published them, to his dishonor. But he is a foolish man, forever pursuing what he imagines is justice and a kind of freedom of the mind that has become all important to him, consuming all his better judgment. In his frenzy, he deludes others. He looked at Pitt. Poor Pascoe has done all he can to dissuade him, and then to prevent him by public opinion, and even the law. But he is puny against the tide of inquisitiveness and disobedience in mankind, and the passion for novelty, always novelty. His body was clenched under his clothes, aching with tension. Novelty at any price. New sciences, a new social order, new art. We are insatiable. The minute we have seen a thing, we want to cast it aside and find something else. We worship freedom as if it were some infinite good. But you cannot escape morality. Freedom from the consequence of your acts is the great delusion at the core of all this. He flung his hand out. This frenzy for newness, and for irresponsibility. We have been from the first a race that hungers for forbidden knowledge, and would eat the fruit of sin and death. God commanded our first parents to abstain, and they would not. What chance has poor Quentin Pascoe? His face tightened, and a look of defeat washed his whole countenance with pain. And Stephen, in his arrogance, upheld Dalgetty, and made mock of Pascoe and his attempts to protect the weak and the sensitive from the cruder expressions of ideas that could only injure and frighten at best, and at worst deprave. Mockery of the truth, of all man's past aspirations to higher good, is one of the evil one's most fearsome weapons. And, God help him, Stephen has been more than willing to use it. Josiah, I think you speak too harshly, Prudence protested. I know Stephen speaks foolishly at times, but there is no cruelty in him. He turned around to her, his face grim, his eyes burning. You know him very little, my dear. You see only the best. That is to your credit, and it is what I intend shall continue. But be counseled by me. I have heard him say much that I shall never repeat to you, which has been both cruel and degraded. He has a contempt for the virtues which you most admire. Oh, Josiah, are you sure? Could you not perhaps have misunderstood him? He has an unfortunate sense of humor at times, and I could not. He was absolute. I am perfectly capable of telling when he is attempting to be amusing, and when he means what he says. However superficially he covers it with lightness. The essence of mockery, Prudence, is that it should make good people laugh at what they would otherwise have taken seriously and loved, to make moral purity, labor, hope, and belief in people seem ridiculous to them, things of jest to be derided. Prudence opened her mouth to refute what he was saying. Then, recalling some other knowledge, some fact until then secondary, she colored with embarrassment and looked down